This is Audible.
Abe, Four in Hand, Ties of Steel, Book 1. Written by M.J. Fields. Narrated by Lauren Sweet and James Kavanagh.
Break. Abe. Spring break in Fort Lauderdale was calling my name. I had been there a handful of times when I was attending college at NYU, earning my master's in finance and business. But I hadn't been back in a few years. I needed a break. I hadn't had time for a vacation since my job at Steel Incorporated as CFO kept me busy, and the owners, my brothers by choice, kept me even busier. Jace, my best friend and CEO of Steel, was back to being the man I knew he would someday be. He was married, with one kid and another on the way. He was still a pain in the ass, but his wife, my cousin, had his ass in check. Well, as much as anyone could have him in check. The others were attached too, thank God. Normally I had a bro in tow, but not this time. I was going to lay my ass in the sand, check out the scenery, get drunk, and bring back whoever I wanted to take out this pent-up sexual frustration on. Drunken, mindless, no-holding-back sex. It had been a while since I had been able to hook up with someone just because. Just because I liked her ass, or the way she smiled, or the little twitch my dick did when I saw something I wanted to be inside of. Sex now was planned. Does she work for us? Does she work for someone connected to us? Will she be just about the physical, or will she be a creeper? No more random hookups with someone I could just bring home, rumple the sheets with, and see where it led. Now, I had responsibilities. Big responsibilities. And I wasn't about to fuck them up. I would never live it down if I did. I had to give the damn sexual harassment class to my bros on several occasions. It wasn't in the job description, but it was necessary to keep the empire from crumbling. The past year, I took to hiring escorts, and I'm not ashamed of it either. Lines were not blurred. It was a win-win situation. I had a handful of favorites and a rotation. I took care not to call on the same one within a 2-week period. I didn't need it getting around that I was a bit demanding in bed. The more stress, the more demanding I became. In my job, stress ran through me like a contagious virus ran over a subway train's handrail. I caught it every time. I admit to being a little uptight. I micromanage, but am working on relinquishing that control, a little at a time, of course. I didn't want to fail. Who the hell graduates college and lands a position like this? Add the fact that I am bound to the owners, their family. Stress, yeah, by the boatload. So as I stand in the boarding line ready to step into the airplane, I am struggling, but as my cousin Carly said when she dropped me off at the airport, "There's more to life than work, Abe. You deserve more." This was after she'd rid me of the laptop and tablet I had packed in my carry-on. When I tried to take it back, she warned me further, "So help me God, Abe, I'm knocked up and Jace is treating me like I'm a porcelain doll. I'm frustrated as all get out. Don't push me." She growled, then cleared her throat and smiled, trying to make light of her outburst. I wasn't about to argue with her. Carly had definitely changed since she met my best friend. Gone was the awkward, fun-loving, go-with-the-flow kind of girl I grew up loving. She was replaced by a woman trying to keep control of herself. A woman who had to try to control the uncontrollable. If I didn't know better, I would have thought she had grown a set of balls. I sat in first class fighting my inner control freak. I was going to have a damn good time starting now. As luck would have it, the sexy brunette flight attendant came up and asked if I wanted a drink. "Scotch on the rocks, keep them coming." She smiled and winked. Anything else? I didn't answer right away. I just looked at her, taking a moment to see if I still had any of my old charm left. Her face heated up nicely as I raked my eyes down to her perfect little protruding nipples. I still had it. She glanced down and blushed. I leaned over and whispered, "Short flight, so that'll be all." She swallowed hard and nodded. Give me just a moment." I watched her hips sashay up towards the beverage cart, and I felt a stir in my pants. When she returned, she smiled and set my drink on the fold-out table. "Enjoy. If there is anything else, please let me know." She started to turn and stopped. "I have a layover in Fort Lauderdale. I could show you around a little if you'd like." I nodded once. I'm not looking for anything more than a good time. I'm not offering anything else. I nodded again. "I'll meet you outside gate 12. I have a room at the Hilton Airport Hotel." Perfect. She walked away. I was tempted to stop her and ask what her name was, but I decided it really didn't matter. I stood outside gate 12 waiting for flight attendant Delta. No, it wasn't her name, but for all intents and purposes, it worked. I had packed light, so I didn't have to wait for luggage. If I forgot anything, I could just buy it. It wasn't like college days when we had to scrape pennies, so I wasn't going to. Fuck it was my motto for the next week. Fuck the responsibilities, fuck the planning, and fuck anyone I wanted, without concern for what tomorrow would bring. I wasn't always like this, but things had changed. I was no longer delusional about needing to do the right thing by the woman I was about to be inside of. If they were game, so was I. I could decipher between those looking for a man and those looking for a body. I was going to be that body, regardless of the inner conflict it sometimes caused me. When she walked out, she was in a pink tank dress that hit well above her knees. Knees that I was hoping would wear the imprint of her hotel room rug very soon. She didn't try to make small talk, which I was grateful for. I no longer had time for bullshit and pleasantries. Fucking was fucking. I took her bag and her free hand like a gentleman, and we walked out into the humid spring Florida air. I hailed a cab, held the door open as she got in, and then slid in beside her. She gave the address to the cab driver, and I immediately rested my hand on her bare, sun-kissed knee. I tested the water by running my hand slowly up to the hem of her dress, and looked at her. She relaxed against the seat, and I pulled her knee closer to mine, opening her legs slightly. I ran my fingers up her inner thigh, and she took a short intake of breath. I continued my slow journey. Her eyes opened as I ran my finger across the silk fabric between her legs. She looked at the cab driver and then back at me. She was a bit nervous. I held my free hand up to my lips and whispered, "Shh." I wasn't worried that he might see what was going on. There was no way in hell he could, and I really liked the idea of taking this woman out of her comfort zone. She was confident, which is a turn-on, but I wanted to be on top, most of the time anyway. I pulled her leg so it rested over mine, and her eyes grew bigger. I sat back and relaxed as I slowly ran my finger up and down the soft, damp, silky material between her legs. She made little moans that encouraged me to continue slowly teasing her, working her up so that as soon as we entered the hotel room, I could have her on her knees. She opened the door to her room and turned to me. "I'd like a shower. Care to join me?" "I'd like a blowjob. Care to give me one?" She smiled, and when I didn't return a smile, she swallowed hard, just like she would be doing in about 10 minutes. She looked down and nodded. You want to sit on the bed? I kept eye contact and said nothing as I removed my shoes and started to unbutton my shirt. She was only a beat behind me, throwing clothes off all over the place. I really didn't like the mess. I laid my shirt neatly over the chair, then my pants and boxers were next. She looked down at me. That'll be fun to work with. Then let's not waste any time. I lay on the bed and patted the spot next to me. She climbed up and immediately took my cock in her hands. You're not hard yet, honey. She gripped me a bit tighter than I was comfortable with and started stroking me too damn fast. I held my hand over hers and slowed her down. This how you like it, honey? Damn, damn, damn. She was fine and all, but I really just wish she'd shut up with the honey already. Music? Of course. What's your fancy, honey? Whatever. Anything is fine. Just please hurry it up already. She got up and turned on the radio. Take You Down by Chris Brown was playing. Maybe she'd get the hint. She climbed on the bed and leaned in like she was gonna kiss me. I don't kiss. As odd as that sounds, it's too damn personal. We weren't on a date or falling in love here. She was gonna suck me off, shower, and then I was gonna nail her. This was a mutual exchange, a give and receive. I held her cheek in my hand and rubbed my thumb across her lip, slowing her down a bit. Hoping she'd get the point, I pushed my thumb gently into her mouth. Now, I was doing this for another reason, too. If her beginning hand job was an indication of what she'd be doing with her mouth, I was a little bit concerned. She was a licker. She lapped at my thumb like a dog does water. This may not be my preferred method, but it could work. Her mouth on my cock was all I needed right now. I hooked my thumb in her mouth and slowly dragged her down towards my dick. You need this, huh, honey? Yeah. She bent down and started lapping at me. I pulled her ass over towards me and started stroking her soaked seam. I spread her, and she opened her mouth and sucked my tip. Okay, I get it. I pushed a finger in her, and she moaned with her mouth full of cock. The vibration felt damn good. I pushed in more, and curled my finger up and pressed the magic button. Oh, honey, she moaned with her mouth still full of my dick. I thrust my hips up at the same time as I rubbed my thumb over her clit. She was lapping, sucking, and grinding into my hand. 2 minutes later, she came. I wasn't sure if she liked it or if she was pissed. She turned into an animal, growling and bobbing up and down so fast I was a little concerned with my well-being. You like it in your ass, girl? She stopped, just like I expected, and looked up at me. If that's what you want, honey, just be nice. How about we try it after your shower? Perfect, she said between licks. Honey, does it always take you this long? You can stop. Go shower, relax, and enjoy. Sure thing, honey. Can I get you a drink? A snack? She waved her hands in flight attendant fashion, and I shook my head no. As soon as I heard the shower start, I jumped up and got dressed. I leaned into the bathroom. Something came up. I won't be able to stick around. She leaned out of the shower and looked at me curiously. Surely I should return the favor, honey. Damn it. I wish you could, but as I said, something came up. Maybe I'll see you around next trip. I'll look forward to it. With that, I grabbed my bag and was out the door, dick intact. Fuck. This was not a good start to my relaxing vacation. Thank God the cab was waiting. 2272 North Atlantic Boulevard, please. I walked into the rental house and was pleasantly surprised. The view of the ocean was amazing from the first of 2 master suites. and I'm sure the other 2 rooms were just as magnificent. I threw my bag on the bed and flopped down beside it. I stared at the ceiling and laughed to myself. How the hell are you going to learn to relax, O'Donnell? I sat up, pulled my shirt over my head, stood, and shed my pants. I reached in my bag, grabbed a pair of board shorts, and threw them on. The realtor said there would be boards in the garage, and I was dying to get out there and ride some waves. I walked out into the kitchen, and as promised, it had stainless appliances with granite countertops. I couldn't wait to cook. I worked so much lately that opening a takeout container was the extent of my culinary creativity. I grabbed a flyer from the counter and decided to order groceries and have them delivered. I was going to surf, drink, cook, and fuck all week long. Out with the new Abe, and in with the old Abe. I sat in the ocean off the private beach watching the sunset. I missed this so damn much. Years ago, I won the Manasquan Big Sea Day Surf Contest 3 years in a row. It was basically a fundraiser for a group of local high school surf teams. It was pretty damn cool. Hometown hero shit is what I miss when I'm CFO of a billion-dollar business. A year in, and steel is running like a top. But walking away scared the shit out of me. I paddled back to shore and dragged the board up the beach. I put it away and walked through the gate, but stopped when I saw the pool. I decided to take a dip to rid my body of the salt water. I was proud of my Irish heritage, but genetically my sensitive fair skin had to be babied or I'd break out, and that wasn't going to happen. 5 days from now, I'd be a golden tan and rash-free when I returned to my office. I dropped trow and dove in. The water felt damn good, and alone or with someone, it didn't matter much to me. Nothing felt as good as being naked in the water. I floated around, enjoying my privacy. I couldn't do this shit at the gym or at the shore. Conservative or not, there was something cool about my dick being free outside of my home. I thought I heard voices. When I opened my eyes, I saw 3 women standing around gawking at me. My ears hadn't failed me. I quickly pulled my lower half under the water and swam to the opposite side of the pool. They all started giggling. Something I can help you ladies with? The blonde smirked. No, please don't let us interrupt you. She dropped her towel and jumped in. The blonde was laughing like a fool, and I tried not to look annoyed, but fuck, I was a little taken aback by what was going on. The dark-skinned brunette jumped in laughing too. Howdy, neighbor, she said when she surfaced. Neighbor? I asked. The cottage right there is where we're staying. Shared pool, shared lawn, shared... Fuck! This was supposed to be private. Nothing's private around here anymore. The blonde shed her shirt and jumped in. One of you ladies mind fetching me my shorts? You go right ahead, big guy. No need to hide it. We've already seen it. So that's how it's gonna be? They all passed around looks, and the brunette swam to the steps and got out as the others continued giggling. Here you go. She threw them into the pool. Thanks. Need some help? The blonde asked, and they all started giggling again. I pulled my shorts up, contemplating what the hell to do next, and I was at a loss. I could stand in front of a boardroom full of investors or behind a podium holding meetings for hundreds of employees, but this right here was way out of my comfort zone. I swam to the steps and walked out of the pool. My apologies. I will straighten this mess out as soon as I can. I walked quickly to the back door of my semi-private vacation retreat and slammed the door. I walked into the bathroom and got in the shower to rinse off the chlorine. I jumped out and grabbed a towel, wrapped it around my waist, and headed into the kitchen to call the fucking realtor and ream him a new ass. I jumped and nearly lost my towel when the blonde was standing in the kitchen setting bags on the counter. Hey, big guy, the delivery boy came. Hope you don't mind I signed for you and brought them in. Thanks. Laney. Right. Thanks, and sorry about earlier. Had I known, I never would have... Don't stress. You have nothing to be ashamed of. Abe. Abe, cool. We are all here for a couple more days, so let's just not make a big deal about it, okay? Sounds good. I reached out to shake her hand and caught my towel right before I exposed myself a second time. She laughed as I wrapped myself up again. We're going to grill tonight if you're interested. Not tonight, but thanks. The look on her face told me I was probably being a dick. Maybe I can cook for the three of you tomorrow night. 4. Excuse me? I scratched my head. 4. Our friend is coming in, so there will be 4 of us. 4. Good. That's good. See you all then. She waved over her shoulder as she walked out. I had some cheese and salad before I decided to put this fucked up day behind me and call it a night. Tomorrow would be better. I lay in bed and returned Carly's text. Abe, banner start to stress-free vacation. Exhausted. Going to sleep. Chat tomorrow. I was almost asleep when I heard the neighbors giggling. I lay in bed trying to ignore the commotion. I had decided I should probably shut the window to give them some privacy when I heard the blonde's voice. No, girl, we're not pulling your leg. All-American boy, naked as a jaybird, floating around in the pool. Shut up. I heard a sweet voice giggle. I wasn't alone. Shit stirred under the covers. He is built, too. You guys are drunk. The voice sighed quietly. Drunk or not, the boy had 6 + 8. Really? Yeah, and those lines that make even the smartest chick lose her mind. I swear I would have licked down that V if he'd have asked. And kept right on going. 8 + 8, the blonde purred. What? The sweet voice giggled. 8-pack, 8 inches. He wasn't even hard. Oh my God, you 3 are so bad. Damn, that voice was killing me. He's cooking us dinner tomorrow. We should tag team his ass. It was the blonde, Lainey. You 3 have fun with that. I'm going in to shower and get some sleep. Maybe tomorrow after some shots, I'll be able to follow this conversation. Hell no, you just got here. Yeah, hell no. Keep talking, sweetheart, please. I pleaded in my head. I heard a door shut, and then the girls all laughed. 6 months. Do you think she's over him yet? She's fine, the blonde piped in. She deserves better than a douche that's gonna cheat on her. She'll be just fine. They all stayed quiet, and then I heard the door shut again. I closed the window, cranked up the AC, and fell asleep thinking about that voice.
Surf's Up, Nicolette. I woke feeling better than I had in weeks. I wasn't going to let the past hinder what I was to become. I am a strong woman, beautiful in my own way. That had been what I had told myself for the past 5 months, since Steve and I had split up. Split up was a nice way to put the hell that I lived for 5 months. How is it possible that 2 words, split up, break up, and this, I'm out, could have so much emotion attached to them? Those 2 words couldn't begin to describe what had gone on between us since I caught him in bed with a girl who had been not only my friend, but my college roommate for almost 3 years. She was a Texas girl. She had been in pageants from the time she was 5, always doing what her Bible-toting mama told her. Always lived to make everyone happy. Then Sally went to college. What happens when the straight and narrow go off to college? All hell breaks loose. Sally went through a phase where she was bringing home boys every weekend. Then she went through a period where she was sure she'd go to hell, and she ate those damn eclairs like there was no tomorrow. Girlfriend gained her freshman 15, and then some. Her mama came up, and the way she looked at her with contempt still upsets me, and I'm no fan of Sally anymore. Don't get me wrong. No one loves Jesus more than I do. Southern Baptist girl here. Raised up in church, and my extended family living with us. My daddy is a podiatrist, whitest white boy on the planet. He met my mama playing piano at church, and immediately fell in love with her. Neither one of my grandparents minded the fact that he was white and she was black. As my Granny Ivy would say, "It's a heart thing. Love isn't black and white. Either is life." Granny Ivy lived with us from the time Grandpa Isaac died. That's how family is supposed to be. Mom and Dad both agree. When Steve and I broke up, it was her and my mom that got me through it. Love is a funny thing, not always good, not always easy, and not always meant to be forever. Sally begged me not to move out of our room. She just didn't know how she would explain it to her mother. "Now you're cross to bear," Granny said when I told her. But I only had 1 semester to go before starting my internship over the summer that would last through my senior year. I sure as hell wouldn't give Steve or Sally the satisfaction of breaking me. Mama taught me right. "Hold your head high and don't give any naysayers the satisfaction. Grace under pressure, and when you just can't do it any more, come home and fall apart. We're here for you, Sugar Plum." I lay in bed, contemplating what was next. I would have rather not have to come here before moving on to the next part of my life, but my parents insisted I go and have fun. So here I was, passing the time, hanging with my girls in Florida, who were doing the same. I sat up and looked in the bed next to mine. Lainey was still asleep. The girls had gotten pretty tipsy last night, probably needed to sleep it off. I walked out of the room and peeked in at Mel and Paige. They were passed out, too. I decided to go for a walk on the beach. The beach was beautiful and peaceful. Small waves rolled into the white sand beach. A few surfers paddling around, and one in particular rode a small wave toward shore. The sun behind him made him appear to be glowing. I was glad I had my sunglasses on, because I didn't want to get busted for staring at him. I couldn't help but stare. He was a vision, even from a distance. Tall and built very well, his shoulders squared. He looked so comfortable and confident, like he belonged out there amidst the rolling waters. He hopped down from the board and into the water. I should have walked away, but I didn't want to. It wasn't like I'd see him again anyway. He picked up his board and held it under his arm as he walked toward me. My God, he was even more beautiful close up. He ran his hand through his hair and shook the excess water out as he continued toward me. I looked left so that he didn't notice my stare, but I kept my eyes on Neptune. He certainly was a beautiful creature. As he continued walking toward me, I began to feel uncomfortable. "Hey." His voice was soft yet strong. "Hey to you." I smiled. He stopped and stood his board in the sand. He smiled. Beautiful. "You number 4? "Excuse me?" I laughed, and he bent over and grabbed a towel that happened to be beside me. I hadn't noticed it before. "You with the 3 ladies staying up there?" He pointed to the beach house and then began to towel off. It hit me right then that he was the all-American boy who my friends had caught floating naked in the pool. I bit my cheeks so that I wouldn't laugh, and he smiled and shook his head. "Yeah, I would be the neighbor who, He stopped. "Well, let's just say I met them last night." "Oh, I heard about you." I smiled, embarrassed. "I'm sure I made a great first impression, but in my defense, I had no clue it was a shared space." "I don't think they minded much." He tilted his head and looked at me like he was questioning something. Then he chuckled and leaned down to grab his shirt. He shook the sand off and threw it on. "I offered up dinner tonight as a peace offering. You're welcome to join us for—" "I see." I smiled, because there was not much else I could do. He gave off that kind of vibe. He had a warm, inviting smile, The kind of guy you could be comfortable with immediately. So, any special requests for? I only ask because I haven't embarrassed myself in front of you, so you're like the safe zone. There was a moment of uncomfortable silence that he broke. You surf? Never tried it. You look amazing out there, though. Oh, dear God. I just said that out loud. The corner of his lip curled up slightly. I just meant... Don't worry about it, I know what you meant. If it helps, you look pretty amazing standing here on the beach as well. Now I was the one smirking. I'll be back out here in a couple hours if you're interested. I nodded and smiled. Then I kicked at the sand, giddy. Neptune made me feel like a giddy little schoolgirl. I think I'd like that. I think you will too. How long are you here? 3 days. Me too. I can teach you a lot in 3 days, if you're up to the challenge. I'm always up for a challenge. His expression changed, and his eyebrow lifted a bit. Yeah? Uh-huh. I'm gonna push you hard I may not have been in the game for a few months, but he was flirtin'. I wouldn't want it any other way, Neptune. He bit his lower lip and looked me up and down. You got a suit? A wetsuit? No, please, not a wetsuit. I'll have to see what I brought. I'll surprise you. I will look forward to it. He hesitated before grabbing his board and walking up the beach toward the house. I watched him. He looked great from behind as well. This man could be the one to pull me out of my funk. I was still gawking when he turned to look in my direction. I wasn't gonna hide it. I was excited about the possibilities. This vacation just got way more interesting. I waved, and he waved back. Wow. I walked up the beach, looked toward his place, saw his silhouette pass by the window, and smiled at the glimpse of him. I held my hand to my heart and laughed out loud. Over at our little place, 3 sets of curious eyes stared at me before quickly ducking out of sight. I walked in, and they all sat quietly around the table. I sat down and looked at them, trying to keep it together. When I couldn't stand it any more, I smiled and looked down. You met the neighbor, Paige goaded, and they all busted up laughing. Shh, geesh, he's right over there. Keep it down already. Ew, looks like Stella's about to get her groove back, Mel whispered. He's very nice looking, I whispered. Nice looking? That's all you got? That man is H.O.T. hot, Lainey whispered. Yeah, he is. He offered to teach me to surf. No way. Shh, I giggled. When? Well, in a couple hours, for starters. Oh, no, we have massages set up in an hour and a half, Paige interjected. I didn't know. I tried not to sound disappointed, but I kinda was. Hoes before bros, Lainey laughed. Yeah, I'll just have to go over and let 'em know. Go now. Mel sounded a little bit too eager to get rid of me. Fine, I will. I pulled my shades back down, walked out into the shared lawn and across the patio to Neptune's door, and knocked. He opened the door with a towel wrapped around his waist. He didn't have sunglasses on, and his eyes looked like the ocean, sparkling in light blue, something I could definitely get lost in. The towel was slung pretty damn low, and I was stuck on the tattoo on his hip bone. That tattoo pointed to the V. He lifted my chin up so that I was looking at him now. You have a tattoo? I do. It's nice. Thanks. I didn't say anything, and he smiled. What brings you by for? Did you need a cup of milk? Some sugar? No. Get it together, Nikki. The girls made massage appointments, so I won't be able to take you up on the surf lesson. I just didn't want to leave you hanging." My eyes went down again, and then quickly up. "4, you keep checking out my stuff, and I won't be hanging much longer." "Well, I only thought it fair that I got to see it too, since the rest of the girls did." I laughed, trying to make light of the situation. "All in due time, 4." I laughed. "So I'll see you around." I turned to leave, and he grabbed my bicep, stopping me. His touch was gentle yet strong, and it felt good. I looked back at him as he slowly released my arm. "Dinner for 4 tonight. Don't forget." "I won't. Thanks. What's your name?" "I'm kind of liking Neptune. How about we stick to that?" I smiled, laughed, and walked away. As we lay on our stomachs getting massages, I told the girls what the neighbor had said. "He likes you, Nikki." Lainey giggled. "Like, really likes you," Paige said in her sexy voice. "It's an obvious attraction, not love." I laughed. "Love, lust, who cares? You need to jump on that one. Get out of your slump." Paige laughed. "I'm not in a slump. I'm just not a hoe." I could only imagine what the masseuses were thinking. "See, girl, you need it bad. You're coming apart under poor John's hands." Mel laughed. "Who the hell is John?" "That would be me, miss." The masseuse chuckled as he continued massaging my left leg. "Mel, good Lord." "Magic Mike over here is hitting real close to home." Paige cackled. We all laughed, and once we got going, it wasn't likely we'd stop any time soon. "You bitches better quiet down, or my guy's gonna get a golden shower." Lainey snorted, and that did it. We all busted up laughing like we had back in high school. Tears falling, some snorting, some cackling, and we all had to sit up to try to keep from falling off the tables. When we had all calmed down, I looked at the 4 men in white, trying to maintain their professionalism. Yep, my guy was John. His name tag said so. I laughed again and wiped the tears from my eyes. "See, you need the big O so bad you're crying." Paige held her stomach and laughed harder. "What I need is a damn drink if I'm gonna have to deal with you bitches for 3 more days." I laughed and looked at my girls, all of them looking at each other like they were hiding something. "What? Spill it." Silence. "Come on, Lainey, give it up." "We're all flying out tomorrow night," Lainey began. "What?" "We told you," Mel spoke up. "Like hell you did." "Well, when do you fly out?" Paige interjected. 3 days, so I have 2 nights left here." "The neighbor will be here. What's his name again?" Lainey asked. "Neptune." "No, that's not it." Mel scratched her head in thought. "That's what I call him. He calls me 4. 4? "Yep. He said Lainey told him we'd have 4 for dinner tonight, so I'm 4. "I bet he'd like 4 for dinner." Paige laid down and let out an orgasmic moan, but I wasn't laughing. "You guys are serious? You're really leaving tomorrow night?" "Yep. Sorry, girl." Paige looked over at me. "Check your messages. I'm sure it's in there. How the hell you're going to be organized at work is beyond me." "Screw you. I know you said this whole week." "Yeah, we have the place for a week, but have to leave on day 5. You showed up 3 days late, remember? Some of us have classes to get back to, not some cushy paid internship for the rest of the semester and all of our senior year." I needed to get the hell off campus. "We get it." I lay back down, nervous about being alone for 3 days and excited at the same time. "There's a bar on the beach." Paige pointed to the left. Let's go have some drinks. The first round of frozen, fruity, umbrella-laden drinks was on me. We sat and laughed as we drank and reminisced about our high school days and about the boys we left behind. When we were 16, we made a pact to love 'em and leave 'em, to move forward and not look back. This decision came after our group of 5 became 4. A high school friend, Heather, allowed herself to turn to drugs when her heart was broken, instead of her friends. Lainey and I still tried in vain to get to her, still sent her messages, invites, Christmas cards and birthday cards for a year. Mel and Paige gave up after 6 months, and that's when we made our pact. We talked about how different college was from high school. The freedoms would have gotten a few of us in trouble academically if the others didn't push them back on track. We took college seriously. We all wanted to succeed in life, so parties were minimal. We all played a sport. Mine was track. We had plenty of time to hang out together. Mondays, we watch The Bachelor while we study. On Tuesdays, we discuss books we read for pleasure. Wednesday is our wine night. Thursdays was supposed to be our date night, when we went out to dinner instead of eating from vending machines. Fridays were normally prep for a weekend of sports team trips or laundry. God, I hated laundry. After each of us had bought a round, it was my turn to buy another. If you bitches are leaving me tomorrow, you'll think of me all day while you nurse a hangover. Drink up. We took a cab back to the house and stumbled through the front door. Giggling, drunk fools, we all peeked out the side window at Neptune, who was lounging and sipping a Corona in the courtyard. Music blasted as he tapped his foot to the beat. A man with rhythm. Okay, girl, if you don't go get that, I'm gonna. He's fine, 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 Mel groaned. You leave him alone. She's got dibs, Lainey slurred. I laughed and waved them off as I walked into the bathroom and shut the door behind me. That man did things to me. I leaned against the door and closed my eyes. Dibs and alcohol-induced fearlessness. My reflection in the oversized bathroom mirror alarmed me. Damn, my eyes were bloodshot. I didn't make it a habit to get inebriated by... I looked at my watch. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Oh well, Neptune, I got dibs. At least I had enough sense to brush my teeth before making a complete fool of myself. The girls were gone by the time I'd finished drunk primping. My skimpiest bikini laid conveniently on the table, so I grabbed it. It was a little yellow one with white polka dots. Ammunition.
She wore an... Abe. I spent the days surfing, drinking, and thinking about 4. The way she'd looked at me when I answered the door. The way she gave it right back to me with that beautiful, smart mouth of hers. That mouth. I wanted it on me, to taste it, devour it. I wondered if it tasted as good as it looked. I wanted it to be mine while I was here. All 3 were out at the pool, but 4 wasn't. I watched the beautiful women swimming in the pool and laughing. I didn't remember any of their names, and it didn't really matter. But I certainly didn't want to come off as a dick. Hey, Neptune, the blonde yelled. What's up, girl? You should come in, water's warm. Shed the shorts if you feel more comfortable. They all laughed, and so did I. I'm manning the grill. You're manning those shorts, too, Neptune, and we know what's hidden deep. The brunette pushed her under the water, and I returned my attention to the smartphone I regretted bringing with me on vacation. Fucking work. The sound of a door sliding open caught my attention, and I looked up at the vision walking out the back door across the expansive lawn. I took a long pull of my beer and pushed my shades down to hide the fact that I was checking her out. 4 looked better than I had remembered. She pointed at the grill. Need some help? All set, but why don't you have a seat right here so I can put some sunscreen on you? The sun's hot wouldn't want you to burn up. She sat in front of me, and I scooted up close. Maybe too close. I took a deep breath and squirted lotion into my hands, eager to touch her again. I don't want to mess up your hair. I went to pull it back at the same time she was doing the same. Our fingers touched, and the connection caused her to tense up a bit. It also caused blood to start pooling in my groin. It's going to be cold, brace yourself for impact. As soon as my hands touched her, she leaned her head to the left. Don't forget my neck. I won't forget any part of you. No. No. I leaned her gently forward, rubbed lotion across and then down her back, slowly touching every part of her back, and moving all the way down to that nice round ass that was barely covered by the tiny yellow polka dot bikini she wore so fucking well. You can sit back now. I need to do your front. I stood and she tilted her head up and looked at me. I can get the rest. You sure? I don't mind at all. I saw her cheeks turn a bit red, and I took the opportunity to squat down in front of her. I have to do the front. Your cheeks are already turning pink. I squirted some sunscreen into my hand. No, that's... Head back, I promise I'll be a gentleman. She held her breath, and that was enough to rile me up a bit more. And the few beers I had sucked down while waiting for her to get back made it even easier to let the boss in me want to take charge. I lifted her chin, then started slowly rubbing lotion into the skin of her collarbone. I made my way up her slender neck. She let out a slow breath and a virtually silent moan as I held her chin in my hand. I pulled it down gently and then held her hair back as I rubbed the white cream across her forehead and cheeks. Wouldn't want those lips to burn, but this stuff won't do. I'm going to share with you Don't move, okay? I leaned in. She took in a quick breath but didn't move. Stay very still. Don't move. I set my lips on hers and she whimpered. Don't move. I rubbed my lips slowly across hers. I took the time to breathe in her sweet scent, and her entire body relaxed. I pulled back. Much better. Thank you. You are more than welcome. I smiled, letting her regain control before sitting back on my heels. Do you like roasted vegetables and chicken? She cleared her throat and nodded. Good. Give that lotion a few minutes to soak in before you get in the pool to cool off. Don't forget your chest and stomach. I wouldn't want you to be uncomfortable for the next few days. I stood up and walked towards the grill. Fuck, she was sweet. The only problem was I liked this girl. I didn't want to like her. She had to know what's up. This would be a vacation fling, nothing more. Stick to the plan, O'Donnell. I took the food off the grill and brought it to my kitchen. I dished the food onto a platter and opened the wine refrigerator. Something light. I found a Moscato that would pair well with the grilled chicken and mixed tomato, squash, and onion vegetable medley. I grabbed 2 carafes out of the cabinet and filled one with water and the other with wine. I set everything on the table. I grabbed 4 towels out of the bathroom and headed out the door. Ladies, dinner is waiting. They giggled and one by one walked out of the pool. I handed them each a towel and then finally she walked up the stairs. Her hair was wet now and the curls drove me, and my cock, even crazier. I held the towel open and she went to grab for it. I'm trying to be a gentleman here. She smiled. I stepped behind her and wrapped it around her. Love the hair, I whispered in her ear. Sexy as hell. She turned and took a step into me and tilted her head up. She grabbed my face and pulled it down, her lips almost touching mine, and I smiled. You are a very hot man, Neptune. Have you looked in the mirror for? She smiled and leaned in. I took her face in my hands and held my forehead to hers. When we kiss, I won't stop at your lips. Contrary to what 1, 2, and 3 over there think, I am not an exhibitionist. When I kiss you, it won't be in front of an audience. It will be my lips, your beautiful, hot, and sexy as hell body, in a one-on-one situation. So go get dried off, come eat dinner. And then if you want to serve up dessert, I will gladly savor whatever you have to offer. I kissed her forehead, stepped back, and turned away. Then, with every ounce of strength I had, I walked into the house to wait. After turning on some music and wiping down the counter, I pulled on a polo shirt. They all came in as I was laying out the silverware. All 3 girls were very attractive, and if not for the girl in the white cotton tank dress, I may have noticed them. But damn! She was the most beautiful woman I had ever seen. When she finally looked at me, I noticed her eyes for the first time. They were the lightest shade of brown I had ever seen, like sand, so exotic and sexy. The contrast against her dark skin was stunning. Note to self, avoid them at all costs, or I would be unable to control the raging hard-on I am about to be sporting. The girls laughed and chatted about the massage. Honestly, I heard nothing of what they were chatting about. I couldn't stop watching her smile and interact with her friends. I had to have her. When we finished eating, I began to clear the table and she started to stand. I held my hand on her bare shoulder and shook my head. I got this. You sit and relax. Her friends were on their best behavior. I could tell they were a pretty classy crew. I kept their glasses full of wine and then I loaded the dishwasher. She held her hand over her glass and smiled. I leaned down and whispered, "Your last 3 have been water. So have mine." She smiled as she looked up at me and nodded. Damn, her eyes were amazing. I sat back down, reached under the table, and took her hand. She closed her eyes for a moment and inhaled a slow, deep breath. By the time the wine was gone, the 3 girls were yawning. As they lazily talked about their leaving the next day and for staying, I smirked and sat back in my chair. Each of them gave me a hug before they left. When 4 hugged me, I held her a bit longer than I should have. "See you later?" Her beautiful eyes widened and I saw a bit of fear flash in her eyes. Damn, I was moving too fast. If not, that's fine too, just figured you and I could spend some time together when your friends leave. I hesitated, hoping she'd say something. Anything. If this doesn't feel right, then that's fine. If it does, come back. Either way, I've enjoyed the little time we've had together. Thank you. She turned and walked away. What the hell just happened? Women didn't normally walk away from me. I paced around the fucking kitchen looking out the window for a half hour. When she didn't show, I headed outside with a bottle of wine, not sure whether to drink it or throw it against the fucking house. Instead, I grabbed a board from the garage and stalked out to the beach. I pulled the cork out and sat in the still night air looking at the ocean. I laid back looking up at the sky on this otherwise beautiful night and fuck that. I was wasting time. I had 5 days tops before I was back on the shore, and I hadn't even gotten laid. I gulped the rest of the bottle down, threw my shirt off, grabbed my board, and headed into the water. I paddled out and sat in the still water for a while. Tomorrow, irresponsible, reckless, I don't give a fuck behavior awaits. I paddled back to shore, ready to take on Fort Lauderdale. As I got closer, I noticed a beautiful, curvy body walking towards me. I paddled a little faster when I saw who it was. I loved how the moonlight lit her face up. I shoved the board into the sand and stormed towards her. Dick hard, heart racing, head buzzing, and not ready or willing to take no for an answer. I stopped when I was a foot from her and looked at her. Tell me your name. 4. Do you need mine? She shook her head. Neptune. Do you know what I'm about to do to you? She nodded her head quickly up and down. Say it, 4. I knew I was going to burst as soon as she did. Make love to me. No, 4. What do you want from me? She swallowed hard. I want you to fuck me. I stepped into her and grabbed the back of her head. I held her so that I wouldn't knock her over, then pulled her by the hair, forcing her to look up at me. Did you bring protection? I was already out of breath. No. So was she. Are you on the pill? I pulled her dress up and over her head. We're in public. She tried to pull it down. Private beach. She let go and I pulled it off. I dropped to my knees and ran my nose across her white silky panties before dipping my tongue just under her waistband. Oh, dear God. Her knees started to tremble. No, sweetheart. It's Neptune, god of the sea, and I see exactly what I want. I tore her panties off, grabbed one leg, and threw it over my shoulder. I inhaled her scent and rubbed my tongue between her moist folds. I had never tasted a pussy as good. Oh, God. I sucked on her sweet lips and then licked up her wet slit deeper. You need to lie down while I taste you, 4. Then I'm gonna fuck you so hard you'll need an ice pack between your legs tomorrow. And I won't apologize when I take you again. Jesus. Oh, God. I cupped her ass with one hand, lifted her, and laid her on the sand, my mouth never leaving her. I plunged my tongue into her, licked up to her throbbing little nub, and then sucked until her body fell apart against my face. She lay shaking, and I kissed up her belly and took those sweet little tits in my mouth until she cried out. You been tested lately? Yes, but... I pulled myself free and rubbed against her opening. You STD-free, 4? Because I am, and I want in so fucking badly I can't stand it anymore. I licked her hard little nipple again and she yelled out the one word I needed to hear. Yes! I'm gonna fuck you and come all over that sexy stomach of yours, sweetheart. Say yes. I rubbed my cock against her still trembling nub, and she screamed out again. Oh, please, yes, please. I pushed into her a little. Fuck, you're tight. I licked her tits, reached between us, and rubbed her clit until she pushed into my hand and cock. I'll try to go in easy, 4. I don't want to tear you apart. Just bruise you a little. I leaned up and kissed her as I held myself up with one hand. She moaned and I licked into her mouth further. I gasped when she bucked her hips up against me. I need in. Hang on, sweetheart. I rammed into her and her pussy clenched around me. I stopped when I felt I was bottoming out. Oh, she whimpered. Can you take more? Please, oh please. That's all I needed. I pumped into her repeatedly. She dug her nails into my ass as I continued pounding into her hot little pussy until I felt her tighten around me and scream out her orgasm again. I hit it harder and faster as she lay limp beneath me. I stilled for a moment until I realized there was no way to stop the white-hot lightning from pumping out of my cock. I pulled out just in time to spill my cum all over her belly, marking her. She lay panting beneath me. I picked her up, and she leaned her head into my chest and held her arms loosely around my neck. I carried her into the water to clean off my cum, even though I didn't want to. I knelt and rinsed as she panted against my chest. You'll stay with me tonight, Yeah, she whispered. You all right? Yes. I don't know if I'll be able to control myself. I bent and licked her tits, pulling one of her perfectly alert nipples with my teeth. She whimpered. There's no way in hell I'll control myself. You are so fucking beautiful. You too. She nuzzled into me and held on a little tighter. I kissed her sexy full lips as I stood up and carried her towards the house. The board, she reminded me. Tomorrow I'll be eating your sweet wet pussy in the water as you're sprawled out on it. The board stays.
Running. Nicolette. The cool ocean breeze against my heated skin caused me to tremble. He looked down at me, and his jaw flexed as his deep, throaty hum swept over me. The sound vibrated throughout my entire body and made me feel completely out of control. This beautiful man had given me more pleasure in the last 15 minutes than I'd had my entire life. My body was still responding to him, and I was so afraid that I would moan or whimper, making him even more aware of the power he wielded over me after just one encounter. I had never been loud in bed, nor begged a man for anything. My insides had never burned so intensely, needing to be filled. But with him, I'd lost all control. As my feet touched the floor in front of the bed, I struggled to stand. Steady, sweetheart. He held my waist as I looked up into his beautiful blue eyes. That's better. My dress. You won't be needing it for a while. His arm snaked around my waist, and he pulled me closer to him. My panties. Destroyed. His lips met mine, but he didn't kiss me. He just held them against me. Only now did I notice the alcohol on his breath. 4. He took in a deep breath through his teeth. I've had a bit more to drink than I had promised myself I would have when you and I happened. I attempted to pull away from his embrace, but he grabbed the back of my head. Don't. His lips covered mine, and immediately I was lost. The heat began filling me again. My body hummed as his tongue sought entrance into my mouth. I gave it willingly. His tongue stroked up and down my own, causing me to whimper, and him to groan as he ravaged my mouth. His hands now moved back down my body and came to rest on my butt. He squeezed and pulled outward, spreading me. I grasped at his strong shoulders, trying to steady myself, hold myself together. My tongue began stroking his in long licks, tasting him as he had done to me. He tasted of crisp wine and something else. Me. Never before had I been as turned on to the point that I needed more in a kiss. Not like this. I bravely let my hand slide down his arms and then lower. I held his hips and then allowed one hand to make its way lower, and I took hold of his rock-hard erection. He immediately lifted me, forcing my hands to grab his shoulders again. I need to taste you again, For. No talking. Let me give you pleasure. He lowered me to the bed and knelt before me. He spread my legs wide and looked up at me. Your pussy is absolutely stunning. I closed my eyes, embarrassed of being spread in front of him in the dimly lit room. His fingers spread me, and his hum played to the most private and intimate part of my body. Look at me. He lifted my leg and bent my knee gently as he placed my foot on the bed so that it was beside me, and he pushed the other leg to the side, spreading me even more. Never seen anything so fucking beautiful, he whispered as he rubbed his finger up and down my seam. When he looked up, I knew he hadn't intended on me hearing those words. For a brief moment, his self-confident, sexually charged gaze gave way to something more, and in one blink of my eyes, his mouth covered my opening as he sucked harshly on my sensitive skin. He pulled away and looked up. Watch me devour you, sweetheart. His tongue plunged deep inside of me, and his hands gripped my thighs, forcing them apart even more. I watched because he said so, and I watched because I had never witnessed, felt, or encountered such a hungry, sexual man. His mouth worked me into ecstasy and a state of orgasmic bliss. His tongue caressed and then dove deep into me. His lips sucked and tugged at mine. Then a finger pushed into me and curled up, and then another entered, causing me to take in a deep breath. I held his shoulders just like I was holding my breath, fearing I would scream and fall back, fearing that I would break the contact our eyes made. I couldn't look away if I wanted to. His eyes held mine captive as his finger pushed in further, curling, turning, touching every part deep inside. The sensation, the places he hit me made me lose myself completely and fully. I fought, fearing another orgasm so soon would take my breath away. He sensed my concern, touching every part deep inside. The sensation, the places he hit made me lose myself completely and fully. I fought, fearing another orgasm so soon would take my breath away. He sensed my concern. Let go, he commanded. With Neptune, it was much more than pleasure. My breathing became erratic, and my need to come was so immediate, I couldn't hold back or delay my release. Oh, God! I screamed out as it burst, rippling throughout my entire body. That's it. His fingers continued torturing and pleasing me. More. Give me more. I felt my insides contract around his fingers, and I couldn't stop myself from slowly falling onto the bed as I screamed out incomprehensible words of pleasure and praise. His fingers slowed at the same speed my breaths did. Perfect, he whispered, as his fingers pulled out of me and his hands grasped my ankles. He gently rolled me onto my stomach as I continued lying almost lethargically, still falling like a feather from orgasm. He cupped my bottom, not too hard, but not gently. His strong hands caressed and then squeezed, caressed and squeezed repeatedly. After several minutes, the concept of time was lost on me. I started to move. Not another inch. His voice carried a soft demand. Stay right there. His hands left my body, yet I felt his eyes burning into my backside. I looked over my shoulder. Eyes forward. His heated gaze washed over me, just like his command. Not an inch. Do you understand? Yes, but... No buts. He chuckled to himself, and then he grabbed me firmly, one hand on each cheek, and spread me. Fucking beautiful. And then he let go. I heard him walking out of the room, and I wanted to stand, to cover myself, to do anything but lay there exposed. My modesty tried to overcome my body's desire to let this sexual god have what he asked for without getting anything in return, but it was in vain. That's a very good girl. He sat at my side with a glass of amber liquor in his hand and a bottle in the other, gazing over my body. He put the glass to his lips and threw it back, all of it. Drink? He asked as he refilled the glass. I shook my head. Are you all right? I nodded. Words, please. He smiled slightly. I am. All right. Good. Then we'll continue, if that's all right with you. He drank down the glass again and hissed when the liquor hit his throat. I've never been able to drink whiskey. I started to roll over, and he let out a chuckle. No, stay just like this. His hand cupped my chin, and his thumb rubbed across my lip. Can you close your eyes this time for me, beautiful? Close your eyes and just feel every pleasure I'm about to give you. I don't know. No. His head cocked to the side. I didn't answer, and he stood up and walked behind me. Do you trust that I won't hurt you? I did until just now, I answered honestly. Because of the question, of course. How stupid of me. I won't hurt you for. I heard him say behind me, but I tried my best to focus forward. It's the least I could do. He lay on his side next to me and rolled me onto mine. His arm snaked around me, and he pulled me closer to him. I felt his erection rubbing against my stomach. You'll be okay. He kissed my head. I promise. I opened my eyes and looked up at him. He rubbed my back and kissed my forehead. This should have been a sober conversation. I'm sober. I swallowed. You have me at a disadvantage. I am not used to that. He gently pushed my shoulder so I was lying on my back. He held up a fisted hand that held within it something black. Normally I'm better prepared, so this will have to do for now. He opened his hand, revealing a black tie. He held his empty hand out for me. I hesitated, unsure whether I wanted to play this game. Trust me. His hushed words were no less demanding than the ones used before. What's this for? To help you focus. On what? He reached down and took my hand, pulling me up. Pleasure. I didn't speak as he bent down, resting his forehead against mine. You are a beautiful woman, For. By the end of our time together, I'm going to show you just how much I enjoy you. This is nothing more than a tool of focus. You'll focus on feeling tonight. You won't see me as I eye-fuck your pretty ass and your sweet pussy. This, For, is a way for you to escape your inhibitions, a way to open up to me even more than you already have. For the next few days, I'm going to use your body, take pleasure from your beauty, and give you orgasm after orgasm, pleasure after pleasure, and possibly delve a little bit further into the erotic unknown. For the next few days, I am going to own your body. I should have said something. I should have objected. But before my jumbled thoughts could be formed into words, I was blindfolded and rolled onto my stomach. He pulled me to the very edge of the bed. As my feet touched the ground, he spread me again. What are your limits? His voice was direct. What do you mean? I felt his lips touch the base of my spine and then travel down. His tongue rubbed at the peak of my backside split. Is this all right? No further. My voice squeaked. So no anal play whatsoever? No. Anal play? Oh, dear Lord, what have I gotten myself into? Boy next door? No, not even. His tongue dipped a little further, and I tried to pull forward. His hands gripped my waist. No means no, For. I won't touch there until I know that's what you want. I won't want that. He let out a deep chuckle. Okay. He leaned over me, kissing my neck softly. I felt him bite my cheek and then lick before his finger pushed between my folds. I took in a deep breath and held it until I couldn't any longer. His finger curled up inside me, hitting an unfamiliar spot, and my knees buckled immediately. He hissed, "That feels good, doesn't it? Don't hold back on me, For. I found your magic button." I scooted forward, trying to escape the pleasure and pressure building so intensely. "Stop, please." Before I could finish protesting, his finger left me, leaving an unexpected emptiness, and he pulled the blindfold off. The bed dipped beside me, and I looked up as his dark, smoldering eyes stared into mine. "I'm sorry." I didn't know what else to say. "Don't be." His gaze drifted down my body, and his jaw clenched. I had disappointed him, and for some illogical reason, I too was disappointed. He closed his eyes, ran his hands through his hair, and leaned back on his elbows. "I haven't had time to date in a while. I'm a gentleman, For. I truly am. However, I want to do so much to you that isn't gentlemanlike in the next few days." He stopped and took in a deep breath. "I won't hold back. I can't. Not with you. You are the epitome of sexy. Your body, your face, your eyes, your taste, your response. I want to devour you." I pulled the blanket from the side of the bed and covered myself. "I see," he whispered. "See what?" "You. How many men have you been with?" "Excuse me?" I squeaked out. "I apologize if I offended you. I just don't think you're very experienced, and now I feel like I'm rushing you. But, For, I know exactly what I can do to you and for you." He stood and pulled down the blankets. "Tomorrow, For, I'll be sober, and you'll remember everything I have given you tonight. You'll crave it. Tonight, you should rest. You'll need it for what I have planned." Like a fool, I did as he asked. What the hell was wrong with me? Here I was in bed with a man I hardly knew, allowing him to blindfold me, torture me with pleasure, and I wanted more, so much more that it scared me.
The note. Abe. I lay next to her and watched her roll to her side, her back to me. Not the position I expected nor desired. I pushed her beautiful thick black hair over her shoulder and pulled her back against my chest. She didn't fight it, and after a few kisses to the back of her head, she relaxed against me. "Thank you," I whispered. "You're welcome." "Are you cold?" "Not anymore." "Glad to hear it." I reached down, pulled the blanket up around her, and pulled her against me even tighter. "You have a million tiny goosebumps right here." I kissed her neck, and her back arched, causing her to push her tight round ass against me. "For I'm all right with you resting, but might I remind you my restraint is already being tested by your sexy body. Add to that alcohol, and I am hanging on by a thread here." "Sorry," she breathed out. "Not yet you aren't," I chuckled. She didn't respond. I assumed she was asleep, so I decided to follow suit. Tomorrow was going to be one hell of a day. I woke in an empty bed and thought I heard the water running in the bathroom. I was also sure I had a big fucking headache and wasn't ready to be awake. The sun hadn't even come up yet. I looked down at the tented sheet and decided I needed to drain that before Four thought I was even more freaky than she already did. I hated calling her Four. Today we will be exchanging names, I thought as I got up and made my way to the bathroom. I knocked, and when no one answered, I walked in, thinking she may have gone next door to see her friends off. When I came out, I saw a note on the nightstand. Neptune, thank you for a memorable night. I had to cut my trip short and return home to take care of a few things before I take my next step in this crazy journey called life. I didn't want to wake you. You looked very peaceful. I won't forget you. XOXOXO 4. I must have read the note 3 or 4 times before folding it up neatly and shoving it in my bag, because I didn't want to forget either. I spent the next 2 days on my board and my nights sitting on the beach, drinking, and wondering what the fuck it was I wanted from my life. Was my role as CFO of Steel Incorporated worth not trusting in humanity? Questioning everyone's motives? Not allowing them to know who I am? I slammed another beer and decided right then and there not to doubt myself, and not to let anyone in because I would not give up control. I was control. The next morning I called and changed my flight and packed my bags. I wanted to go home. I didn't let anyone else know I was back at the shore. I didn't want Carly to get all crazy or the Steel boys to think I didn't trust that they could handle the company. I knew they could. Never doubted it. The only thing I ever doubted was them handling their dicks, and well, now I wasn't too sure I could handle mine. I must have scared the fuck out of 4. No other explanation for her ditching. Never had that shit happen before. Maybe it was karma's way of kicking my ass for sticking up for my boys all those years. Or maybe she was one of those girls who just liked to fuck. Well, Karma and I were now on fucked up terms because I didn't appreciate that shit at all. I walked into the pub and Pops was pouring a draft for old Sal, one of the locals. "There's my boy," Pop's voice boomed through the air. "You back where you should be, Abe? Ready to take over and let your old man retire?" Sal was always busting my balls, telling me I needed to lose the tie and get behind the bar. "Sal, you're looking good," I lied. The poor old son of a bitch was practically yellow, which was a big indicator that his liver was on the fritz. "That your fancy suit-wearing way of trying to shut me up, boy?" He hacked. "No, sir, not at all." I walked around the bar and gave my Pops a hug. "How you doing?" "Doing well, boy, doing well," he chuckled and hugged me back. "Mom, how's she?" "Still here." "You should stop by and see her. Been a week, Abe. That's not like you, you know." "I will as soon as I leave here." I grabbed a beer and stood against the bar. "O'Donnell's Pub is a landmark, son." Sal was starting the same damn spiel he gave me every time I walked in the door. "This place has been here for 75 years, not always with the O'Donnell name, but—" He gave my Pops the same look he always did at this point in the story. "You ever gonna get over that, Sal?" Pops laughed. "You should never have changed the name." Pops chuckled. "I gave Shaw a choice. I either keep you or I keep the name. I kept you." Sal, honest to God, came with the place. He was a damn landmark and a legend at this establishment. Just ask him. He'll tell you. "Next thing you know, you'll be getting rid of corned beef and cabbage on St. Patty's Day." He grumbled. "Got rid of the baseball team." "No one wanted to play anymore." Pops chuckled. "Brought in a lot of fine women folk on a Thursday night." He tipped back his beer and finished it. He stood and pulled on his hat. "You should bring back the baseball, boy. The least you could do to help out around here." When he walked out the door, Pops and I laughed. "You ever gonna tell him he's not Irish, Pops?" "And break his heart? No, thank you," Pops laughed. I looked around at the empty pub. "Business been slow, Pops?" "We're getting by." He gave me his generic answer. "I make a lot of money, Pops, enough to pay for—" "I make enough money to take care of me and my Margaret." "I know. You also paid for my schooling. I want to pay you back." "Your mother and I told you you do well in school and we pay for college. You did well." He nodded. "Things change though, Pops. Nothing's changed, son. We're still us. I didn't want to upset him, but I wanted to do something. You up to sponsoring a baseball team? You don't want to play ball. He chuckled. If you're not up to it, Steele can. You want to play ball, boy, you'll play for O'Donnell's Pub. His face lit up. You think you can get a roster filled up by Monday night? League starts Thursday. I can, and I won't just fill a roster. Pops, I'm gonna win the trophy. I know you can, he laughed. I know you can. I walked into Steele on Friday, and no one noticed until I stood at the elevator. Good morning, Mr. O'Donnell, the receptionist yelled in unison. Good morning, ladies, I said as I walked onto the elevator. I rode up to the 5th floor and stepped off. The floor secretary wasn't at her desk. I walked down the hall to my office and opened the door. Fuck, when did you get back? Xander hissed at me. A few days ago. What are you doing in my... Nothing. Could you give me a minute? He looked pissed. Fuck you, Z. Abe, I am asking nicely, he said through clenched teeth. Just a few minutes. There was a black heel sticking out from under my desk. Don't you have your own office? Fuck, Xander. I turned around and walked out of my office. Fuck. I shot Jace, Cyrus, and Xavier a text asking that they come up to my office and immediately shut off the phone. I didn't want the, "What the fuck are you doing back?" text annoying me any more than I was right now. Fucking Steels. It wasn't long before Xander and Becca walked out of my damn office with his arm wrapped around her waist and her head buried in his chest, no doubt hiding from embarrassment. It's all yours, Abe. Xander chuckled, and Becca's muffled giggle erupted from against his chest. Is there a problem with your office? Variety is the spice of life, isn't it, kitten? Xander ran his hand down her back and rested it on her ass. She looked up at him. I need to use the ladies' room. A kiss first. He pulled her against him and kissed her. Damn, I taste good. She giggled as she walked away. Xander looked at me and smirked. Don't do that shit again, or so help me God, I will be working at the pub. Like hell you will, I heard Jace from behind me. I turned and saw him, Cyrus, and Xavier getting off the elevator. I need a favor. I motioned them to my office. Before I sat, I looked at Xander, and he smirked. Is it safe to sit down? Yeah, he laughed. Just don't reach under your desk. That sticky shit probably ain't gum. I jumped up. You better be fucking joking, man. He laughed out loud. Yeah, I am. Gotcha. What the hell is going on? Jace asked. You playing in his office now, Z? Cyrus laughed. He was supposed to be out of town for another week. Xander winked. Is this gonna take long? Talon and I were gonna head home for lunch. Xavier looked at his watch. You should just have a picnic at Abe's desk. Z already did. Cyrus chuckled. Xander and Cyrus high-fived, and I saw Jace's smug ass trying not to join in. He knew I was annoyed. Clear Thursday nights from 6 to 8. We're gonna play ball. Baseball pants? Becca giggled as she walked into my office. Xander grabbed her hand and pulled her against him. That make you... Z started. All right, enough, I interrupted. I don't ask for much, okay? But this, I need this. Play ball for an hour and go to the pub for an hour. Is that too much to ask? None of them said a word. They all looked at me like I had lost my fucking mind. Kitten, why don't I meet you in my office? I think I need to take care of Abe. He winked. Once she left, Jay shut the door. What the hell has gotten into you? Nothing. I am simply asking for a favor. You know we're in, bro. Just chill, okay? Xavier smiled. Why the fuck did you come back so soon, man? You need a fucking break. Cyrus scowled at me. I had enough relaxation, all right? Did you get laid? Xander acted like he was truly concerned, and Jace laughed. What, man? Seriously, Abe, you need... Of course I got laid. What the fuck? I shuffled some papers around on my desk. I didn't want to talk about this shit. Bad lay? Cyrus tried to keep a straight face, and I rolled my eyes. You want to talk about it? Jace asked in his most fake sympathetic voice. I didn't grow a vagina, Jace. There's nothing to talk about. I got fucked and then she went wherever she lives. You don't know where she lives? Jace gasped. It really wasn't necessary. I opened the drawer to my desk and grabbed a file that I could work on over the weekend. I looked up and they were all staring at me, all looking concerned, which pissed me off. I'm out. Bullshit, man, spill it. Jace leaned on my desk. I knew I wasn't getting away that easy. The house I rented wasn't private. It had a shared pool, courtyard, and beach access with one next door. 4-girl. Oh, shit. Xander groaned and sat at the conference table. No, Z, I don't play that way. I walked around my desk, sat at the table, and leaned back in my chair. Number 4, last one to show up. Was she hot? Xavier asked as he sat. Hell yes, she was hot. What was her name? Cyrus sat too. 4. That's a fucked up name. Jace sat next to me. We decided no names, just a vacation thing, you know? I rolled my neck. One hot as hell night. Perhaps I was a little controlling and may have made comments alluding to the next 3 days that I suppose could make a girl hot and wet. Xander wagged his eyebrows. No, man. Scared. Scared? Xavier laughed. She wasn't all that experienced, I explained. Did she cry? Xander asked. See, what the fuck? No, she didn't cry. Then what happened? Jace asked, looking at his watch. When I woke, she was gone. Never got a name. She left a note saying something came up at home. I think that's bullshit. I think I freaked her out. Did she come? Xander asked. Fuck yes, Z, you writing a book? Maybe I should, called The Importance of Bondage. That way your chicks wouldn't run away while you're sleeping. We all laughed, which only encouraged Z. You were like Grease the movie. Summer lovin' happened so fast. Shut up, Z, I laughed. She Australian? No, I laughed. Did you kiss her down under? Okay, I'm done here. I'll see you Monday. You guys want to get together to throw a ball around over the weekend? Dude, just 'cause she left you doesn't mean we gotta play with your balls. Cyrus laughed. Jace's cell rang and he answered. I was just about to walk out the door when he said, Hold up. I waited until he hung up. You remember the newspaper, The Shore? Yeah, why? What's up? All that media attention about us Steel Boys being the most eligible bachelors? Of course, what's the point? You're all married. No, Xavier isn't yet, and apparently Abe O'Donnell, CFO of Steel Incorporated, just bumped up to number 1. They want an interview. Tell them no. We need to do something. They were following Talon the other day. Freaked her out, so I kind of... You kind of what, X? This ought to be good. Caught up to them, and when Talon parked at the grocery store, I pulled in and pulled the photographer out of his van. Why the fuck would you do that shit? Why the fuck wouldn't I? He snapped. So we need to make nice, Jace interrupted. Do the damn interview. It'll do us all a favor. And who knows, maybe you'll find one who won't run away, Xander chuckled. When? There was a knock on the door, and Jace flashed a big smile. I am not ready for this, Jace. I'm in jeans, man. I pointed to my bathroom. Give me 5 minutes. I walked away, shaking my head. I grabbed my spare suit. Yes, I keep a spare in the office, and threw it on. I combed my hair and wet it a little. Good enough, I thought. When I came out, the woman was sitting at the conference table with her back to me. I walked around to the empty spot between Jace and Xander and sat. Thank you for meeting with me, Mr. I finally looked up and into sandy brown eyes and a very stunned reporter. I didn't say a word, and neither did she. "Sandy?" Xander whispered. "Danny?" Xavier chuckled. This was not cool at all. "O'Donnell," I nodded. "Abe O'Donnell." "Right, Abe, O'Donnell." She looked mortified. "And your name?" "Nicolette." "Your last name? I want to keep this professional." I don't know why, but I felt anger brewing inside of me. I kept my eyes locked onto hers, enjoying the hell out of her discomfort. The girl who left the note, 4, was here to interview me. Karma wasn't so bad after all.
Unwilling subject. Nicolette. The way he looked at me made me squirm in my seat. I was lucky to have gotten this internship, and if I messed up my first assignment, I would probably spend the semester in the mailroom. "Bassett, Nicolette, Miss Bassett." I stammered like a complete idiot. "Miss or Mrs.?" he asked, and the others chuckled. As unprepared as I was for this, I was determined to do my job and do it well. "Miss, I'm an intern for the shore and was asked to—" I stopped and looked down as I fumbled in my briefcase for something to write with. And paper. I needed paper, too. I looked up briefly, and all 4 men were staring at me. "I'm sorry, I'm normally better prepared." They looked skeptically at me. "Inexperienced, huh?" One of the men chuckled. I made eye contact with the one who laughed. "You're Xander Steele, right? From the picture at the airport that brought this all on." "Yes. The woman, Rebecca, in the picture is now my wife." "Congratulations." "Thank you." He sat back. "We'll make sure Abe goes easy on you, Nicolette." Another one laughed. "And you're Xavier?" "Sure am. You need to tell those motherfuckers if they keep chasing my fiancé around, I am gonna tear shit up." "I understand how you must feel. I can assure you it wasn't the shore who has taken the pictures, but with Mr.—" I looked over at him. Neptune, again forgetting his last name, which was completely embarrassing. "O'Donnell. His last name is O'Donnell. He's not that unforgettable, is he?" "You're Cyrus?" "The one and only." He nodded. "All right, I'm gonna go jet. Go see how my wife is doing. I'm sure I'm leaving you in capable hands with Mr. O'Donnell, but if you need anything, let me know." And with that, he left. "I'm out too." Xavier stood up and shook my hand. "Nice meeting you, Nicolette. I'll be leaving around 4. Until then, look me up if you need anything." He walked out of the room, chuckling. I looked quickly away and at the man sitting next to Mr. O'Donnell. "I'm Jace, Abe's best friend and business associate." He reached over and shook my hand. "You're pretty damn lucky to be in his hands and not one of those 3 characters. He'll take care of you. Abe's a gentleman." Jace stood and looked at his brother. "Let's leave them to it." As soon as the door shut behind Jace, I felt my whole body tense. Abe stood and unbuttoned his gray suit coat. I turned as he shrugged it off and threw it over the desk. He walked to the door with a different confidence than what I saw in Florida, but his body was no different. Long and lean. I knew exactly what was underneath, and "Miss Bassett." He interrupted my very immoral thoughts. "Yes?" I asked. "I'll walk you out." He opened the door, and I sat looking at him. "I don't understand." "Unlike the 4. He paused. "Men who just left. I have no interest in—" He waved his hand flippantly in the air. "Doing this. But let's go." He turned his back to me. It took several moments for me to organize the thoughts in my head, hoping to make any sort of... "Abe," I pleaded. Finally, a name. "Mr. O'Donnell." He turned and looked at me. "Of course." I stood fumbling with the pad and pen I had just pulled out of my briefcase. I walked to the door he held open. I followed him to the elevator, and he pushed the button to the ground floor a few times before his hands fisted and he shoved them into his pockets. He was angry, and I was out of sorts. Once we stepped into the elevator, he pushed the button to close the door and then walked to the far corner, seemingly to get as far as he could from me. I had to do something, say something. I wasn't sure which subject to broach first, the time in Florida or the fact that I needed this interview. "Mr. O'Donnell," I said as I turned to him. He leaned against the wall with his hands still shoved in his pockets. "I need this interview." He said nothing, simply looked at me. "I know this is awkward," I continued as he remained silent. His eyebrow shot at the word awkward. "Will you please say something?" I whispered. The door opened, and when he walked past me and out into the reception area, I followed. He walked briskly out the front doors. When I caught up, he stopped and turned to me. "Nice seeing you again, Miss Bassett." And he nodded to the parking lot. "Please just listen to me." "I'm a very busy man," he started. "Why are you acting like this?" "I'm at work. This is a professional environment, and this, Miss Bassett, is not an act. This is who I am. I don't have time to spend answering questions about my preferences and what I'm looking for in women, and certainly not to you. Good day." He nodded towards the parking lot again. "You keep speaking about professionalism. Have I given you any reason to believe I will be anything but professional?" "It's a bit more complicated than that, now isn't it, Miss Bassett?" I was not sure how to fix this, but I couldn't walk away with nothing. I had 2 weeks to write this story, and I was not going to fail. "Thank you for your time, Mr. O'Donnell. I will just go ahead and write it without your input." I was calling his bluff and crossing my fingers that he would stop me as I walked away. I made it all the way across the parking lot to my car before I finally looked back and watched him walk into the building. I observed the Steel Incorporated building, a place made famous by the infamous Men of Steel brothers I had read so much about. I couldn't understand how they had kept Abe O'Donnell a secret. The only pictures that popped up in any search engine were of him with shades and a ball cap on. I couldn't believe that I didn't recognize the man who I had dreamt about for a week. A man who had invaded my dreams and woke me up in the middle of the night, feeling regretful over leaving his bed the way I did. It was unbelievable that I would run into him the way I had. It was even more unbelievable that my future as a journalist would end before it even began because he refused to do this interview. I had landed this internship and maneuvered my entire schedule around, begged professors to allow me to finish classes online, and gave up my entire summer in hopes of making a name for myself. I was trying to break into a male-dominated world, sports journalism, and they handed me a vanity assignment, hoping I would fail, and they could pretend they had given me a shot. I had to do something. I watched the entrance of the building, wishing I could convince him to do the interview, at the same time as I tried to convince myself that my desire for his sexual dominance over me would go away. The draw was inexplicable. I was sure the more I saw the real man and not the laid-back, sexually charged surfer I had spent the hottest, most fulfilling night of my life with, the more the draw would fade, or at least become manageable. 2 hours later, and I was ready to go back to my apartment and pack up. Then he walked out of the building. He wore jeans and a t-shirt. He looked so different. yet still so tempting. I watched him walk through the lot, pull a key fob out, and push the button unlocking the Land Rover in the row marked restricted parking. He jumped in and backed out. I started up my little Elantra and nosed out of my spot, making sure I stayed far enough behind him that he wouldn't spot me. I was 3 cars behind him and at a light when he signaled right. I followed further behind, afraid he would see me with no cars between us. He pulled into the parking lot of an old warehouse-type building, and I pulled over and watched as he leaned over and hit a code on an intercom or security system. The large gate door opened, and he pulled in, and the gate closed behind him. I sat and watched the building as the sun began setting. A cab pulled up in front, and a woman in a black coat exited the back seat, and the gate opened, revealing a shirtless Abe O'Donnell in basketball shorts and bare feet. He greeted her with a kiss on the cheek, and then he turned and walked inside a garage. As the garage door closed, I saw him grab her rear end, and she looked up at him. Before what I assume was a kiss was exchanged, the door closed. I knew something was questionable about his actions that night. Something too good to be true. He was not single, and he was hiding it from the world. He had used me. Well, maybe not. It was just like he had said. A vacation fling. We didn't even exchange names. When I realized that I wasn't able to not feel for him after the night we spent, I left. I couldn't face him the next day. I wouldn't be able to spend the next few days with him without feeling something deeper. And even now that I knew we were in the same area, even if he wasn't of the cheating kind, I would never allow a man to own me or my body, regardless of how unbelievably good it felt. Experienced or not, I knew that to be true. When I discussed it with the girls, as I literally threw my belongings in my bags, they admitted to never have experienced a man like that. Although Lainey told me I was crazy to leave, she did understand. 2 hours later, and I was still sitting in my car, watching the building as I looked at my iPhone and posted to the girls and my blog. I saw lights coming up the road and watched as a cab pulled up and the front gate opened again. He was handing her something. She gave him a peck on the cheek and turned around to look at her hand. Oh my God! He gave her money. He gave her a stack of money. I knew it because when she pushed it into her bra, there was a slight bulge that disappeared when she pulled her coat around her and tied it. The gate didn't close this time, and I was sure he was looking in my direction when another car pulled up. And yes, with a woman driver. Dirty bastard. It was dark, but a shorter woman got out of the car, and he greeted her with a hug and kissed her cheek. He opened the back door and grabbed a few bags, and she took a few too. Before the gate shut, he looked back toward my car. I don't know what possessed me. Curiosity, I suppose, to stay for any longer. But after 20 more minutes, I was ready to leave when the gate opened again. The Land Rover exited and headed my way. I sunk down in my seat until I was nearly on the floor while waiting to see taillights in the rear view. I sat up quickly, turned on my car, did a U-turn, and hit the gas so that I could catch up to Abe O'Donnell. All the false feelings I had for him quickly turned to disgust and fear. I had unprotected sex with him. I wasn't an irresponsible girl, not ever, but I had made a horrible mistake, and I would be damned if I didn't confront him. He pulled down into a street that was off a main road and not as well lit. Dear God, where was he going now? Drugs. Oh, please don't let him be into that as well. He pulled into an alley, and I slowed down so that I could look to see if it were a dead end or a pass-through. To my shock and horror, his reverse light shone, and I started to back up. I began to panic and drove faster as I watched in my mirror as he sped up. I looked up, and the traffic light ahead had turned red. Oh, dear Lord, please don't let him notice. I silently prayed as I tried to grab my phone off the passenger seat to call someone to take my mind off the chaos that I seemed to be causing. A loud thump on my window made me jump and scream. I looked over and saw a pair of furious blue eyes in my window. Oh, why, I thought as I rolled down my window.
You care to tell me what the hell you're doing?
He snapped. Getting my story, I answered as calmly as I could.
How the hell is that going for you?
Well, if you must know, I'm pretty disgusted with myself and wondering if there is anything I should be worried about.
How about a harassment charge?
He spat. My jaw dropped, and he continued.
Let's add stalking to that, and throw in a little...
I interrupted him when I looked in my mirror, trying to avoid the furious glare of his blue eyes, and saw someone get in the vehicle behind me. Abe?
Mr. O'Donnell,
he corrected in a condescending tone. I watched as the Land Rover peeled out around us. Is that...
You've got to be fucking kidding me. Move over, Miss Bassett.
But...
Now, damn it.
I moved, and he jumped into the driver's seat, and his knees hit the dash.
Fuck.
He peeled out and darted in and out of traffic as I pulled my seatbelt across my chest, snapping it just before he slammed on the brakes. He jumped out of the car and ran towards his vehicle, now stuck between two cars at another red light. I unbuckled and grabbed my phone and dialed 911. When I got up close, I saw Abe pulling the man from the driver's seat by his black hoodie. I saw the man pull something shiny out of his pocket. "Abe!" I screamed. "Watch out, he has a... Oh, God!" I dropped my phone and ran to him as he held his face and jumped back, avoiding the next jab.
You better do better than that next time, motherfucker.
Abe sneered at the man. The man looked at me and started towards me. I froze, then started to shake.
Nicolette, fucking move!
Abe lunged at him from behind, knocking him to the ground as I stood still, frozen. I saw the man reach for the knife he had dropped when he fell, and finally I was able to move to kick it out of his reach.
Fucking bitch!
The man yelled, and Abe's knee crushed down between his shoulder blades.
You don't talk to her like that, shitbag.
I don't remember hearing any other words exchanged between the two of them, as I watched blood pour down the side of Abe's face until the sound of sirens and other people talking surrounded me. I stood as still as a statue as I watched the cops handcuff the man as another talked to Abe. He turned and looked at me. I tried to move, but I wasn't able to. Not yet.
Miss Bassett.
Abe took a few steps to me.
You okay?
I blinked and then finally nodded.
She okay?
One of the officers asked. I cleared my throat and squeaked out a yes before tears sprang to my eyes. Abe looked horrified, and I started to turn away.
Hey, you're freaked out.
I'm fine. I wiped a tear, and he took my shoulders and turned me facing him.
Miss Nicolette, take a few breaths.
He gave a caring smile.
Come on, girl, before you hyperventilate.
As soon as the air filled my lungs, the shaking came, and then the tears fell like rain down my cheeks. He pulled me against his chest and held me while I cried.
You're all right,
he whispered in a very calm tone. After a few minutes, I stepped back and looked up, reaching up to wipe the blood off his face. The way he turned slowly away and closed his eyes was so different. He wasn't trying to stop me. It was something else. You're gonna have to go to the hospital, I said as more tears fell. He turned back and looked at me. His eyebrows turned in, and he wiped my tears.
I'll be fine.
A detective walked up to us.
You really shouldn't have run down a carjacker, O'Donnell. That's my vehicle, not his.
We have a slight problem in regards to your vehicle." "What?" he asked, as he wiped more of my tears. "There's a backpack filled with a bunch of shit that I assume is stolen, and some drugs. I want to take your vehicle in to make sure we get everything done by the book. This son of a bitch needs to go away for a while." "That's fine. I have a car." "You need a lift to your place?" "No." His hands finally left my face. "I'm going to drive Miss Bassett to her place. She's in no shape to drive." "Then head to the hospital?" Abe rolled his eyes. "It's a scratch." "I want pictures tonight. I'll ask you both to come to the station in the morning and file reports. Get her home," he said to Abe, and then looked back at me. "Clean that up, and if it's deep, make him go to the hospital." "Okay, Miss Bassett." Abe took my hand. "Let's have some pictures taken." And even after everything that happened, what did I do? Followed and did as he asked.
Jacked up. Abe. When I finished with Detective D'Angelo, I walked to Nicolette's car. She approached the driver's side. "You shouldn't be driving. You really should go to the—" She stopped when I took her hand and led her back to the passenger side of her vehicle and opened the door. She looked up at me with those sandy brown eyes as she sat down. She was nervous, and I knew it. Didn't like it, but there wasn't a damn thing I could do to change the opinion she had already formed about me. I got in and shut the door. "I'm going to need your address." 1273 Park Street, she answered quietly as she continued looking down. There was no music playing and no conversation. All there was silence. The wound on my head stung and pulsing. Son of a bitch got too damn close to my temple. For whatever reason, he missed, and I was damn glad of it. My pulse quickened as I drove and thought about what had gone down. Unreal. When I pulled onto Park Street, I slowed to look at the house numbers. The buildings were all the same, older homes that I assumed many years ago were single-family homes converted into apartments. "It's the next one on the left. You can pull in, my spot is all the way to the right." She pointed. When I shut off the engine, she turned and looked at me. "I'm sorry." "Wasn't your fault." Except it was. I got out of her vehicle, walked around, and opened her door. "You getting out?" "It was my fault, Abe. Mr. O'Donnell." "It's fine." I should have told her Abe was fine, but for some reason it wasn't. I liked her calling me Mr. O'Donnell. I reached in my pocket and grabbed my phone to call a cab. Son of a bitch, could this fucking night get any worse? "Mine's dead too," she whispered as she looked down at her phone. "Fuck." "I have a charger inside. I should have gotten a landline. My parents tried to make me because—" She stopped and looked up at me. "Come in, it shouldn't take long." I nodded and handed her the keys after hitting the button on the key fob to lock the doors. We walked to a side entrance that was too damn dark, and she unlocked the door and flipped a light switch. The light flickered on, and then the bulb blew. She looked over her shoulder. "It's the 3rd floor. Maybe the next floor will be lit. If my phone wasn't dead, I could use the flashlight app." "Does this happen often?" I took a step forward and bumped into her. "Sorry about—" "It's fine. The handrail is here." She reached back and took my elbow and moved it to the railing. "Got it?" "Yes." She let go of my arm, and I followed her very closely up the stairs. This was a very uncomfortable situation to be in. I was so angry at her for leaving Fort Lauderdale like she did, for showing up at my damn office, for not taking no for an answer, for spying on me, and for fucking following me tonight, causing me to get carjacked and nearly stabbed. Even more fucked up was that it scared the hell out of me that the piece of shit tried to get to her, and that she fell apart in my damn arms. It felt damn good to hold her, And that pissed me off too. She was after a fucking story. She was not interested in me. When we got to the second floor, the switch didn't work. "I'm sure it'll be fine on the third." Her voice was shaky. When we reached the third floor, the light didn't work. "I can't believe this happened again," she groaned. "Does it happen often?" "I've only been here a week, and it's happened twice," she grumbled. "If you put your hand on the wall, my apartment door is right up here." A bright light shone in our eyes. She jumped back startled and screamed into her hand. I grabbed her and shoved her behind me. "Nicolette? You okay, hon?" I heard a male voice ask. "She would be if you didn't just scare the hell out of her," I snapped. "I'm fine, Mr. "Thomas," he chuckled. "Looks like the lights are out again." "I see that," she said, trying to catch her breath. "You buy a flashlight yet?" "No, I didn't expect this to happen again." She seemed more relaxed and walked around me. "Take mine, hon, I have two." He handed her a flashlight. "Thanks, Thomas. That's very nice of you." "Oh, you don't have to say that. I would do anything for you, hon." This man was starting to irritate me a bit. "Nicolette, can we go inside, please?" She looked back at me and shook her head. "Thanks again, Thomas." She unlocked the door and we walked into her apartment. When she flipped the light switch, it didn't work. "I'll find some candles," she said, and then walked through the room with a flashlight. "If there's no electricity, the phone chargers won't do us any good." She walked back into the room and set the candles on the kitchen island. "I hadn't thought of that." "Do you know where the breaker box is?" "The what?" she asked as she lit a candle. I'll take that as a no. The soft glow of the candlelight illuminating her was enough to make my dick twitch and my heart beat a bit faster. "You need to come over here so I can see your cut," she said as she pulled out a bar stool. "The paramedics cleaned it after the pictures were taken." She shook her head no. "I said that I would look at it. That's what I told the officer. I promised him, and—" She was starting to sound nervous, almost panicky. "Miss Bassett, tonight was my fault. I know it's my fault. Why don't you pack a bag? I'll put you up in a hotel tonight. I can drive you home." Her voice broke. "I don't think you're in any shape to drive me home." She nodded as she took several deep breaths. "You could stay here." I shook my head no. "A hotel is a much better option, Miss—" "Nicolette. My name is Nicolette." "Right, let's get a bag packed." I took the flashlight and shined it around her apartment. It was nice, small but charming. The kitchen was stainless and the island a gray granite. The walls were a rose color. "You like pink?" "Uh-huh," she said as she followed me to the other end of the open living space. I shined the flashlight at the door. "This your room?" "Yes," she sniffed. Well, she certainly liked pink. The walls in the room were a very pale pink, I think, and the bedding was all covered in hot pink and what I think was white pillows. I looked away and at her. "Do you have an overnight bag?" She nodded and walked toward a closet to grab it. "This is unnecessary, truly." "I don't feel the same. You're obviously shaken, there's no electricity, you have no phone, and a neighbor who's more than a little strange." "He's nice," she said as she shoved clothes in her hot pink bag. "Sure." We finally made it to her car. I opened the door for her and she got in. It was only a 5-minute drive to the Hilton. When I parked, she was looking through her purse. "I can't believe I forgot my wallet. It has to be in here somewhere." "I offered to put you up for the night." "No, I can pay." She dug through her bag, pulled out her wallet, set it down, and ran her hands through her shiny black hair. "I can't accept that, but I don't want to be alone. Could I just take your couch?" I don't think that's a good idea.
Oh, right.
Her face flushed.
Your girlfriend.
Miss Bassett, I don't have...
It's Nicolette. My name is Nicolette, not Miss Bassett, not Four, not anything, but Nicolette or Nikki.
She was pissed, and it was kind of fucking sexy.
I know it was just a stupid fling, and I have no idea how I ended up being given this godforsaken assignment, but I can't mess it up, and I already have. After tonight, there is no way I could get you to do this for me. I even considered offering sexual favors, Mr. O'Donnell, but then I see you with that one woman, and then the one who lives with you, and I realized what Florida was, and...
I got out of the car, not wanting to hear another word. When I opened her door, she scowled at me and crossed her arms. Let's go get you settled. I have a slight headache, and your ranting about who you think I am isn't helping one bit. Let's go. I reached in and grabbed her bag, then took her hand and pulled her up. She tried pulling her hand away, and I took her by the waist, pulling her to my side.
Let go.
Then do me a favor, Miss Bassett. Behave.
Behave?
I am trying very hard to be a gentleman here. I am putting you up somewhere safe. You've obviously had a very rough night, albeit your fault. I am doing this to make you feel safe. Instead of acting like a spoiled little girl who deserves a spanking, you should be grateful. She gasped, and I released her. I motioned for her to go ahead of me, and she did. I got her a room for 2 nights, allowing enough time for her building's electricity to be properly fixed. She didn't argue when I took her hand and walked her to the elevator, then boarded with her. You're being awfully quiet, Miss Bassett. Nothing else to say? Her brows knit together and she looked down. Don't hold back, Miss Bassett. Nothing you say or do is going to get you that interview.
I'll write what I've seen.
The door opened and I took her by the elbow and guided her to her suite. I slid the car through the lock, opened the door, and walked in. I set her bag on the floor and turned to her. Is that so?
Yes. If you don't give it to me, I will do my own investigating and write a very detailed profile and story about the Abraham O'Donnell.
I nodded. Very well, do what you need to do. Just do me a favor. Don't leave out the part about your cum soaking my face.
You bastard,
she hissed. Or the part about you lying on a bed in Florida blindfolded as a perfect stranger gave you the best orgasm you have had, or ever will again.
Get out,
she snapped. Fine. Lock the door, you'll be fine.
Are you insane? One second you're degrading me and the next trying to play hero.
I never degraded you, Miss Bassett. I was merely giving you some facts to add to your little story. And I'm not being a hero. I'm being a gentleman. I turned and walked out the door before I took her, because I was damn sure she needed it. I woke in the morning to a throbbing head and my intercom buzzing. I sat up and looked around trying to find my phone, and then remembered I had left it in the kitchen charging. I jumped out of bed and pulled on some basketball shorts. When I made it to the kitchen and grabbed my phone, I punched the security app to see who was at my gate at 7 o'clock in the morning. I chuckled when I saw Miss Bassett looking into the monitor. I pushed the button, which acted like FaceTime, and saw her look of shock when I appeared on the screen. Good morning, Miss Bassett. How can I help you?
I was going to give you a ride to the police station.
Is that so?
It's the least I can do.
I can manage, but thank you.
I also have no idea where it is, she admitted, or what I am supposed to tell them.
I will buzz you in. Use the side door. Make yourself at home. Give me 10 minutes. I pushed the button giving her access and walked back up the stairs to take a quick shower. When I came down, she was sitting up straight on the edge of the leather sofa with her slender ankles crossed. She stood when she saw me. Morning. I nodded and walked over to the refrigerator and pulled out my normal breakfast foods. Kale, eggs, blueberries, and Nutella. I grabbed the NutriBullet and tossed the berries and kale in, then scooped up some Nutella, and finally cracked 3 eggs and blended it together. I was doing my best to avoid Miss Bassett's stare. I knew damn well she was after a story, and like it or not, she was going to do it. I sure as hell wasn't going to help her out any. She clearly had made up her mind about me long before she washed up on the Jersey shore. While breakfast was blending, I put everything back in the fridge, pulled 2 glasses out of the cupboard, and set them on the counter. I turned off the machine and poured the mixture into the glasses and handed her one.
That doesn't look very good.
She held her hand up. Then don't drink it. I was annoyed.
Abe,
she let out a breath.
Mr. O'Donnell, we've gotten off on the wrong foot.
Have we? I drank down my breakfast and turned to rinse the cup before putting it in the dishwasher.
Look, I didn't intend on seeing you again, she said in a voice just above a whisper. But we should make the best out of the situation, right?
Are you going to drink that? I pointed to the glass I had poured for her. Her nose curled up as she reached for it. Don't smell it, I warned.
That bad?
She dipped her tongue in the glass, tasting it, and I kid you not, shit jumped in my pants. I should have let her suck my damn dick in Fort Lauderdale. No, it's good. I turned away and grabbed a key out of the drawer. When I turned back around, she was plugging her nose and drinking it. I had to hide my amusement, but it wasn't all that easy. She set the half-full glass back on the counter and gagged and covered her mouth. I tried not to, but I laughed. I stopped when she did it again. Sink, Miss Bassett. I pointed and she nodded and ran to the sink. After dry heaving a couple times, she stopped and tried to regain her stiff composure.
I apologize for that display.
She took the paper towel I offered. I picked up the glass, slammed down what was left in it, took it to the sink, rinsed it, and put it in the dishwasher right next to mine. Not a fan of shakes? I asked as I wiped the counter where the cups had sat.
Not a fan of slimy raw eggs going down my throat.
As soon as she let the words out, she looked up at me wide-eyed and blushing furiously. Interesting.
That's not...
Shall we head out? I interrupted, not wanting to enter into a discussion about swallowing cum while alone with Miss Bassett.
I need to ask you something first, she said after clearing her throat.
Go on.
What are you going to say?
Oh, now I got it. She was nervous I might tell the police why I jumped out of my vehicle. I wanted her to sweat it. She deserved to. I'll think about it on my way. Use the same door you came in. I will meet you outside. She nodded eagerly and forced a smile.
Of course.
After this, all ties would be severed, because I wasn't sure from one moment till the next if I wanted to fuck Miss Bassett or kick her ass. And that was not me. Not at all.
Jolted. Nicolette. I stood by my car, waiting for Abe, when the garage door opened. I heard an engine rev, and out pulled Abe on a motorcycle. It was black and chrome, and shiny as hell. He pulled up close to me, and flipped the shield on his helmet. "You riding or following?" I watched his eyes travel down, assessing my attire. I had a skirt on. Same thing as last night. I didn't change. Hell, I didn't even sleep. I needed to know if he intended on telling the police it was my fault. When he looked back up, he smirked a cocky smile that I am sure women everywhere would find alluring. However, I didn't. The man was an ass. "I'll follow." "Try to keep up." His smile faded as he snapped his shield shut and revved his engine while he waited for me to get in my car. It was an interesting ride to the police station. My eyes were glued to Mr. O'Donnell's back side the entire time. I tried to look away, but it was impossible. It was right there, and the only other thing to look at was his trim waist and very broad shoulders. I had to figure out a way to let him see I would be very professional in the way I wrote his story. A way to make him give me some information that was a little more personal, something not everyone knew about him. And then I wouldn't bother him anymore. When we pulled into the police station, he hopped off his back and pulled his helmet off. When he lifted his arms, his shirt raised, bearing just a few hairs that led right down to his manhood. I got out, and he stood holding the door open as I entered the police station. He was greeted right away with one of those man handshakes by a uniformed police officer at the desk before we were buzzed in with a Detective D'Angelo should be in his office. We walked into the office and sat down. Abe O'Donnell took over the conversation. He explained that he saw me at the traffic light and jumped out to tell me I had a turn signal out, and winked at the detective, who smirked and nodded. I wasn't sure what that was about, but it made me uncomfortable. The detective said the perp, a 30-year-old man, whose name was Joey Stromboli, had a record, and had just been released from a 6-month stay in county. He was sure with the evidence they had, they would be locking him up for even longer this time. With other eyewitness statements, the whole thing only took 20 minutes. We signed our statements, and that was it. When we walked out, I had to muster up the nerve to plead my case. First, thank you for that. I know you could have made me look foolish in there. You're welcome. He started walking away. Wait. I took a deep breath. I promise. I stopped when he looked down and shook his head. Mr. O'Donnell, I promise to be professional. I will— Not interested. Do whatever it is you need to do. All I ask is that you let me see it before it goes to print, so that I know what shitstorm I'm up against. What makes you think you can't trust me? His eyebrows slowly raised, and he put his helmet on. Make sure you get your landlord to have that electrical problem checked out. Have a good day, Miss Bassett. Before I could say any more, he was on his back and revving his engine again, and when he rode off, he didn't look back. Thomas was standing outside smoking a cigarette when I pulled up to my apartment. I called the landlord, he said, as he blew a cloud of smoke in the air. Says it'll be fixed tonight. I wonder what the problem is. Old house, old fuses, I assume. But, hun, I got you covered. If you get scared, you just walk next door. Thank you. I walked up the stairs and decided I would stay the extra night at the hotel. I packed some clothes and grabbed my wallet. I would not allow Abe O'Donnell to pay for my room. You headed out again, hun? Thomas startled me as I walked out the door. Did I scare you? Just surprised me, that's all. I smiled politely. Hun, as much as I like surprising my women around here, I'm gonna have to try not to do that to you again. You're a jumpy little bunny, aren't you? I laughed a little as I walked away. He was kind of a creepy guy. I'm sure he meant nothing by it, and I'm also sure that I was just on edge about last night. I spent the weekend trying to devise a plan on what to do about the O'Donnell issue. I sent an email to my editor, and he granted me permission to work on the story from home the following week, and told me that he would not be happy if I didn't pull this off. On Monday, I went to Steele again, and tried to gather as much information as I could, even trivial things such as when he went to work. I parked in the adjacent parking lot so that he wouldn't see me, and when I pulled in at 6:45 in the morning, his Land Rover was already there. While I sat there, I decided I should post on our blog page. My friends and I had started it in high school, and continued posting random things weekly. Things such as books we were reading, music we were into, movies we loved, things of that nature. It was a great way to keep in contact when our schedules were as messed up as they were now. I jumped when someone banged on the window. I didn't even have to look to know it was him. I rolled the window down, and he smiled. Good morning, Mr. O'Donnell. You're a pain in the ass, you know. I don't know why, but it made me smile even bigger, and then he huffed and straightened. I opened the door and stepped out. Is your electricity problem solved? It is. I also paid for my room, so make sure they don't charge you. He looked up at the sky and shook his head back and forth. I get the final okay? And so help me God, if you make me out to be something I'm not, I will put an end to the article and make sure you— I'm just going to do the basic interview and a photo shoot. I think you surfing would be a great place to start. All the female readers would love that. No photo shoot. I can have the article written for you. I will be writing the article. You really shouldn't be telling me how this will go, Miss Bassett. As a matter of fact, I will have legal draw up an agreement between you and I about what will and will not be allowed to be put into print. Abe? I looked around him and at a very pregnant woman walking our way. He turned and looked at her. Is everything okay? Yes, I just saw you storm out of your office. She pointed up to what was probably his windows, and wanted to make sure you were all right. Everything's fine, Carly. She smiled at me and stuck out her hand. Hi, I'm Carly Steele. I shook her hand. Nice to meet you. I'm Nicolette Bassett. Oh! Her dazzling white smile spread across her face. She turned and giggled as she looked at Abe. Carly, I can handle this. There was a bit of a warning in his voice. I know you can. She patted his chest, and for some reason, that made me a bit jealous. Why? But if you can't, Nicolette, you feel free to call me, and I will give you some inside information on Jersey's most eligible bachelor. She threw her arms around Abe, gave him a big hug, and an obnoxious loud kiss on his cheek. I love you. You too, Carly. And he nodded to the building. When she was out of earshot, I finally allowed myself to look back at him. I couldn't say anything, for fear that whatever ground I had gained would be lost due to this feeling inside that I knew was jealousy. He must have sensed it, because the corner of his lip turned up. She's beautiful, isn't she? I nodded, and he laughed. What's so amusing? You should see the pictures of her and I. We used to look almost identical. He looked pleased with himself, and I wanted to leave. I hadn't pegged him as a mean person, a man with very sexually deviant ways and an unnaturally strong sex drive, but not a cruel man. Apparently, I was wrong. You shouldn't be jealous of Carly, Miss Bassett. Jealous? I tried to act like I wasn't. Yes, jealous. He laughed and started to turn away. Tomorrow night at 6:30, my home. You can come in and wait. If I'm not available, I will be soon after. Use the code. He paused and smirked. 4444. That will be yours exclusively. It will keep record of when you come and when you go. Only use it when I ask you to. If I'm going to trust you with personal information, you'll earn it. Don't prove me wrong. I watched him walk away and tried to come up with something to say, but I chose not to. Partially because I think I just got my way, and partially because I was watching a beautiful vision walking towards the sun. Dear God, please help me keep my wits about me. I went home and showered. A cool shower. Although the electricity was working just fine, the air conditioner was not. It was hotter than Hades, and I certainly couldn't afford to stay another night in a hotel. As I was toweling my hair, there was a knock on the door. I threw on a tank top and a pair of shorts and went to answer it. Your place hot, Nicolette? It was Thomas, and he looked like he had just run a marathon. His face was red, and perspiration was evident on his face and hair. Are you okay, Thomas? You look nearly overheated. Me? No, I'm fine, hun. Just wanted to offer you a cooler climate. He winked. I just got a portable air conditioner, since the central air here seems to be on the fritz. No, I'm fine. I have fans running, but thank you. I was about to shut the door when he reached out and stopped it. Nicolette, Don't be so hard-headed. You look incredibly—" His eyes trailed up my body. "Hot." "I actually have some work to do, but I appreciate the offer." I quickly closed the door. Thomas always seemed to be around, and it was getting worse by the day. I looked out the peephole to make sure he was gone, and he wasn't. He stood there for another full minute before he turned and walked next door to his apartment. I had only slept nude once, and it was for reasons other than the heat. But tonight, I really had no other choice. I went to bed that night with the fan blasting over my body. I woke feeling extremely hot and noticed the fan wasn't running. I sat up to flip on my bedside table lamp, and it wasn't working. The electricity was out. Again. I reached for my phone and decided instead of calling Mr. Smith, the owner of the house, I would text him. I was a little more than annoyed at this point, and if I spoke to him, I would more than likely be rude. This place was where I had to be for the next 6 to 8 months. Hopefully, after that, I would be gainfully employed and able to find a home of my own. In the morning, I sat up completely unrested to a stifling hot apartment. I headed to the shower, hoping that a cool shower would help me be a bit less cranky. When I had finished, I decided I would go to get breakfast at a place that had work and air conditioning, and maybe simply being off the 3rd floor would help. When I walked out the side door, the landlord was coming up from the basement. "Miss Bassett, thank you for the text. I really apologize. I can't believe that 3 times in less than 2 weeks this has happened." I smiled politely. I was sure he was just saying that. I was even surer that it would happen again in a day or 2. "My in-laws live in the basement downstairs, Miss Bassett. They have for years. I can assure you this is abnormal, and the interesting thing is, it's always just a tripped breaker. I went through and better labeled the panel on the breaker box." "That's all it is?" "Yes, I could show you if you'd like." He motioned to the stairway, and I followed him down. After pointing out the box, he showed me how to check for loose breaker switches that may indicate that it would be the culprit. "Nicolette," he said as he walked up the basement stairs, "I really appreciate you not being angry about this." "It's upsetting." "I understand, and I will get a new electrician as soon as I can find one. It shouldn't take too long. In the meantime, call if you need anything." He started walking to his big white Dodge. "Oh, and take a week's rent off next month. I truly am sorry." "Thank you." I turned, walked into the building, past Thomas, who said nothing, absolutely nothing to me. Odd. I punched the code on Mr. O'Donnell's security system, and the gate opened. I pulled in, parked my car, and grabbed my briefcase, a gift from my parents. They were upset I was coming to New Jersey a week early, but I needed a change. They mailed it to me, and when I called to thank them, my mother explained that had I kept to my original plan, she would have been able to give it to me in person. I entered through the garage per the instructions Mr. O'Donnell had sent me in an email. Bouncing off the concrete walls, Back in Black played loudly. I opened the industrial door leading to a home gym that was no less impressive than a commercial gym, and I saw him. He was running on a treadmill, shirtless. Dear God, help me remain professional. With each stride, his back muscles and calves flexed. His backside was so toned that I could see his muscles contract while he ran. Sweat dripped down his golden tan body, and I decided I needed to turn away, so I did. The song stopped, and I heard the beep, beep, beep of the machine being turned down to a lower speed, and then I heard him panting, trying to catch his breath. "Miss Bassett, you're early," he said through labored breath. I was 10 minutes early. "It's a habit, I apologize." I still didn't dare turn around. "Go on upstairs," he panted. "I'll meet you in a few minutes." I walked up the concrete stairs and into the spacious live-in kitchen dining room. I sat on the sofa and pulled out my notebook, pen, and recording device. He walked past me and up another flight of stairs. I heard water running as I sat and pictured him showering off his spectacular body. How on God's green earth would I remain professional? How would I not want to ask him why he said all the things he did in Florida when he already had me in bed? How would I not wonder if he had said those things to the 2 women I had seen here just days ago? I looked down at the paper I was doodling on and realized I had drawn what appeared to be waves. I quickly pulled the paper free from its bindings and tore it up. If he saw it, he would know that I thought of him often. I got up and walked into the kitchen area, trying to find a trash can. I opened a few doors, thinking it may be inside one of them. Everything was perfectly placed in each cupboard I opened. I heard him clear his throat and looked up. He was leaning against the brick wall, wearing loose-fitting jeans and a navy t-shirt that fit perfectly, with his arms crossed. "Did you find what you were looking for?" He thought I was snooping. Damn. "I was looking for your trash can." He took 3 long strides to me and held out his hand for the wadded paper I held tightly balled in my fist. Begrudgingly, I gave it to him, and he opened the cupboard next to the one I had just closed and tossed it in. "Thank you." The words had a double meaning. Thank you for throwing it away, and thank you for not looking at it. "You're welcome." He motioned to the stairs. "My office is up here." I followed him up the stairs to another open area. He pointed to the left, where a large wooden desk sat, but my eyes looked right to his bedroom area. Against the far wall, an enormous bed, covered in a dark gray comforter, was made up neatly with white pillows and a white bedskirt. Directly opposite was a wall of windows that overlooked the city and the shore. "Miss Bassett?" I looked up, and he was already seated behind his desk, while I stood at the top of the stairs. "Have a seat." My face was in flames when I looked at the amusement dancing in his eyes. I couldn't even be angry, but I certainly was mortified. "You like my bedroom?" he asked smugly. "Very utilitarian," I answered as I sat across from him. He looked down, and his jaw tightened as if he were trying not to respond to me. He opened a file and pulled out a paper and pushed it, along with a pen, toward me. "This is our agreement. Before we begin, I ask that you sign it and understand that what you are signing is a legal document. It will hold up in court." I was immediately irritated. "You do understand that I don't really need to interview you to write a story, Mr. O'Donnell," I said as I pushed the paper back toward him. He pushed it back to me. "You do understand, though when I spoke to your editor this morning, he agreed to me having you sign this, don't you, Miss Bassett?" "What did you say to him?" I snapped. "I don't understand the question. Could you be more specific?" He leaned back in his chair and steepled his fingers. "Did you tell him about... I stopped, too embarrassed to ask the question. "Miss Bassett, what happened between you and I in Florida—" "Don't. Please just don't bring it up." I could feel the flames burn in my face under my skin. "To be fair, you brought it up. I would love to forget about it completely." He chuckled. "What's that supposed to mean?" He cocked his head to the side and scowled. "Why don't you decide whether or not you want to discuss it, or forget about it after you sign the paper?" "I'm not signing anything," I mumbled like a little kid. He was beside me in a split second. He pulled my chair back, and I grabbed a hold of the desk to stop from moving under his stronghold. He leaned over my shoulder and very quietly said, "Miss Bassett, without this agreement being signed, we have nothing further to discuss. That means it's time for you to leave." He smelled wonderful, which made me angry. What had come over me? I was acting like a fool, a complete and total fool. I needed this. I couldn't mess it up. Fine, I'll read it. He stood and walked around his desk and sat again. The paper simply states if I say something off the record, it's off the record, and that this story is completely on my terms. I will allow you to use your creative voice as long as you do not paint me out to be something I am not. I also get to read everything and approve it before it goes to edit. Your editor doesn't get a copy of your interview until I say it's okay. Do you understand, Miss Bassett? Yes. I looked at the paper. What he said was accurate, but I wouldn't sign it until after I read it. When I finished, I pushed it over to him, and he let out an exaggerated, deep breath and pushed another paper over to me. This is how I see this interview. I want you to keep it and understand that you have my permission at any time to turn this in and call it yours. Why would I do that? Because we are going to have one hell of a discussion off the record before we move forward. I looked at his stone-cold expression and felt slightly chilled myself. Shall I begin? He asked. Do as you please, Mr. O'Donnell, I huffed. You will anyways.
Off the record. Abe. Perfect. I ask that you hear me out before you get all pissed off and storm out. She nodded. She was already pissed off, which was fine by me. I don't trust you at all. That's not fair, she began. Don't interrupt, Miss Bassett, I warned, and her jaw clamped shut. Trust not given is trust not earned. Do you understand what that means in our situation? No, but I assume you're going to tell me. It means you left Fort Lauderdale not because you had something at home to deal with. Deception number 1. You probably told yourself that you were afraid of what I may have done to you, but right there was deception number 2. You enjoyed every moment of the pleasure my body and mouth gave you. Pleasure, Miss Bassett, beyond your wildest imagination. You are as sexually inexperienced as they come, Miss Bassett, but you portray a sensual and sexy-as-hell confidence that led me to believe otherwise. Deception number 3. When you saw me at Steel the first day, you're going to tell me you weren't completely turned on by just the thought of me having a bit of control over this situation, just as I had in Florida? And that, Miss Bassett, would be deception number 4. I think we should stop right there at 4, don't you? Why's that? Because it's easier to keep track of your conquests that way, Mr. O'Donnell? Who was it leaving here the other day? 1 and 2? She huffed. Deception number 5 is what you're doing to yourself right now. I stared into her eyes. I don't want to do this. She stood up, and I got up and grabbed her elbow, stopping her. You want this very badly, Miss Bassett. So badly you can think of nothing else. She shuddered a bit, and then closed her eyes. When she opened them, she stepped into me and looked up. I knew what she was asking for, but I wasn't even close to being there yet. Have a seat, Miss Bassett. I said no more than an inch from her lips. Her eyes widened and she stepped back. You're playing a game with me. I didn't answer. Part of me wanted her to figure it out for herself. I'm not one of your whores. I walked around and sat. Never said you were, Miss Bassett. But while we are on the subject, let's discuss, shall we? I pointed to the chair and she sat down. Off the record. I waited for her to nod, and she did, tossed in with a bit of an eye roll. What did you see the other day? You know what I saw. I'm not sure you truly understand. So before going into detail, I want to know what you saw, Miss Bassett. When she didn't answer, I continued, Miss Bassett, The sooner we get through this, the sooner we move to the interview."
"You slept with 2 different women in a day?"
she gasped. "I have before. Not a normal thing, no."
"You pay them?"
Off the record, yes. I have to be very careful with who I choose to bed. Like you, for instance. We didn't exchange names. You knew nothing about me. I knew nothing about you. So it was a safe hookup.
"Hookup,"
she whispered, and quickly looked away. That only offends you for 2 reasons. 1, you are not the type of girl who does casual hookups. And 2, because you're comparing your sexual experience with me against that of mine with them. I'm not a hooker. That's right. I never treated you like one. She shifted uncomfortably and crossed her legs. "Miss Bassett,
"My name is Nicolette. You've been inside of me, Abe. You didn't act like this there."
Her eyes filled with tears, which I didn't expect.
"You are making me feel like one. You, not me."
My heart beat faster, and I had to grab hold of the arms of the chair to stop myself from standing. She left Fort Lauderdale. I didn't. "How so?" I tried not to hide the anger.
"You're going to own my body. You're going to... You said a lot of very crude things."
"Which made you come even harder."
"You son of a bitch."
She stood up and grabbed her things and walked to the stairs. "Off the record, Miss fucking Bassett. You left a goddamn note and ran." One tear fell from her face and she wiped it away.
"And I did so in the wrong direction."
I listened as her heels clinked down the stairs and the door shut. Fuck. The next day I sat at my desk waiting for a reply. Miss Bassett had left the interview I had written for her to submit on my desk when she walked out. I emailed her a copy. When I received an email from her editor, I nearly spit my coffee on the computer. Subject, interview. Body. I wanted to thank you for agreeing to do this exclusive interview with the Shore. Miss Bassett said she had a chance to meet with you yesterday, and that even though you had a very tight schedule, you were gracious enough to give a bit of your time. To be honest, I was going to send a mail, but now I'm glad Miss Bassett showed up a bit early. Bogart Humph, editor, The Shore. I didn't reply. Jace walked into my office and smiled that "I got laid last night" smile. "Bro, please turn it down a bit. Your wife is my cousin." "I know." He sat across from me and kept smiling. "I don't want to hear about it, Jace." "Yeah, you do," he chuckled. I looked up at him. "No, really I don't." "Let's just say pregnant women are fucking hot in their 3rd trimester." "For fuck's sake, Jace, I stopped when Carly walked in with the female version of Jace's smile plastered on her face. "Good morning, Abe." She looked at Jace and smiled. "Good morning, Jace Steele." "Certainly was, Carly Steele." He winked at her. "Come here, baby." I stood up and walked out of my office. I don't even think they noticed. I sat in Jace's office because apparently when I left for vacation, my office became fuck central. Carly walked in just a few minutes later. "Hey." She looked concerned. "Hey." I looked away. "You want to talk about it?" She sat on the edge of Jace's desk and looked at me. "About what?" "The beautiful girl that you met on vacation who happens to be doing this interview and is apparently stalking you?" "Does your husband tell you everything?" "No." She smiled and rubbed her round belly. "I love you, Abe. You keep a lot inside. That doesn't always work out well for people you know." "I'm not like them, Carly," I assured her. She smiled and shook her head. "More alike than you care to admit." "What's that supposed to mean?" "Well, for starters, you bury your hurt and forbid anyone to acknowledge it." "Carly, don't." "Okay." She leaned forward and kissed my head before standing. "And because when you fell, it pissed you off, so you'll fight it." which is more Cyrus than the others, but you're doing it now. Not at all the same as he and Tara. Maybe not the same exactly. Not even close, Carly. Fine, but you're scared to let her know how you feel, and I think you need to tell her. Holy shit. Jace could keep some shit to himself. She didn't know Ford took off on me. How is she? Carly, I warned. No, Abe, how is your mom? Fine. I stood to walk away, and she hugged me so goddamn tight. I love you, Carly, but that's off limits. Way off limits. If you ever want to talk, let me know. Yeah. I gave her another squeeze and a kiss on the head. When I let go and looked up, Jace was walking in with a grin on his face, and Miss Bassett was standing in the doorway with a shocked expression on her face. Carly nudged me, and I rolled my eyes. Come on in, Nicolette. We were just talking about you. Carly! I snapped at her. You be nice to our sexy little pregnant woman, O'Donnell, or I will have to take her away again. Come on in, Nicolette. Jace opened the door wider. I have to use the bathroom, she said before running away. What the hell was that all about? No idea, but she looked like she was going to get sick. Carly started walking out the door after her. Leave it alone. Baby, Abe wants to do this his way. What if she's pregnant? Carly whispered. What? I gasped. Bro, she thinks everyone is knocked up around here. Says it's in the water. I must have looked panicked because he appeared amused. Jersey Shore water, not South Florida, bro.
Email. Nicolette. I walked into the bathroom and tried to take a few deep breaths to calm myself. Somehow I had gotten myself involved in a very twisted situation. If my instincts were right, that Carly woman, who was married to Jay Steele, had something going on with Abe O'Donnell, too. I pretended to wash my hands as a petite brunette walked in and smiled a shy, sweet smile. She pulled up her shirt, looked at her belly in the mirror, and smiled at it adoringly. Just then, a tall, curvy blonde came out of the bathroom, and she bent down and kissed the brunette's belly. I cannot wait to hold that baby, the blonde gushed. You should get pregnant. Oh, hell no. There are going to be enough little Steels running around here. So many, in fact, that I'm afraid we'll get them mixed up. We'll have to ask, who's your daddy, to figure it out, and then they won't even know, because this family is so twisted up in each other. I had to tune her out. I didn't want to know anymore. I felt nauseated for a moment, and then even worse, when Carly entered the bathroom. Is it a party in here? She smiled and hugged the two women. Party in the potty, the little brunette laughed as she rubbed her very small bump. Nicolette, are you all right? I nodded. Yes, this is all a little much. You're telling me, the blonde laughed. You'll get used to it, though, and love each of them the same. Oh, God. I'm not into that sort of thing. Carly looked at me as if she was confused. Yeah, right. She just didn't want it getting out that this family, Abe O'Donnell included, may as well be polygamists. I signed a contract. I can't write about anything unless Mr. O'Donnell okays it, and I'm sure he wouldn't want this story to get out. What story is that? Carly still looked like she was being nice, but I am sure it was fake. Well, from what I see, you and Abe have something. Oh, dear God. How do I say this without sounding like I am judging? Because I'm not, or at least, I'm trying not to. Special? And if your husband is okay with it... Carly started to giggle, and so did the others. I was mortified. I'm sorry, Nicolette. Abe and I do have something special. We shared a grandmother. He's my cousin. My jaw must have dropped. Stick around, girl, I can promise you these boys don't share. All of them are like me Tarzan, you Jane and stuff. I know it sounds kind of 1950s, but it's not. Xander, my husband, and I will never get sick of one another. And Cyrus, my husband, saved me in every way possible. No man on this planet could ever compare to him. Carly laughed and pointed to her belly. You sure about that? 99.9%, yes. She smiled as she rubbed her belly again. And my Jace has flipped out when I was given sex toys as a bridal shower gift. They don't share, and they would never stray. Abe, when he finds the right one, will be the same. I huffed and didn't even realize it until they all looked at me. It was wonderful to meet you all. I washed my hands and then walked towards the door. Don't be a stranger, Carly yelled. I like her. When I walked out of the bathroom, 4 men were leaning against the wall, all in suits, and all unbelievably attractive. Men of steel. Did you need something, Miss Bassett? Abe asked. Oh, for God's sake, Abe. Her name is Nicolette. Carly walked out and hip-checked me. Jay Steele, I'm hungry. He gave her a naughty little grin as he took her hand and they walked away. The other women walked out of the bathroom and left with their husbands, leaving Abe and I standing silently looking at each other. Will you be turning in the report I wrote up? I shook my head. Cat got your tongue? No, I just need to warn you about something, and it's very embarrassing. You're not pregnant, are you? He whispered. What? Oh my goodness, no. What? Shh. Jesus, come into my office. Abe was a little less in control at that moment, and it made me laugh. Silently, of course. He held the door open for me, and when I walked in, he closed it, but didn't shut it completely. While we are on that subject, I began. No, I apologize. We really don't have to go there. He sat in his chair. Fine. You may hear it through the grapevine that I may have just what? He asked, as he shuffled some papers in a pile. I thought maybe you all shared. Shared what, Miss Bassett? He looked up, waiting for an answer. You tried to get me to think you and Carly had something going in the parking lot. I stopped when his lips started to curl up. It's not funny. No, it's quite funny, Miss Bassett. She's my cousin and my best friend's wife. He leaned back and did that steeple thing with his hands on his lap again. You did try to get me to think that. You were jealous. I was annoyed, but never did I imply, yes, you did. I laughed. He bit his lower lip and then smiled and shook his head back and forth. What? Nothing, Miss Bassett. You just have me all wrong, that's all. I don't think I have you all wrong. Maybe that, but clearly the reality would lead me to believe. I stopped when he got up and shut his door. Off the record, Miss Bassett. No. No? No, if you want something off the record, you can call me Nicolette or Nikki. Fine, Nikki. He looked up when he said my name. I am probably a better man for paying for certain favors. I laughed. And why's that? Feelings are never entered into that equation. So you don't think you could fall in love with one of them? Hell no. He sat back. It's an even exchange. I don't believe that for 1 minute. I giggled. I instantly regretted it. The way he looked at me softened and intensified. Off the record, Nikki. What went on between you and I was not what normally goes on in my bed. I felt my cheeks flush, and I tried to swallow down the lump rising in my throat, but I couldn't, because my mouth had suddenly become dry. He handed me a glass of water. Take a drink. It'll help. After taking a drink, I had to ask. Help what? The dryness in your throat, caused by a desire deep inside of you that had you so damn afraid that you ran. Right into hell, I whispered, before taking another drink. He laughed, and I looked up and rolled my eyes. Tell me why. Why I ran? Yes, Nikki, and why you couldn't face me the next day. Off the record? I asked. He smiled and nodded. I had just gotten over a heartbreak and thought maybe I could have a fling and bounce right back to the way I was before. It didn't happen. Not yet. I took another drink, and he stared at me, just stared at me, through me. Dear God, he was beautiful. It wasn't a question, more a comment. It didn't happen because of the pleasure I gave you. You'd never felt like that before. I looked down. I'm not trying to make you uncomfortable, just trying to make you understand. Can we please talk about something else? Please, please, please. Like what? Hookers? Companions? Uh-huh. I don't want you to think that I'm ashamed of it. Do your friends know? They may assume, but honestly my sex life is very detached from my personal relationships and business life. It's more of a stress release. Oh. His phone rang, and he held up a finger. Dom. Yes, I sent the financials over this morning to the bank in Italy. Perfect. I will send you a copy as well. All right. Talk to you then. He hung up the phone and looked at me. Where were we? Why don't we do the basics? Name? He smiled. Abe O'Donnell. Middle name? Really? For God's sake, yes. Could you let me have some information? Patrick. He smiled. Age? 26. His answer shocked me. Did you think I was older? Not the you from Florida, but the you behind the desk. I would have pegged at 30. Ouch. He held his hand to his heart. How did you get to this position at such a young age? I traded Carly for it. I didn't look up. I just kept writing. Miss Bassett? Yes? I looked up. That was a joke. I scratched out what I had just written, and he laughed. Jace and I met freshman year at NYU. His grandmother, who was worth a mint, passed away. He asked me to come on board, and it was minutes after I received my master's, so I said hell yes. Hell yes? I teased. Hell yes. He smiled. Can I quote that? Absolutely, Miss Bassett. It took only an hour to get to know the personal side of Abe O'Donnell, but between the amount of calls he took and the people in and out of his office, I was there for 3 hours. When we finished, I stood. I think I have enough for the day. I stuck out my hand to shake his, and he chuckled as he stuck his out. Tomorrow, Mr. O'Donnell? Can we do it at my place? His wry smile seemed to imply a different meaning. Or maybe it was just me and my desire hoping it did. Sure. I pulled my hand back. Good, because I have back-to-back meetings tomorrow. He walked me out to the elevator and shoved his hands in his sexy suit pockets. Good night, Nikki. Good night, Abe. When I got home, a large truck sat in my spot. The side read, Falcon Contractin'. I parked on the road and walked in the side door as a man was coming up the stairs on his cell phone. He nodded and continued his conversation. I don't know what to tell you, Abe. Everything looks fine. When I stopped and looked back, I could swear I'd heard him say, Abe. Maybe I was simply losing my mind, or maybe it was wishful thinking. I laid in bed that night, unable to stop thinking about Abe Patrick O'Donnell, and knowing how wrong it was. He didn't think hiring hookers, or companions, as he prefers to call them, was immoral. He manhandled me in Florida, and he was still handling me in a way. After overthinking every last detail, I finally fell asleep. I woke to a muggy room and, of course, no electricity. I grabbed my phone and looked at the time. It was 3 a.m. I rolled my very tired self off the bed, grabbed a pair of shorts, and pulled them on. I grabbed my phone off the charger, turned on the flashlight app, and made my way through the dark to head down the stairs to see if my newly learned skill set could be put to good use. I was in the basement jiggling breaker thingies when I found a loose one. I flipped it off, turned it back on, and crossed my fingers that it would work. I walked up the basement stairs and flipped the switch, and would have celebrated if I weren't freaked out by Thomas's sudden appearance. "You fixed it?" He smiled. "I did. Pretty impressive, huh?" "It certainly is." I walked past him and took the stairs 2 at a time to get back into my apartment. I didn't like being in my pajamas in front of strangers, especially braless. When I woke, it was very late morning, and I stared at the ceiling. I had no idea when I was supposed to meet the very sexy Mr. O'Donnell, who had, in fact, interrupted my dreams again last night. I grabbed my phone when it chimed, alerting me of an email. Subject: I need to reschedule tonight's meeting. Body: I apologize, but some things have come up. Would tomorrow evening, say 7 o'clock, work for you? Abe O'Donnell, CFO, Steel Incorporated. Subject: reschedule. Body: I am a very busy woman, Mr. O'Donnell. I will have to check and see. May I get back to you at a later time? Warm regards, Miss Bassett. Subject: reschedule. Body: May I ask what is on your schedule aside from interviewing the Jersey Shore's most eligible bachelor? Abe O'Donnell, CFO, Steel Incorporated. Subject: reschedule. Body: Well, if you must know, the story seems to be heading in a different direction than I had anticipated when I accepted the assignment. Apparently the subject matter desires his story to read much like a boring old interview when his reality is much more interesting. But the real answer to your question is that I have taken on the task as resident electrician here on Park Street, and the hours are grueling. Warm regards, Miss Bassett. Subject: reschedule. Body: You don't give yourself enough credit, Miss Bassett. I am quite sure you could make even the simplest task of conducting an interview into a scorching story, and still allow for the subject's personal life to remain as such. How many times has your electricity gone out since you have lived there? Abe O'Donnell, CFO, Steel Incorporated. Subject: reschedule. Body: I'm glad you have faith in me. I hope to do the story justice. The electricity has gone out 4 times, but I know how to fix it now. If this journalist career doesn't pan out, I'm sure I can fall back on electrician. Warm regards, Miss Bassett. Subject: reschedule. Body: 4. Abe O'Donnell, CFO, Steel Incorporated. I gasped when I read his response, and then I smiled. A big, goofy smile, too. I lay back in my comfy bed and looked at it again. I was trying my best not to read into this, but I was. I so was. I was typing in my response when he sent another email. Subject: reschedule. Body: Did we lose our connection? Abe O'Donnell, CFO, Steel Incorporated. Subject: reschedule. Body: No, of course not. Yes, 4 times in 2 weeks. Warm regards, Miss Bassett. Subject: reschedule. Body: Change of plans. I will come to you tonight. Is 9 p.m. too late? Abe O'Donnell, CFO, Steel Incorporated. Subject: reschedule. Body: Sounds good. Warm regards, Miss Bassett.
fuck to fucked. Abe. I grabbed my phone and called Falcon, the electrician I had sent to her apartment house. He'd done a shitload of work for us here at the office. He was good, and I trusted him. Doesn't make sense, Abe. It's a newer installation by a company called Jolt. They're good. Sounds like some kid prank to me. I thought about what he had said for exactly 2.2 seconds. Yeah, now that you mention it, that's exactly what I think it is. I sat through meeting after meeting and then spent a few hours in my office jotting down notes that I obviously felt were more important than my secretary did. I looked up at the clock and it was 7:30. Fuck. I wasn't ready to stop working, but I needed to go home and beat the shit out of the bag and run before showering, picking up dinner, and going over to Miss Bassett's. I walked up the stairs to her apartment and looked down the hall. That Thomas character peeked out his door. Creepy fucker. I knocked on the door at 8:58 p.m. and heard the television shut off. When she opened the door, she smiled a gorgeous, bright smile that made me want to pick her up and kiss those full, sexy lips. Instead, I held out the takeout bag. Hope you like pasta and salad. She took it and smiled. You didn't have to. I stood looking at her, waiting for her to invite me in, and she just stood smiling at me. Miss Bassett? Oh, right, I'm sorry. Come on in. She stepped back and opened the door wider. Thank you. I walked in and looked around. I had only seen her place in the dark with a flashlight, and it was even nicer than I thought it was then. This is much nicer than the place I lived in when I was a senior in college. Right, at NYU. She grabbed her pen and notepad. Right down to business. I would have liked to enjoy dinner first, but it was getting late and it wasn't a date, not yet anyways. We needed to clear some things up first. Yes, 4 years and then my master's, which led me to this job. I sat at the table opposite her. And the most eligible bachelor on the Jersey Shore? Not really all that eligible. I pulled the containers out of the bag and sat one in front of her and the other in front of me. She sat looking at me. Her sandy eyes looked beautiful, and the wonder in them was abundant. Do you have any forks, Miss Nicolette? And yes. Nicolette, could you get us some forks, please? She stood and walked around the small island, grabbed some silverware from a drawer, returned and sat. She grabbed her notebook. Okay, but you don't want to discuss that part of your life. You've made that perfectly clear. Off the record? She smiled and shook her head. I suppose, but if we don't get a few things on the record, I may miss a deadline. Off the record. I took a bite of my salad and sat back. I need to be sure that the people I am sexual with don't have cruel intentions, Nicolette. I don't want an attraction to be based on status or money. I don't want someone to get pregnant in hopes of collecting child support or landing a man who has money so that whatever attraction I had to them to begin with fades. So dating is a nightmare because work keeps me very busy. I also don't want my dick on the internet or my sexual desires and ways to be sold to the highest bidder. So I hire companions. She was busy writing when she looked up. These companions, what do you enjoy doing together? Dinner, watch movies, go to charity events? Give me something to work with, please. She seemed annoyed, and I knew her aggravation would get even worse the further we went along, but it was something that needed to happen. No, Nicolette. No movies, no dinner. This is not a romance novel. A few times I had women accompany me to an event, but not often. These women come to my house, strip down, shower, then they go into my room and wait until I am ready. To have... She swallowed hard. Sex. Off the record? She nodded. Not sex. We fuck. She blinked rapidly a few times before shifting in her seat. I really hoped she could have contained her composure a little longer, but apparently not. I knew her little panties were getting moist, and it was going to kill me to hold back, but I had to. It's not lovemaking, seldom kissing. I don't give them oral pleasure, but they give it to me. Her head snapped up and her jaw nearly hit the table. I continued. Sex isn't always about needing to or wanting to be near someone, to touch them. Sex can be purely physical. She cleared her throat. A power trip. I laughed and she scowled. Not always, but yes, sometimes. Go on. Her tone was clipped. I enjoy being in control when I have sex. I like being in control in most every part of my life. So you're looking for a woman who will just give it to you? Like a June Cleaver type? It was almost comical watching her body language. Desire fighting contempt. Interesting sparring partners. No, I want someone who wants to give it to me when I want it. Who takes pleasure in knowing that them giving up control in the bedroom brings me an extreme amount of pleasure when the mood calls for it. Your mood, not hers? She asked, with her eyes not leaving the notepad. I am very capable of giving pleasure, Nicolette. She shifted again. Don't you think? Her eyes were still fixed on the paper before her as they widened. Dating, she nodded. What's your idea of the perfect date? It's been a while since I have been on a date. I strummed my fingers on her table and pretended to think about it. Why don't you tell me what yours is? Because I am conducting the interview. She looked up smugly and then back down. All right, then let me think hard about this. I sat for a few minutes knowing full well what it is I was going to say, but I also knew that building anticipation always made the delivery that much sweeter. I love to surf. I never have time to do that anymore. So my perfect date would be to take a woman who I found attractive and she felt a mutual attraction to me, to the beach. Maybe have a picnic that included wine. Then we would surf. If she didn't know how to, I would teach her. I am a damn good teacher. Patient, gentle, but stern when the situation calls for it. Then, Nicolette, if things went well, we would more than likely end up back at my place. Off the record, and I won't go into specifics, but I could assure you she would come at least 4 times. The perfect end to that date for me would be to wake up in the morning, and she would still be there so we could do it again. Because, Nicolette, if I had a date that great, it wouldn't be just a thing for me. It would be because I was interested in knowing her. She didn't look up, and her face began to flush. A date would always be my preferred method of hooking up. It's far less expensive and much more satisfying than calling for a companion. But you know, there are a bunch of crazies out there, and who knows? Maybe even with a date I would wake up in the morning and feel as if I had been used. Her head shot up. I didn't use you. Miss Bassett, now you'd like to discuss our brief yet satisfying night together? No, yes. She looked up. You didn't use protection. Wow, never addressed that before. You said you were on the pill. Did you? Do you? She stopped and covered her face with her hands. Use protection with all those hookers? She looked up at me and I rolled my eyes. I'm usually well prepared. Usually. I'm clean, are you? What's that supposed to mean? Clean meaning you don't have any. I know what that means. Of course I'm clean. She whispered and looked around as if someone might hear her. So you've been tested. I took another bite of my pasta and pointed at hers with my fork. It's going to get cold. I have. How many people have you slept with? I took the bottle of wine out of the bag, avoiding the horrified look on her face. I stood up and opened the drawer in her kitchen that she had gotten the forks out of. No corkscrew?
No.
Her voice squeaked. Do you have any tools?
What's that supposed to mean?
I had to stop myself from laughing. She was hot as hell and wrecked by sex talk. Drill or a screwdriver, preferably. She stood and walked to the closet, pulled out a tiny little pink toolbox, took out a pink power screwdriver, and handed it to me. Screw?
Excuse me?
She gasped. Do you have a screw?
Of course.
Let me show you a trick. I took the wine bottle and shoved the screw in the cork and used the screwdriver to open it. Magic. She grabbed 2 glasses out of the cupboard. Will you answer my question? Off the record?
2.
2? Holy shit, I fucking knew it. And 4 orgasms?
Don't flatter yourself.
She picked up her glass and tossed it back. The whole damn glass. Nikki.
Please, I don't want to talk about this. I want to do the interview.
She poured herself another glass. Fine, just answer 1 question and then I will answer 5 of yours. How many?
I already answered that.
She finished the glass. No, you didn't. I took the glass from her and set it down. I bent down so that we were eye level. 4. She closed her eyes and nodded. I am not kidding. I swear I had to turn and walk away. All mine, every fucking one of them. Hell yes! I sat and closed up the containers, and she picked them up, set them in the fridge, grabbed the bottle of wine, and sat down. Before you get all fucked up, I want to ask you to do me a favor. Next time the electricity goes out, call me. Don't go messing with it.
I can do it.
No. Just please don't. I will send someone.
Why?
I closed my eyes, trying to figure out a way to keep my suspicions to myself. I didn't want to burden her if I was wrong. Because I am doing you a favor, so I am asking you to do one for me. I walked over and sat on her sofa. She stood, grabbed the bottle of wine, and walked over and sat next to me. She offered it to me, and I held up my hand, declining.
Your parents? Tell me about them.
Don't you need your little pad of paper and pen? She took a drink right from the bottle, and it made me laugh.
Sorry.
She set it on the coffee table and sat back. My parents are both Irish.
Interesting.
You didn't know that?
No, I thought you were Italian.
I looked at her for a minute, wondering if I had been wrong about her intelligence. She smirked.
Abe O'Donnell. Very Italian.
They own a pub, O'Donnell's.
Italian pub.
Very Italian.
Do you have siblings?
No, do you?
I'm the interviewer. You're the interviewee, Mr. O'Donnell.
We're back to that, are we? I reached over and pushed her hand. It was not a good idea. She looked at me with those big sandy brown eyes. She looked down and shook her head.
How many long-term relationships have you been in?
Depends on your definition of a long-term relationship.
Avoiding?
No, clarifying.
I don't know, like a month.
1.
1?
1.
Okay. 2 weeks?
About 20.
20?
She gasped. She looked like she was in shock, and it was funny as hell, so I laughed.
You're joking, right?
No. I grabbed the bottle of wine, took a drink, and handed it to her.
Is this off the record?
She asked, and took a drink. It all is.
Care to explain?
I don't do random hookups.
Oh, really?
She looked at me like she didn't believe me. Okay, look. I know guys who fuck to fuck. I'm not like that.
Lost control. Nicolette. He sat on the coffee table, knees nearly touching mine. I'm not a bad guy, Nicolette. Okay. His being so close made my head spin. That and the wine. When I was younger, I didn't sleep with a girl unless I was interested in more. If I did randomly hook up, I always gave it a chance. But if there was nothing there, if the proverbial honeymoon period wasn't going well, or if there wasn't a deeper connection, I saw no point in continuing. So you broke hearts. I was never mean about it. And honestly, it was discussed, and I am sure by the end of each of those very uncomfortable conversations, the girls agreed that it just wasn't working. 2 weeks isn't a long time, though. Exactly. He leaned forward and looked intensely into my eyes. If there isn't an insane connection still after 2 weeks, then I couldn't imagine 20 years. You know what I mean? I suppose. Let me ask you something, Nicolette. My name leaving his lips was arousing. How many boyfriends have you had? A few. But you only slept with one? Yes. Why? I sat and thought about it for a while. Partially because of how I was raised, and partially because I didn't feel that way about them. So you broke a few hearts, huh? No, not really. It was like 6th grade through 10th. He smiled. I bet you did break hearts. I would hope not. The only difference between your dating and mine is that sex was involved. You dated to find out if they fit with you, just like I did. What were they missing, Nicolette? What were you looking for? My interview, remember? He took a drink, nodded, and sat back. What does Abe O'Donnell, CFO of Steel Incorporated, want in a girlfriend? To own her. Own her? Body. He looked me up and down. Mind, heart, and soul. I want a woman who wants to please me, who steps outside of her comfort zone and takes on whatever challenge I put before her. I want to be her main focus, the reason she gets up in the morning, and the reason she smiles throughout the day, anticipating what the night will bring. I want someone who craves intimacy and desires a connection deeper than she has ever felt. So yes, Miss Bassett, I want to own her. And what do you have to offer a woman who would give up everything to... She would give up nothing. Except her freedom. That depends on your definition of freedom, Miss Bassett. Freedom to choose what she wants, not be your property. He laughed. I got up and retrieved the wine bottle and a glass, filled it, and drank it down. This conversation shouldn't be had while drunk, Nicolette. I'm sure you'll want to remember everything I have to say. For your... He paused and looked up at me. Interview. Is that so? Yes, of course. But I can't write half of the stuff you're telling me, so what does it matter? I think you should answer that question for yourself. The way he looked at me made me realize how badly I craved him. His intense gaze caused even more desire to build inside of me. A man like Abe O'Donnell, one of power, incredible looks, and a self-confidence that didn't come off as arrogance, could do me in. Knowing that what he portrayed wasn't a front had already done me in. My heart had been broken by a man who didn't make me feel 1/10 the desire Abe had in Florida. Abe would shatter me, and I knew it like I knew myself. But it didn't matter right now. I wanted more, craved more, and I couldn't possibly be so inexperienced that I couldn't tell that he wanted it too. We heard a loud crash, and both looked toward the wall. What was that? He held his hand up to stop me from standing, and then stood himself and walked in the direction the noise had come from. I started to walk toward him, and he took my hand and held his finger to my lips, hushing me. My body trembled from his touch, and his jaw flexed tightly. He stood as still as a statue and slowly pulled his hand away from my mouth, but he didn't release my hand. He moved toward me, his mouth now inches from my ear. I took it in and held a breath. "Does your neighbor give you bad vibes?" "What?" came out louder than intended, and he covered my mouth. I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting a kiss, a touch, not that question. He huffed and looked agitated when he stepped back and uncovered my mouth. "Take me to your bedroom," he whispered. I nodded up and down. I wanted him so bad. I didn't care about all the other stuff. The call girls, the way he felt he needed possession of someone, or that he could shatter me. All I knew was that I wanted him again. I wanted what he had promised before I made the mistake of leaving Florida with nothing but a note and the false sense that I was saving my dignity and self-respect. As soon as we walked into the bedroom, I turned and took his face in my hands. "I shouldn't have left. I'm sorry." "Nicolette, not—" I stood on my toes and pulled his face towards mine. I pressed my lips to his, and he let out a slow and steady breath against my face. His hands found my hips, and his fingers gripped them tightly. "This happens, and there is no turning back. If this happens, Nicolette, you'll give me everything I want, and I will give you pleasures you didn't even know existed." He whispered against my lips. "I know." He turned and walked to my bed and sat on the edge. His gaze darkened. "Remove your clothes, all of them." "You don't want to?" "I want to know that you can follow instructions." "Why?" He stood and looked at me as if he was annoyed. "Just answer why." "Say please, Nicolette." "Excuse me?" "What did you say as a child when you wanted something, Nicolette? What's the magic word?" "I'm not a child." "As a child, when you said please, it's because you wanted something. The concept is the same, only what you want is changed." "But—" "You're also not ready for this if you can't follow one simple command." "But—" "Did you get spanked as a child, Nicolette?" he asked, looking past me and at the wall as if he was inspecting it. "Once." "I assume it wasn't something you liked. That changes too as we get older." "Something else that changes when we get older, Abe, is that we can control what we want to give up and not give up." "Sometimes giving up control is beautiful, Nicolette, like your sexy, hot little body is. Which brings us full circle. One more time. Remove your clothes, Nicolette. All of them." He finally turned and looked at me. "I think I've changed my mind." "Interesting." "What's interesting?" "I think I read you wrong, that's all." I started walking toward the door. Just don't walk away. Let me ask you some questions, Nicolette. Let me interview you." "For what?" He cocked his head to the side as if I had confused him. "To be mine, of course. It's what you want." "What makes you think that?" He stood. "We've covered a lot of ground already. I'll be going now." "No." "No." "Can't we just—" I stopped. "Fine." I pulled my shirt over my head, reached around, and unclipped my bra, allowing it to fall to the ground. He turned and walked to the bed and sat again. "Please don't watch me." "What would be the point in asking you to remove your own clothes if I couldn't watch?" His eyes never left my body. "Continue, please." I was doing as he asked, even if it went against what I felt was right. I stood before him in black lace panties. Those two. I stared back at him, and his jaw tensed again. If you weren't so fucking beautiful, I'd have left by now, Nicolette. Remove the panties now. Say please, I whispered. He smirked, and then sucked his cheeks in and shook his head, no. Tick-tock. Nicolette, turn your back to me while you remove them. There was an amused tone in his voice, but his dark gaze still held my eyes, commanding and captivating me. I turned, bending in front of him as I pulled them down. You are impossibly beautiful, Nicolette Bassett. I heard him stand and walk toward me. How dare you wonder why it is I want to own you? His hand took mine, and he walked towards the mirror, and I followed. Art collectors line up to see visions half as beautiful as you, desiring nothing more than to keep the piece of art that has them enamored all to themselves. He turned me toward the mirror. Tell me what you see when you look in the mirror. He motioned to my reflection. A naked body, I answered, knowing he would demand I did, and not give up until he had his way. A piece more beautiful than any other. He stood behind me, pulled my hips back against him, and kissed my neck unbelievably softly, and I whimpered. Here, what do you see here? He pointed to my eye. Brown eyes. Sand before the ocean. You know how much I like the sand, don't you? I nodded. He cupped my breast. A perfect handful. His thumb rubbed over my erect nipple, forcing it to pebble even more. Fucking beautiful. And you dare ask why I would want to own this body? He was waiting for a reply, and I didn't know what else to say except, sorry. I can't let you think that a sorry is all you'll have to say next time you misbehave. I'll have to perform some sort of punishment. Consider yourself lucky we aren't at my place, or I would paddle you, which hurts more than a hand. You'll get off easy tonight. Now say thank you. For what? For the spanking you might receive tonight. I know the look of shock crossed my face, which made him groan softly against my shoulder blade. No. Down deep, I knew I would regret it. Since we're just starting out, I will give you a learning curve, but for future reference, no isn't a word you'll ever say to me in the bedroom. He stepped away from me, and I immediately missed the closeness. Go lie in your bed and spread as wide as you can. I lay on the bed and looked up as he approached. It was uncomfortable laying spread before him. He grabbed my ankles and widened them as he knelt on the bed before me, allowing no movement and no means to escape the completely vulnerable position I was now in. You are doubting yourself again. He bent and nipped at my inner thigh, my hips thrust forward on their own accord, which furthered my embarrassment. Your body is more confident than your mind. He nipped my other thigh, and again my now wet sex tilted upwards toward him, begging for his mouth. How bad do you want me to eat your sweet, sweet pussy for? Nicolette. For now. She was much more confident. Nicolette, I said insistently. Arguing now? Interesting. Let me tell you what is going to happen now. We haven't worked up to the spanking, so that's off the table. His finger connected and sent a feather-light touch up my seam, and then he stepped back. On your knees. What? You're going to suck my cock. I'm going to come in your mouth, and then when I am done, I will be leaving. I was pissed. Beyond pissed, actually. We could just skip the part about me on my knees, and you could leave now. That's not what you want. He pushed his finger harshly inside of me and curled up, so that I swear his fingertip was hitting the back of my clit. Oh, God. So wet. His finger curled again, but this time he pushed harder on that spot, and my back arched, thrusting my sex against him, seeking more. Yes, oh God, yes. If the pleasure weren't so intense, I would be embarrassed. Take what you can for now. I'm feeling generous. Fuck my hand for. See if you can get there by yourself. Unashamed, I did just that. I held his wrist as I thrust my hips back and forth, taking pleasure from his touch. Yes, oh yes. Ride it harder, faster. Come on, take what you want, because it'll all be gone in 5, 4. He continued his countdown as I continued riding his hand, and then he pulled away, leaving me empty and unfulfilled. I looked up at him, ready to scream, just as he was undoing his pants. My turn 4. Suck my cock until I come. I could not believe I was about to do this. The thought had always turned my stomach, but as Abe stood at the foot of the bed and began stroking his glorious, long, broad cock up and down slowly, my mouth began to water, and I wanted nothing more than to give him what he had asked for.
No Mr. Effing Rogers. Abe. I watched as she fought a battle within. She was questioning why she so badly wanted to do as I asked. I was hoping for the outcome I so badly desired. When she sat up, she looked angry and a bit confused. Inside, I was pleading for her not to hurt my dick. I didn't look away. Defeat wasn't an option. I had laid it all on the line and there was no turning back. In my life, there was room for a tremendous amount of love and compassion. But true to what the books all say about who I had become in the last 2 years, I needed control. I needed to dominate women sexually. It was a control I couldn't give up. And after dabbling in this lifestyle that consumed my thoughts, I refused to turn back. I knew exactly what I was looking for in a partner, and I wouldn't settle for anything less. My heart was beating like a motherfucker as I waited to see what she would do next. It was sink or swim time right here and right now. The girl before me was exactly what I wanted in my life before I was awakened sexually. I swear to fuck she better be what I needed now too. Nothing less will do. Nothing. Now or never, I hissed as I pumped myself. She rose to her knees and crawled to the edge of the bed. She looked up at me. Anger had disappeared, and desire remained. She was nervous. I cupped her jaw and rubbed my thumb over her sexy as hell plump lower lip. Show me what you're gonna give me. I pushed my thumb into her mouth, and she sucked gently on it. Perfect. Absolutely fucking perfect. I rubbed the tip of my cock across her lip, and I swear, looking at her naked body, on her knees in a submissive position, sucking harder on my thumb, as desire's heat shone in her eyes, was more fucking beautiful than a sunset on the shore on the clearest day. I pulled my thumb out and gripped the back of her head, fisting her hair, pulling her head gently back and pushing into her mouth. Her eyes widened as I tried to restrain myself from thrusting too hard. I was half in when her tongue swirled around my head, and then she sucked. Gone was the look of wonder. She looked hungry. Perfect, Nicolette. I thrust in until I felt my tip rub the back of her throat and held her head still. Breathe through your nose, and don't you dare move for any reason other than to suck. I pulled back and she gasped. Tears had formed in her eyes, and she wiped the saliva from her chin. Open. She didn't hesitate, and this time she had more confidence in what she was doing, and her tongue actively participated. I groaned as she licked up the underside of my cock, laying her tongue flat and applying the perfect amount of pressure. She reached up and laid one of her hands on my stomach, and then pulled her head back and took me in her hand. She licked the precum from my tip, and then licked it again. I pulled my hand away, and she looked up, seeking approval, as she slowly stroked me back and forth. I pushed into her hand, and she began pumping faster, now with confidence. Her lips wrapped around me as she took me in her mouth, sucking and licking, hollowing her cheeks, and then pulling her mouth away. She flicked her tongue across my head and looked up as she swirled it around the rim, causing me to just about lose it. Fuck, she was beautiful. She continued greedily lapping at my now throbbing cock, and I pulled back and looked down at her. The light from the hall shone on her just enough so that I could see how badly she wanted more. I looked up to the wall, trying to distract myself. I saw something that I never expected to see. Something that immediately infuriated me. I pulled back and looked down at her. "Hey, beautiful, stop for just a minute." "Did I do something wrong?" Her voice was thick and sexy as hell. "Not a damn thing." I looked back at the wall, and I swear to fuck I wasn't seeing shit. A tiny bit of light was coming through the wall. Not wanting to alarm her based on my suspicion, I bent down and kissed her. "I need you to lay back down and give me a few minutes, okay? But, no buts. Nicolette, that was amazing." I kissed her again as I pulled the covers up from her sides and wrapped her in them. I buttoned my pants as I walked next door, ready to rip that motherfucker's head off. I walked out of her apartment, shut the door, and walked next door. Rage was what I felt. A rage I had never in my life felt. I had suspected her creepy neighbor had something to do with the electrical problem, but not this shit. I reached down and turned the knob. Luckily, it was unlocked. I walked through the apartment that was identical to Nicolette's, but cluttered as fuck, and toward the open bedroom door. When I saw that sick son of a bitch jerking off staring at a computer screen, I flipped. "You motherfucker!" "What the hell?" He stopped when I grabbed a hold of his neck and pulled him away from the bedroom into the living room. "Get out or I'll call the police!" he screamed. My grip tightened around his neck, and my other hand fisted and collided with his face. He screamed out, and I did it repeatedly. "Abe!" Nicolette ran toward me and grabbed my elbow, stopping the next blow. "Call the cops, Nicolette," I yelled. "But you'll get—" "Now!" She jumped when I yelled this time, and fear flooded her face. "Nicolette, do as I say right now," I said, trying to keep calm. She ran from the apartment, and I looked down at the motherfucker who had been tormenting my sweet Nicolette for weeks now. "You sick son of a bitch." I couldn't hold back. I hit him again and again. "Abe, stop!" she cried out and began sobbing. I let go of him and my hands began to shake. "Why? What is wrong with you?" She was a fucking mess. I walked toward her, and she stepped back as if she was afraid of me. "No, don't you dare!" She ran around me and knelt beside Thomas. "Are you—" "Fuck that." I grabbed her and yanked her up. I held her forearms in my hands and shook her. "He's a sick son of a bitch, Nicolette. Go back to your place and—" "What the hell is going on in here?" Another man appeared at the door. "He broke in here and attacked—" "You better shut your fucking mouth, you fucking scum." "Abe, stop, Mr. Smith. I am so sorry." "Get your ass back to your place now, Nicolette." "I don't know who the hell you are, but you need to leave." Smith pointed at me and Nicolette tried to pull away. The landlord helped the sick son of a bitch up and I dragged Nicolette to the hall. "He's a bad man." You're... "You fucking know better. God damn it, Nicolette." "Do I know better? Do you really think?" She stopped when I pulled her against me and hugged her tightly, almost against her will. Almost. You sure as hell do. He broke into my apartment and attacked me, I heard that bastard say. I'm calling the cops, Mr. Thomas. Your nose is busted up pretty bad, the landlord said. No, I don't want any trouble. Just get him out of here. Nicolette, go in and pack a bag. You're not staying here until that son of a bitch is in jail.
Why? What?
Please, I pleaded. Just do it. We'll talk in a few minutes. She nodded and started to pull away. I won't let anything happen to you. I take care of what's mine. I knew she was confused, but I also knew that there was a trust building between us, one that I needed so badly, especially now. After she was in her place and had shut the door, I turned and walked back to the neighbors. I don't know why the hell he doesn't want to press charges, but I can assure you I will. You get the hell off my property. I pushed past the landlord and walked into the bedroom as he followed, threatening me. I stopped and pointed to the wall. I am going to assume this wasn't here when you rented him this place. What are you? This is my personal property. She is not your property, you sick son of a bitch. I stormed toward him, ready to end his fucking life, when two officers walked in. Nicholas D'Angelo was not one of them. Fuck. I grabbed my phone out of my pocket and dialed it. Jace, I need you over at 1273 Park Street. Bring Carly if she's awake. Nicolette needs a lift to my place. Don't ask questions, just do it. Don't leave her alone, and keep your damn phone handy. I may need some help. Thanks, bro. Nicolette walked in as the officers were asking questions. She looked mortified when I told them about the light I saw on her bedroom wall, and even more so when she heard what I had caught him doing. But when they said the computer would be confiscated, and an investigation would be conducted before arresting him, she looked scared. The worst part was when they told me that I was being arrested for assault. Apparently, there was no disputing the evidence in a man whose face was already black and blue, and whose nose hadn't stopped bleeding since my fist had made contact with it. It was enough to lock me up for a while. Jace and Carly arrived just as I was telling one of the uniformed officers that they could give me a few fucking minutes to make sure Nicolette had a safe place to go, emphasized safe, while glaring at the piece of shit landlord who allowed scum like him to live here. Nicolette had that same expression on her face as she did the other night when I got scratched with a knife. I knew she felt like this was her fault, but it wasn't. She was the victim here. I saw her battling inside, and knew there wasn't a fucking thing I could do about it right now. Nicolette, look at me, beautiful. This isn't your fault. She looked toward Carly and Jace, scowled, looked down, and shook her head. Hey. We've waited long enough, one of the uniforms said and held out the cuffs. You have got to be kidding, Jace huffed. Call Nicholas D'Angelo, you fucking retard. Jace, Carly gasped. Baby, you need to take Nicolette and go. We'll meet you at my place, I said as the officer tightened the cuffs. Easy there, buddy. I'm not Harry fucking Houdini. Hey, it's all gonna be fine. Carly, get her to my place. She looked up at me, fighting tears, and I winked. You gonna take mugshots? Jace asked the officer. That would make one hell of an Employee of the Month photo. Fuck you, Jace. Damn, haven't even been to the pen yet, and you're already asking for the sausage. Jace, the only sausage I want is the shit I put in my mouth for breakfast. Well, pretty boy, you might just get that tomorrow morning from your cellmate. Keys? Front pocket. Take your time in there when you're looking for them. It's been a while, you know.
Clean slate. Nicolette. I sat in the back of the town car next to a very pregnant Carly. When are you due? Any day now. I'm so sorry. Don't be sorry. That's what family is for. Family? I'm not family. She smiled. Abe is. He is my favorite cousin, you know, and so much different than the Steele men. He's kind, gentle, and sensitive, and he doesn't act like some overly alpha romance novel type, thinking he needs to get his own way all the time. I huffed, and she looked at me. "Oh, dear," she whispered, and rubbed her belly. "Do you want to talk about it?" I shook my head as a tear fell. "I just want to go home." "He doesn't think it's safe for you there." "No, my home. I want to go back to Georgia." She reached over, grabbed my hand, and held it. She didn't say another word. She just sat there holding my hand. God, I missed my girls, too. More tears fell as we drove up to the gate at Abe's. Inside, I set my bag on the ground and looked around. I never really thought I would be back here. Not like this, anyway. "Are you tired?" "Exhausted," I admitted to Carly. "Me too, so unless you want to talk, we should go rest." She pointed to the stairs. "Will he be okay?" I asked, as I followed Carly up the stairs. "He didn't do anything wrong, did he?" I didn't want to talk about it. I didn't want people to know what I assumed was on that computer, and I knew eventually they would. "I think he broke his nose." "So unlike him," she said, as she walked into the loft bedroom. "You don't mind sleeping with me in here, do you?" "No, I think I can trust you." "Yeah, I think you can too." Carly smiled as she pulled the duvet down and climbed onto his enormous bed. "I need to see if my girl is all right." She pulled out her phone and made a call. "Hey, Mama Joe, I just wanted to be sure Bella was still asleep. She's been doing this thing where she comes into our room at night just to make sure we're still there. No, I think she's more worried she'll miss her brother's birth. Well, Abe kind of got arrested tonight." She held the phone out away from her ear, while a woman was going on in what I assumed was Italian, and Carly smiled and waited. "Jace is with him." "No, Jace didn't get arrested." "No, I don't think he will. He's a grown man now." "I think Jace was going to call Nicholas D'Angelo." "I know, it's not like Abe." She smiled. "I think you are pretty close to right." "I will. If she wakes up, tell her to call me. Tell her I'm at Abe's with his—" She paused, looked at me, and raised her shoulders, but I just shook my head. I was hardly Abe's girlfriend. "Abe's friend. Love you too." She lay back down and smiled at me. "You should sleep. Everything will look better in the morning. There's nothing you can do now anyway." "Thank you." I rolled to my side, hugging the massive pillow that smelled just like him. The cool cotton on my skin was soothing and allowed me to relax a bit, but not enough to allow me to fall asleep. In tomorrow's light, I would find out if the man who lived next to me had videotaped Abe and me, and how long he had been taping me. I always changed in my room. I'd slept naked. It made me sick to my stomach, and the thought of pressing charges and possibly having to testify in court was almost as bad as knowing that I would have to tell my parents. I hugged his pillow a little tighter because for some strange reason, I did trust him. I yearned for his touch and the escape it gave. At first, my attraction to him was purely physical, but ever since the day I walked into Steele, the effect he had on me was unfathomable and undeniable. I didn't know where things would lead, but I had a feeling that after walking out on him in Florida, a carjacking and an arrest, Abe would think twice about protecting what was his. I had done so much damage that I had no clue why I was here in his bed. Why would he even want me here? And I wondered when he would decide I wasn't worth the hassle. I woke to whispers. "Wait, don't wake them up. Remember back at NYU when I said we should dabble in some shit like this, and you and Mr. fucking Straight and Narrow thought it was ridiculous that I would even think about something like that? Check them out. Tell me that's not hot." "Jace, you're fucking sick, man." "You better be joking, Jace Steele," Carly whispered harshly. "Hey, baby, I thought you were sleeping." Jace chuckled. "Of course I was joking. Trying to get Preppy Boy to loosen up. Laugh a little. Life's too fucking short to let shit like this bring you down. I kept my eyes closed, not wanting to interrupt their conversation, and so I wouldn't have to talk about anything that went on earlier. Whatever, take me home. The bed rose when she got up. Do you know how sexy you look carrying my baby? Do you think that's gonna help, Jace? You're on the shit list with me, and if we don't get home soon, you'll be on Little Belle's too. Hey, Abe, I like her a lot. I'm glad, Carly. Tomorrow we meet the lawyers. Get this shit fixed. It was Jace. Of course. Thank you both. Good night, Abe. When they left, I felt his eyes boring into me, and a few moments later, I heard him walk away. I opened my eyes and saw him walk into the bathroom, and then I heard the water running. I sat up and looked toward the wall of windows. I had imagined what his room would look like in the morning. I walked over to the windows and watched in the distance the moon's reflection off the ocean. It was beautiful and calming. Son of a bitch. God damn it, for. I turned to see Abe's naked body streaking across the room toward a closet, and then hop out, putting his leg through his shorts and pulling them up as he rushed to the stairs. His voice wasn't curt or harsh. It was more like a soft plea. I couldn't sleep, I said, stopping him from running down the stairs. I turned back to the windows, wishing that I hadn't gotten up, wishing that I had just laid there pretending. I thought you left. I saw his reflection in the window as he walked toward me. He didn't touch me. He just stood beside me with his arms crossed over his chest. I didn't understand why. Did they find anything? Yes, and not just of you. They went back a year and found out he's been taking videos of his neighbors before you as well. Will I have to testify in court? I don't think it'll get that far. I think he'll end up fucking dead in a ditch somewhere. You can't say things like that. The neighbor before you had a teenage daughter. That son of a bitch deserves whatever he gets. Will the media be told? I mean, when they release the news, will my name be involved? There's something called victims' rights. Hopefully that applies in your situation. Good. I don't want my parents to know. It would crush them. He turned and looked at me. Can I hold your hand? What? The question shocked me. He was asking me if he could hold my hand. I want to take your hand, walk you back over to my bed, and lie you down so you can get some sleep. I would also very much like it if I could sleep next to you. If not, I'll take the couch. But more than anything, I'm going to ask that you do not take off in the middle of the night. I want you to stay. I want to go over some things tomorrow, and I want you, Nicolette Bassett, to be able to sleep tonight in my arms, knowing that I'm going to take care of everything. Why aren't you telling me I have to? He closed his eyes, and then when he opened them, he appeared hurt, vulnerable. Nicolette, there's a time and a place for all things. Right now, I just want to take care of you. He held out his hand, and I reached out to take it. I lay in bed that night with my head on his chest and his arms around me. I woke in Abe's arms, but I must have moved because I was on my side with my back to him. He hadn't let go. In fact, if it were possible, he was holding me even tighter. His breathing was deep and rhythmic. He was still asleep. Needing to use the bathroom, I attempted to slide out of bed, and his grip tightened even more. Don't leave, he whispered. I looked over my shoulder, and his eyes were still closed. He was still asleep. I rolled towards him, hoping to loosen his grip, and his eyes began fluttering until they opened. Good morning. His brilliant blue eyes were a bit dazed. Good morning. I expected his grip to loosen, and when it didn't, I closed my eyes, and he pulled me closer and kissed my cheek softly. I wrapped my arms around him, and he exhaled a slow groan. I leaned in further and kissed his chest once, and then again. I felt his excitement growing, and his distance as well. I leaned in and kissed his neck. When I looked up, he was scowling a bit, which made me incredibly insecure about what I was non-verbally initiating. "I'm sorry,
No, I just don't know if it's a good idea right now."
"I understand." I smiled and nodded as I rolled away from him. "The bathroom is there, right?"
Nicolette.
"Pfft, no big deal." I waved my hand dismissively and walked as quickly as I could to the bathroom. Once I closed the door, the tears began to flow down my cheek. It had been an insanely emotional week. I didn't trust myself, and now I didn't trust that Abe wanted anything more than for me to be his toy. He wasn't the man Carly thought him to be, or the one I'd heard whispering last night as I pretended to be asleep. He was moody, demanding, and overbearing, and the side of him Carly saw, the side he shared with others, apparently was not for me. I sat on the floor and hugged my knees. I looked up as the door opened and wiped my face. Abe peeked in and held out his hand.
"Come on, let's talk."
"I don't want to." I must have sounded like a child.
"You do, and I need you to hear me out."
"No, I want to go home."
"You can't yet. He hasn't been arrested."
He held up his phone.
"I just talked to the detective."
I stood up. "I'm not a toy. I'm going home."
"I'm not a goddamn toy either, Nicolette."
"You're kidding, right?"
"Tell me how I know that this,"
he motioned between us,
"isn't all part of the story. I don't trust you 100% either, you know. When you left Florida, you—"
He stopped talking and shook his head and looked down at the ground. "That again, huh?" His head snapped up.
"It was pretty damn fucked up."
"What would you have done if you were me, huh?" I batted away some more tears. "Stay next door to a guy who says he wants to own me without my friends in a scream's earshot?" His jaw dropped and then snapped shut.
"Scream from what besides an orgasm, Miss Bassett?"
"You! How did I know you weren't some sicko?"
"Do I look like a sicko to you?"
"Arrogant ass. Because you're a preppy, all-American boy?"
"Stand up, Miss Bassett."
"Nicolette! My goddamn name is Nicolette!" He turned around and walked out the door and returned in seconds with some of my clothes in his hand.
"Take a bath. You'll feel better."
"What's my name?"
"Nicolette Bassett. Your friends call you Nikki, and you were 4 a few weeks ago."
He walked over and grabbed my hand and pulled me up.
"You've been through some shit, and I truly want to help you sort it all out with minimum damage. But I have no fucking clue what you want from me from one second to the next, and quite frankly, you scare the shit out of me."
I stood as he started the bath water in the enormous bathroom, one that I just now allowed myself to see. He turned to me and tugged the hem of my shirt.
"Lift your arms, please."
And I did. He undressed me quickly. He redirected his eyes away from my naked body, like he did when I was clothed. He held my hand as I stepped into the tub. Then he turned his back and walked to the other side of the room.
"I wanted to know you when I first saw you. After the beach, and then having you in my bed, I didn't want to settle for 4 anymore. When I woke up, you were gone. Then you show up at Steele and completely catch me off guard.
I didn't know."
"I know you didn't. In the past week, you have pursued your story and discovered things that I'm not ashamed of, but they're private things. I've watched the way you look at me, and I know you want what I can give you. You crave it. I want it too. I stepped over the line last night. I knew I would. But what do I have to lose? Hell, you know everything about me. You could be in this to ruin me. You demand trust, yet you don't give it. Tell me why I should trust you. Tell me what you want from me. It's all very overwhelming, all of this. I agree. Last night I laid in your bed, thinking about what could happen, ready to give you what you asked of me. And this morning, you reject me. I understand that I have brought a lot of drama and unwanted attention. I want you to understand that I won't hold you responsible for anything you said last night. I can take care of myself. I'll finish the article without exposing anything you don't want uncovered. I'll do the little... Stop.
Exposed. Abe. She looked at me with sadness and shame in her eyes. Two emotions I had brought on that I hadn't meant to. When she was naked in front of me, I never wanted her to feel ashamed. I pulled off the shorts I had slept in, stepped into the opposite side of the tub, and sunk down. I leaned my head back and closed my eyes, thinking about what I wanted to tell her. My parents have been married for 30 years. My sophomore year in college, we found out Mom, Margaret, had multiple sclerosis. A woman who had worked side by side with her husband every day was now tired all the time. Then she started dropping things, and even fell a few times at the pub. The doctors ran tests and diagnosed her right away. She had numbness, blurred vision, and extreme pain in her legs, hands, and face for years. Things moved so fast. One weekend I came home and found her crying. Urinary incontinence is common in the more advanced stages. She was pleading with my father to let her go live in a home. She didn't want her family taking care of her. But my father wouldn't hear of it. Mom became very depressed. The next time I was home, she fell trying to get from her wheelchair to the toilet. Pops and I fought about him ignoring her wishes, subjecting her to the shame and embarrassment of losing her dignity. Long story short, she now lives in a rehab facility, but now she also has dementia. Can you believe that? A double fucking whammy. I'm so sorry. Thank you. I'm sure you mean that. I'm not telling you this so you can have something for that story of yours, but because I want to get to know each other. I want you to know that I'm not just some prick-eligible bachelor playboy who meets girls on spring break, beds them, and then goes back to fucking hookers when vacation's over. But here you are, angry, hurt, naked, fully exposed and vulnerable. I need you to see that I can be that too. I don't talk to anyone about her. Not even Jace or Carly. They know it's off limits.
How often do you see her?
I used to see her weekly. Now I go every couple weeks. I prefer to go when she's asleep. She's peaceful then, and it's less like a hospital. You know, people are sleeping, less staff to interrupt, things like that.
Why don't you move her home and have around-the-clock care?
Great question. My father refuses to let me help financially. She's his wife. I wanted to move her home, but it's a fucked up situation in which I have no control over.
I see.
You see what?
Nothing. The water is getting cold. Would you mind if I got out?
I think you better sit still and let me grab a towel for you.
I can...
No, because if I see you naked again, I won't be able to control myself. I got out and grabbed 2 towels, quickly dried off, then left her to her privacy. I returned a call from Nicholas D'Angelo. Nicolette was standing in front of me in shorts and a tank top, pulling her hair into a ponytail, watching me. Thanks. I understand. It doesn't mean I'm fucking happy, though. 2 days. Yes, I know. Keep in touch. I wanted to break something when I hung up the phone, but she was here, and this was about her, and fuck. I shot my assistant a text to message me Dominic Segretti's file and to let him know I'd planned to call him no earlier than Thursday. When I looked up at her, she rubbed her forehead.
The media know?
They do.
My name will be used?
No, but when his information goes out, it won't take too much for the media to figure out who his neighbor is.
Right.
Do you think you should talk to your parents before that happens? Let them know?
Will our video be broadcast?
No.
You sound confident about that.
A trial won't happen overnight. There are ways to delay things. That may or may not be used as evidence.
Oh, God.
Nicolette, it could be a year or two.
This will ruin my career. I will be that girl, the victim.
I understand, but
yours too, Abe. Oh, my God, what have I done?
What have you done? Honest to God, Nicolette, you need to stop blaming yourself for things way beyond your control. I think you and I should take a trip to Georgia.
What?
She was shocked. You can talk to your folks, and I can let them know I won't allow anything to happen to you.
What am I supposed to say to them? This is Abe O'Donnell, the guy that got me off in Florida and now on film?
Well, that wouldn't be accurate. It was 4 times in Florida, and I didn't actually let you get off last night. I was in a mood, remember?
Oh, my God.
She covered her face and then started to laugh.
This is awful.
But you're laughing.
What else can I do?
See, that's one of the 4 reasons I like you.
4, huh? That's it?
She looked up as she shook her head. So is it a yes or no?
I have no idea.
Because you don't know how to introduce me?
Because of all of it.
You can tell them that we met in Florida and chance brought us back together here in New Jersey.
Is that what I should tell them?
Her cheeks turned pink. First things first, Nikki.
Nikki?
Is that all right?
Yes.
Because that's what your friends call you?
She nodded.
Are we friends, Nikki?
I hope so.
Good, me too. Now let's talk about furthering that friendship and taking it to the next level. I need something from you.
To let you have control.
In the bedroom.
Right.
It bothers you?
To give up my freedom? Yes, of course.
It's so much more than that. It's trust in the truest form. It's allowing me to be the man I am. It's accepting that I will make decisions based on what I know you need.
How do you know what I need?
It wasn't an argument. She wanted badly to give herself to me. I just had to convince her that it would be the best decision she could make. I know you very well already, Nikki. I know you're legally of age. I know that you're single, which gives me the opportunity to have you when I want. I know there was an immediate attraction on both our parts. You live close, so I won't have to miss seeing you as often as I am going to want to see you. I know what you dream of being, and I will do everything I can to help you achieve that goal. I know you're on the pill, and you are STD-free, and you know I get tested, and don't make it a habit to have unprotected sex. I know some of your limits, and you know I want to test them. When you trust me more, I know you'll without a doubt trust that whatever I choose to do to your body will not just be for my benefit. I know you value family, which, if you didn't, would be a deal breaker for me. I'll never do anything to you that will hurt you, and I know you trust that. I know I was with you when you experienced your best sexual experience, and I can promise it'll only get better. I assume you've never been spanked in a sexual way, but I promise you, you'd understand why it's necessary, and you'd do what I need to avoid it. I know you're more turned on by anticipation than of what comes after a session or experience. I also promise I'll make sure you crave that too. I know you're not completely comfortable naked, and I can assure you, I will want you that way all the damn time. I know you were turned on when I was stroking myself in front of you, which gives me high hopes that someday soon you'll show me how you get yourself off. I don't. You will when I ask you to. I continued, not wanting to deviate from my expectations or what hers should be. I know you're intelligent enough to communicate your needs when you accept that what you want may not be vanilla. Until then, I will expect outbursts like the one in the bathroom. Outburst? She snapped. Based on not trusting me to know what you need. She held her own, still stubborn and defiant, even if underneath all that bravado, she knew I was right. The bath did make me feel better, she conceded. I also know your support system is pretty far away, so I'll make sure punishment is given at a minimum, because I will be the one to support you, the one you talk it through with after if you're confused. So you think I am sexually twisted? I think you're afraid I am, and that I will make you become something you aren't. But I see it in you. You have a very naturally submissive personality. You think I'm weak? On the contrary, I think you are strong enough to be what I want, what I desire. Erotic sex isn't twisted, Nikki. It's unreserved and more intimate than you can even imagine. It builds a closeness that cannot easily be broken. And it's what I want with you. I don't know. Her body language said otherwise, and I had to smile. All I ask is that you give it a chance. And then what? If I don't like it, then what? You will. You already do. She stood quietly for a while. So that's what I tell my parents? I'm your sub? My smile widened. Pack a bag. I don't know if this is a good idea, she said, stopping on the staircase. I know. Let's see if we can change your mind. I grabbed her hand and walked down the 2 flights of stairs to the garage and grabbed 2 helmets off the shelf. Oh, I don't think that's a good idea. Again, let's see if we can change your mind. I pulled the ponytail out of her sexy black hair, and she rolled her eyes playfully. See, I got you. I grabbed my leather jacket and held it out. Arms in. I stood back and looked her up and down. After I took my time checking out her fine figure, I grabbed the helmet and pulled it over her head and buckled her up. Looking fine, Miss Bassett. She gave me a thumbs up and I pointed to the muffler. This is hot, don't let your lug touch it. Anything else? Her muffled voice came through the shield. I lifted it and kissed her nose. Just hang on tight. She nodded and gave me a big, fake-as-fuck grin. I hopped on and she hopped on behind me. Hold tighter and don't let go. We were headed to the shore. I hadn't been to my favorite spot since Jace and Carly got married. The faster I went, the tighter she held on, so I went faster. We parked behind Forever Steel, the tattoo shop Jace and his family owned and operated. Nikki got off the bike and I followed. I took off my helmet and watched as she fumbled with her buckle. It was cute as hell watching her fight that buckle, and funny when she put her hands on her hips and tapped her foot. I unbuckled it for her, thoroughly amused. It's really not that funny. It was cute as hell for her, just like your hair that's sticking up all over the place. She immediately combed her fingers through it, pulled the hair tie off her wrist, and threw her hair in a ponytail. I must have stared a little too long because she looked at me and asked, Is it a mess? No. It was sexy as hell. Then what? You sure you want to know? Yes. I'm picturing you bent over with my hand wrapped around your ponytail and... Okay, maybe I don't want to know. She looked down. Like hell you don't, your cheeks just flushed. That's called embarrassed. That's only because it's intriguing to you, and you're embarrassed because you want to know what it would be like. I grabbed her hand and walked toward the snack shack across the road. I knocked on the back door and Ruthie opened it. Abe, where have you been? Busy taking over the world. You have any of those breakfast wraps ready? I'd love a few of them.
You never could wait. Had to grab and go so you could be the first in the water.
She laughed as she walked back in. I grabbed some cash out of my pocket and Ruthie stepped out and handed me a bag. I gave her a kiss on the cheek and shoved some bills in her hand. Thanks, you're a doll.
Don't be a stranger,
she yelled from behind me.
She seems nice.
She's great. Wait until you taste these burritos. Best breakfast ever. I pointed to a picnic table. Have a seat. I handed her one of the foil-wrapped burritos and leaned back against the table, looking out over the Atlantic. We're having a sort of picnic on the beach, Nikki.
That we are.
She offered a weak smile. I don't have time to teach you to surf, but I would love the chance. So what do you say? Knowing everything you do, would you trust me enough to allow me to teach you to surf? She smiled.
You brought me here to ask me if you could teach me to surf?
Yeah, something like that. I reached over and rubbed her cheek with the back of my hand, and she pushed gently against it. Come on, I'm waiting, and very impatiently, I might add.
Yes, you can teach me to surf when we get back.
When we get back, huh?
Yeah.
So how will you introduce me?
My surf instructor.
I laughed. Oh, yeah?
Yes. One who wants to pull my hair and spank me.
I looked over at her and she laughed.
What are we doing here?
You're giving in.
I think I am.
I reached over and pulled her to me. So aside from no surfboard or lesson being given, do you remember how my perfect date ends?
I do.
Good. We have 2 hours before the plane takes off.
The plane?
She asked as I pulled her up. Yes, the one to Georgia. I pulled her up tight against me and ran my hand right down to that ass.
We're in public.
We fucked on a beach.
A private beach.
Semi-private. She closed her eyes and laid her forehead against my chest. You okay?
Yeah,
She stopped and looked up.
I don't want to be spanked.
I tried not to laugh, but failed. Now that I'm your surf instructor, there will be times when it's just plain old sex.
I'd love to see what your idea of plain old sex is.
I may bore you.
I highly doubt that.
If you don't stop talking, I'm going to end up either coming right here or bending you over the table.
Take me to bed.
Fuck.
My instructor, Nicolette. I sat on the back of his bike, holding tightly around his waist. He was driving faster than he had driven on the way to the shore. It was interesting that someone who was all about control seemed not to have any right now. He pulled up to the gate and punched in 4 4s. I took a deep breath and climbed off the back of the bike when he had killed the engine. I tried to unbuckle again and had the same exact results as I did at the beach. He didn't wait this time, though. He unbuckled and removed the helmet and then pushed his jacket off my shoulder so it hung low. I tried to shrug it off. He shook his head no, and then his lips collided with mine. The warmth of his mouth and the possessive way he kissed me made my head spin. Lips over mine, tongue rubbing slowly across my lower lip until I opened my mouth to him. His tongue slid into my mouth. Bravely, I gave him my tongue, hoping it wouldn't upset him to be so assertive. He began sucking it, drawing it into his mouth. My nipples hardened immediately. I moaned, and he groaned, and our pleasure's noises did an erotic slow dance. I squirmed out of his jacket and reached up for his hair and tangled my fingers in the silky softness of it. I may have pulled a little too hard, and he groaned again. His hand rose up under the hem of my tank top and then ran slowly up my back. Goosebumps trailed behind his fingertips and then settled just under the back of my bra. I wondered why he stopped, and then he sucked hard on my lip as he pulled away.
Nikki, I don't want to be just your surf instructor or the subject of an interview.
No? I all but panted.
I want to be your teacher in everything you'll experience from here on out, and I want you to be my girl.
Yes. I pushed my painfully erect nipples against him.
Right now, I want you naked.
He unclasped my bra with one hand.
And after that, I want to be so fucking deep inside you that you can't think of anything else but trying to catch your breath.
You're a naughty man, Abe O'Donnell. I tried to sound as sexy as he made me feel, and I'm sure I failed miserably. But he kissed me hard, pulled my shirt over my head before pulling my bra and shorts off. Abe ran a finger over my lace panties.
And you're so fucking wet. Why is that?
I bit my lip, not wanting to answer. If I tell you, that'll make me just as bad. I looked down as he knelt before me.
You are going to love being a bad girl, Nikki. You're going to love what I will give you.
His mouth covered my panties, and he sucked.
I love your taste, but not now. We'll save that for later. I want you to come all over my cock. Would you like that, Nikki?
His kisses trailed up my body until he came to my breast. He licked my nipple lightly, and I arched my back, wanting more. Yes, yes.
I won't make it up the stairs to my bed. I need inside now.
Please.
All I get is one word. Tell me what you want.
You.
Only me?
Only you. He sucked hard on my breast, and then moved to the other.
Your tits are beautiful. I can't wait to fuck them.
I didn't say anything. I didn't know what to say. He dropped his pants, and I reached down to touch him.
Damn, Nikki, not...
He stopped when I stroked him.
Fuck, I need you.
He lifted me up, squeezing my butt hard.
Legs around me. Good girl. I can't go easy right now. It's gonna feel good, though, I promise.
Before I had a chance to speak, he rubbed his beautiful cock against my opening, and then pulled me down hard onto him. Ouch, ouch, ouch! He didn't stop. He hammered into me, and my back hit the brick wall of the garage. He was right. It quickly began to feel amazing. He thrust deeper, then he stilled, and rolled his hips, stretching me to a limit I only knew possible because he had been here before. I gripped him, holding on tightly as his sculpted body pinned me to the wall.
You feel so fucking good. Better than I remember.
He kissed my neck hard, and I was sure he'd bruise the skin. He lowered one of my legs to the ground, held the other around his waist, forcing him to thrust more downward, and hitting my burning clit, pushing me faster to the point of no return.
Come for me, girl.
He thrust deeper. His rough, sexy, commanding voice sent sparks throughout my body. Oh, God!
That's right.
He hit the spot deeper inside, and another orgasm swallowed the first. My leg gave out, and he pulled me up again, forcing himself even deeper. Oh, yes! He growled into my neck as he held me and carried me up the stairs.
Your little pussy is choking my cock, Nikki. It's begging to swallow my cum. I don't want to stop yet.
I don't want you to. He smiled as he sat down hard on his couch.
Feet flat on each side of me. Don't disconnect us, or there will be hell to pay.
My eyes widened.
It was a joke,
I lifted up and then allowed my body to fall onto his.
Fuck.
The way he looked at me made me feel like this one time I had pleased him. You liked that?
Hell yes, I liked that.
I did it again, but this time I rolled my hips, and his head fell back slightly.
Nikki, you ever drive stick?
He hissed.
Yes. Then drive it, baby. No more stalling out. You want to drive, you fucking drive. I can? Let's find out. Fuck me, Nikki. Take what you want. I rocked forward and he groaned. Like that? Just like that. His jaw clenched as he looked down at where we connected. F-U-C-K. He reached between us and rubbed my clit. Oh, God, I moaned. I rested my head against his shoulder and continued rotating my hips. I was lost in sensation and desire. I continued grinding into and against him. I felt his hand wrap around my ponytail, and he yanked it back so that I looked up at him again. I moaned, and his eyes bore into mine. You still with me, For? Yes, oh yes. Good fucking thing, he hissed. Eyes stay on me so I know where you are. Here, I'm so here. He released my hair and gripped my hips firmly. Hang on, girl. He pushed into me hard as his hands took charge of my hip movements. His hot gaze entrapped my eyes. I'm gonna come so fucking hard inside you. I'm there. Oh, God. He twitched inside me, and his hot liquid filled me so full that it seeped out as I came down from my orgasm. Damn. He was trying to catch his breath. Damn. I sat up and looked at him. Am I a good driver? You're a damn good driver. Even though you brought it home? I asked as I played with his hair. It was a relay race. We did it together. I think we're leaking oil. He laughed out loud, and so did I. He stood up with me in his arms. Shower, plane, meet the parents, and then baseball. Baseball? I asked as he took the stairs to the bathroom. Thursday night, bar league. Fuck, look at your tits bounce. Abe, I gasped. They're fucking beautiful. You're beautiful. He stopped dead in his tracks and looked at me with a very alluring smile. That was very nice. I'm a very nice girl. Except that one time. What? I laughed. That one time when you took off. Yeah, you scared me. I know. I'm a scary-looking dude. Ha ha. What? Do you know most serial killers are charming? His jaw dropped. Then he walked over, set me in an empty tub, and walked into the shower. I got out and followed him in. Are you pouting? Me? No, not me. He turned his back to me. You have a great bottom. I know. You know? He turned around, grabbed my boobs, and pushed them up. Your man is very smart. And modest. He smiled. Of course. Now as great as my bottom is, and as much as I can't wait until my dick is between these tits. He bent down and rubbed both thumbs across my nipples. We have to be at the airfield in an hour. We could go one more time. I like the way you think, For. 7. 7 and all mine. Make it 8. Later. By the time the plane touched down, we had hit 10, and I was exhausted. You ready for this? I'm good. Are you? He rubbed my back as we walked down the tarmac to the waiting rental car. He opened the door for me, and then got in the driver's seat. After we got onto the highway, he reached for my hand. He held it as he rubbed his thumb in soft, slow strokes over my knuckle. Tell me what you're thinking. Nothing, really. Nikki, talk to me. This works better if we're open and honest with each other. It's going to be difficult to tell them about that. I know. He kissed my hand. And I really hope they like you. Yeah? Yes. Good. I decided not to tell my parents I was coming home. I didn't want to worry them. They would find it odd if I just dropped in midweek, and of course,
They would be suspicious of why their normally predictable daughter was being not so predictable. I was always pushed to step outside of my comfort zone as a child, and continuously as a young adult. I was the girl who didn't complain about my parents because there was nothing to complain about. They were great, constantly supportive and encouraging. I rarely spent nights at friends' homes, as everyone always wanted to come to mine. There was always laughter, music, an adult with a tender heart, and caring words when anyone was going through rough times and needed to get good advice or just needed an ear. As we neared my home, I looked over at Abe, who was tapping his thumb nervously on the steering wheel and looking over at me every so often. "You're making me more anxious," I sort of joked.
"I apologize."
"You're nervous?"
"A bit, yes."
"Why?"
"I hope they like me."
"Do parents normally like you?"
"I haven't met very many."
"How many is very many?"
"Well, my best friend's mother loves me, but she has to. She's kind of been a surrogate. My parents like me."
He winked. "That's always a good thing."
"It is."
He smiled as we passed the Welcome to Thomasville sign. "How about girls you've dated?"
"One girl's parents, and they liked me enough, I guess."
We remained quiet for a while. "Abe?"
"Nikki?"
"Thank you."
"For?"
"You've been wonderful." We pulled into the driveway, and Abe smiled.
"This is it?"
"Yep."
"Are they home?"
"I see Mom's car. Dad's isn't here." He drove up the driveway, smiling.
"Holy shit, Nikki. This is beautiful."
"What did you expect?"
"Not this. Something nice, but this is insane."
"It's home." He looked at me expressionless for a moment, then leaned towards me and kissed me.
"You ready to do this?"
"I suppose."
Rhett's place. Abe. What a beautiful property. The long driveway was lined with trees, and Spanish moss was hanging down like a canopy over the driveway. A spectacular vision. After parking, I stepped out of the rental and looked at the Southern Plantation home. It had been beautifully cared for, so I wouldn't even dare guess the home's age. I felt like I stepped into a scene from Gone with the Wind. I walked around to the front of the car to get the door for my girl. When she stepped out, she inhaled the fragrant air. I looked around and noticed all the trees that were covered in flowers. "The dogwood trees. I love the smell." I inhaled and smiled. "Smells a lot like you." "You think?" "I do." "Sugar Plum, is that you?" I looked up at a woman on the porch, smiling from ear to ear and waving. "Who else would it be, Gran?" Nikki was just about jumping out of her skin, so I let go of her. She ran up the driveway onto the porch and hugged her grandmother. I was relieved that she seemed happy and not stressed like she was from the moment we got off the plane. The plane. Hot as fuck. I am officially a member of the Mile High Club. She is fucking perfect, and I am officially pussy whipped. I grabbed our bags from the back of the rental, and we started for the porch. She stopped hugging her grandma, looked at me and smiled. "Gran, this is Abe O'Donnell. Abe, this is my gran, Ivy." I walked up the stairs and set the bags down. "I see where Nikki gets her stunning looks." Ivy looked me over with a smile, but her eyes said something else. "Abe, you are very kind." She turned her attention back to her granddaughter. "What brings you home and with a friend, Nikki?" "Maybe I just missed y'all." That was the first time I had heard her say y'all, and I liked it. Sweet, beautiful Southern accent was hot on Nikki. Almost as hot as I was on her. "Mm-hmm." Her grandmother shook her head back and forth.
I'll get the truth out of you with sweet tea and cornbread. Can we wait until Dad's home? He's here, sugar. Car's in the shop. I couldn't tell if Nikki was relieved, disappointed, or terrified. There was no stopping the truth now. I took her hand in mine and offered her the most supportive smile I could. Boyfriend, huh? Guilty. I smiled and nodded. You ready for the Inquisition? Ivy sighed as she opened the screen door, not waiting for my response. Sure thing. I pulled Nikki in under my arm and kissed the top of her head. I got you. Nikki tensed up. Gonna be an interesting night, Sugar Plum. Ivy disappeared into the expansive home. We followed her inside, where it was just as traditional as it was on the outside. She and Nikki removed their shoes, and I followed suit. I heard laughter from beyond the wall to the left. I hoped it helped ease her angst, knowing that they are in a good mood. Despite it, I felt myself tense. I don't know the players, haven't even read their bios like I would have before meeting potential business associates or employees. Nope. Meeting the parents was a little out of my comfort zone. We entered the family room where her parents sat watching old family videos of a birthday party. Nikki must have been about 10. Her hair was in little, poofy pom-pom pigtails on the side, and she wore a birthday girl tiara. She was absolutely beautiful even then, as she sang with her friends. I was almost certain 3 of the 5 of them were the same girls I'd met in Fort Lauderdale. Mom, Dad, I'm home. Both her parents jumped up when they heard her. They came around the sofa to embrace her. It seemed as if they didn't even notice me. It was damn cool. You could feel and see the love these people shared for one another. I remember when things were like that in my family. Nothing better. What are you doing home? Her mother asked, looking in my direction. Her mother was drop-dead gorgeous. Her skin was darker than Nikki's, and she wasn't quite as tall, but she had the same round, deep-set eyes. Her cheeks, too, high cheekbones with round cheeks. And her lips were full, the lower one a bit more full, just like Nikki's. Mom, Dad, this is Abe O'Donnell, my boyfriend. She said it quietly as if she was asking permission, which didn't feel all that good to me. Her father was tall and lean, not thin but not big either. He looked like a bicyclist. He had blonde thinning hair and pale blue eyes. Oh? Her mom seemed shocked. I stepped forward, extended my hand, and smiled. Very nice to meet you, Mrs. Bassett. She stared at me and shook my hand. Hello, Mr. Bassett, you have a truly beautiful home. I extended my hand to him as well. Thank you. Abe? Yes, sir. I glanced quickly over at Nikki, who looked amused. What? I asked. Nothing at all, she giggled. Did you drive all the way here without letting us know you were on the road? Okay, that didn't feel good either. We flew, and I can assure you she was in good hands. Her grandmother giggled, and everyone looked at her. Lord knows they look capable. How? Did you have enough money? Mom, Dad, we need to talk. They both immediately looked at me. And what comes out of me, Abe O'Donnell, CFO of a billion-dollar company's mouth? She's not pregnant. Nikki gasped. Her parents' mouths dropped open, and her grandmother started laughing. Fuck! Came out of my mouth instead of staying in my head. I sounded like Carly. I shit you not. I have no idea what had come over me, but I was fucking this up hardcore. I looked at a mortified Nikki. Sorry. Nicolette, we need to talk. Her father glared at her. I apologize. Abe, it's okay. Mom, Dad, please just sit down. Her parents sure as fuck didn't want to sit, but when they did, I sat with my head down, avoiding eye contact at all costs. Nikki sat on the sofa next to me, and I took her hand. She was turning pink. I wasn't gonna ride bitch here, and I wasn't gonna have her keep thinking she did something wrong.
"I got this," I whispered, and kissed her hand. I looked up at 2 sets of extremely annoyed eyes and one slightly amused set. "Nikki has been through a pretty rough couple of days. She wanted to let you know because it may come out, and we wouldn't want you to be caught off guard." "Nicolette, you can tell us anything, you know that." Her father was peacocking, and I knew how he felt. He had been her protector at one point, but there was a new kid in town, me. "For a few weeks," I interrupted, "the electricity in her apartment would randomly go out. I had someone look into it because her landlord wasn't handling the problem, and—" "You did?" Nikki asked. "I told you, I take care of what is mine."
"Nicolette, a minute, please."
Her mother stood. "As I was saying, I had someone look into it, and we suspected it was being tampered with. Nikki's landlord had taught her how to flip the switch on the breaker box, thinking something was shorting it out. Last night, while I was at her place—" I stopped and looked into her eyes. "You good?" And she just blurted out,
"There may be a sex tape that will surface that stars me."
Holy fuck, she did not just say that. "What she means," I began. "Nicolette, as your mother and I have both said, we would like a minute alone with you." "We do this together," I insisted. "This is none of your—" Her father interrupted. "She is my concern."
"Abe, you don't—"
Nikki began. "How long have you known this man, Nicolette? This isn't like you. Not at all."
"I met him in Florida."
Her mom's jaw dropped.
"The creepy neighbor?"
Now I was shocked. I looked at her, trying to get a read on whether or not they were talking about me. Sure as fuck they were. "Redirect, O'Donnell. You can table that shit for when you're alone with her." Her neighbor in Jersey, I felt I needed to clarify, drilled a fucking hole in her goddamned wall. She didn't do a damn thing wrong. I think it's time for you to leave." Her father stepped towards me. "That's fine. When you calm down and realize your daughter was a victim here, then you give us a call." I stood and pulled her hand to help her up, but she didn't move. "Nikki?"
"Just let me talk to them for a minute alone."
"I told you I would take care of this." "Nicolette, now." Her parents exited the room, and she let go of my hand. It was like a punch to the gut. "Nikki, we just leapt a mile. You're about to set us right back to square one."
"They're my parents, Abe."
She closed her eyes. "That's fine. I'm out." I didn't look back. I just walked out past her parents and then out the door. Fuck, fuck, fuck. I walked to the rental and realized I'd left my bag in the house. I turned, and her grandmother was standing there with it in her hand.
"You seem like a nice man."
"Not sure if I would agree with you. I think as far as first impressions go, I just royally messed up."
"Nicolette is very close to her family."
She reached out and handed me the bag. I respect that, admire it actually.
"So you should understand that she needs them right now, and they need to make sure she's all right, too."
I made sure she was all right. I made damn sure she was all right. I looked up into disapproving eyes. "I'm sorry, I meant no disrespect."
"I'm sure you didn't. Nicolette is a very special young lady."
"I am well aware of that."
"I know you are. You need to give her time. They were here first."
Even though she was right, it didn't change how I felt.
2 days, Abe.
Her smile was gentler now.
Give her 2 days.
I looked past her, hoping to see Nikki coming out the door with her bag, ready to go back to the shore. But when she didn't, I turned and walked away because if I didn't, I was going to go fucking crazy. I sat in the rental and sent her a text. "Abe, I'll get a room in town. Message me when you're ready. I'll pick you up." Less than a minute later, I got a response. "Nikki."
I need a couple days. Go back. We'll talk later.
Fuck! I yelled and looked up to the porch where her grandma was standing, shaking her head back and forth. 2 days I sat at my desk, pissed that I had still heard nothing from her. It was noon. I was done returning emails and going over Dom's proposals for the takeover. I decided to head over and see Mom. It had been a while. Then hop over to Pop's and toss back a few before the big game. I sent a message telling Jace to make sure everyone was at the field by 5 so we could toss around a few balls. Seemed fitting since I felt like my balls had been tossed, beaten with a Louisville slugger, and driven over by a fucking Mack truck. I'd taken Nikki home to face her parents, and she basically told me to go fuck myself. I hopped on my bike, threw on my helmet, and headed to my place to change clothes and rides. I pulled up in front of the rehab center feeling the same way as I always did, sick to my stomach and like I was walking into her funeral. She had stopped recognizing me a year after the diagnosis. She had stopped looking at me like she knew she loved me 6 months later. She was propped up in her chair when I arrived to put fresh flowers in the vase on her bedside table. "Hey, Mom." I bent down and kissed her cheek. "You look beautiful. It's Abe, your son." I sat in the chair next to her and took her hand. It was balled into a fist, and harder to open than it had been before. A sick part of me always wondered if one day I would end up breaking a damn finger when I pried her hands open. And then I wondered if she'd even feel it if I did. Her hair was completely white now, and she looked hollow. Her eyes didn't sparkle anymore. Hell, they weren't even blue. They were gray and black. I hated seeing her like this. Every time I left, I swore it would be the last time I would do this to me or to her. I wondered if she was trapped inside, down deep inside, trying to fight her way back. I wondered if when I was saying goodbye, my mom, not this shell of a woman whose hand I held now, was crying inside, and if it hurt her like it did me. "It's a beautiful sunny day outside. I wish I could take you to the boardwalk to feed those damn birds you love so much." We wouldn't tell Dad. He'd of course be annoyed. Tell us someday they were going to shit on our heads and we'd never feed them again. I pulled my chair in front of her so that she was staring at me and not the wall. "So I met a girl. Her name is Nikki. I like her, but she's trouble. Not trouble like Jason the boys, but trouble as in she'd break my heart if I gave it to her. She's a knockout, Mom. I would have loved you to meet her, but well, I'm not even sure I'll see her again. I've changed a lot, Mom. I need things to go just so, you know what I mean? My house, which I would love you to see, but of course you won't because I'm not even sure you're in there anymore, is beautiful. An old warehouse that I helped refurbish. I really wish I could get some advice here. Mom, would you just wake up for a few minutes? I need you to tell me what the hell I'm doing wrong. Please, just wake up. Wake up, Mom. No? You know it's your fault I'm the way I am. You made everything perfect right down to ironing my damn boxers. You did everything he asked and acted like it was what you wanted. I don't know what I expected her to say or do. Squeeze my fucking hand or anything to let me know she'd heard me, that she was still there. But why the fuck would she? I was being a fucking prick. I sat forward and rubbed her hand on my cheek, then kissed it. Sorry, Mom. I really am. I just miss you, that's all. I grabbed a book off her nightstand, the one I had given her a month ago. I suppose I should read some more, because if she was still in there, she'd want me to read to her like she read to me every night for 10 fucking years. The Four Loves. I laughed when I read the title. 4. By C.S. Lewis. Chapter 3. After reading 4 chapters, I set the book down and gave her a kiss. Love you, Mom. I promise I'll be back soon. I drove out of the rehab parking lot feeling even shittier than I did when I first got there. I had an hour before I needed to meet the guys. I drove over to the pub and parked. I grabbed my phone and saw a new email from the shore. Subject: Interview. On behalf of the shore, I would like to personally thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to allow Miss Bassett to conduct this interview. We have just received it, and per our agreement, I will personally review it before sending it for your approval. Bogart Humph, Editor, The Shore. I read it 3 times after thumbing through my email trying to see where she had sent it to me first, like we had agreed upon. She hadn't. Only one of 3 things would calm me. Actually, a combination of any of the 3. Number 1, drink whiskey. Jameson's Irish whiskey, to be exact. 3 shots and a chaser. Number 2, fucking someone hard with every tool in my arsenal. Number 3, spanking the ass of the one who got the anger brewing inside in the first place. Instead, I headed into the pub. "There's my boy," Pop's voice boomed through the air. "You back where you should be, Abe? Ready to take over and let your old man retire?" "Sal, you look like shit," I said before walking behind the bar. "Abe," my Pops gasped. "You trying to shut me up, boy?" He hacked. "Yep." Unfucking real. Every time I walked in here, it was the same thing. I grabbed the bottle of whiskey and lined up 3 shots. "Big spender gonna share the wealth instead of letting your Pops bust his ass?" "Go fuck yourself, Sal." "Abe!" "Let him go, Sean. At least he's not blowing smoke today." Sal chuckled. "Uniforms in, Pops?" "In the back. They came a few hours ago." "Gone are the good old days where you just wore shorts and a t-shirt, huh, boy?" "Yeah, sure." I was not in the mood for his shit. I grabbed a beer and popped it open. "You should stick to what works, son. O'Donnell's Pub is a landmark, and so are those ball shirts. This place has been here for 75 years. Never had fancy uniforms." Not listening to this shit. I grabbed another beer and walked out back. Fuck him.
Once again, Nicolette. I deboarded the plane nervous about the choice I had made, but I promised my parents I would be strong, like I was raised to be. I finished the article on Abe O'Donnell yesterday. I hoped it wouldn't give away everything about him, but I had decided to write the truth of what I saw Abe wanting in a relationship. My parents also made me promise to reconsider looking for another internship, and they wanted me to finish my senior year back in school. The truth was, I didn't want to go back and face seeing Sally and Steve. I guess I should be thanking them both for betraying me. If they hadn't, I wouldn't be here now. I got a cab and went straight to the shore to make sure everything was going well with my article. I also wanted to see what they would give me as my next assignment. "Look who's here! The girl who got the inside scoop on the ever-so-elusive Abe O'Donnell. And to my surprise, you threw in some of the steel men, too. Do you think they'll go for it?" "I hope so. Which brings me to why I'm here. My next story. What is it?" "Patience, young one." God, that man made my skin crawl. "I will email back the edit and any suggestions I have, and then we'll send it back to O'Donnell. If things go smoothly, I will see what strings I can pull at the Meadowlands." "Giants or Jets?" "Whatever we can get a wannabe female sports reporter in on. Beggars can't be choosers. We do need some exclusive photos, though. I know what a controlling prick he can be, so even just a few cell pics would work." "He's really not all that bad." "Then it should be a piece of cake." I walked out of the shore and looked at my watch. It was Thursday at 5 o'clock. The cab pulled up to take me home. I parked in front of the community baseball field at 6. There were 4 different fields and 8 different teams. One team stood out. I mean, really stood out. White baseball pants, green baseball jerseys, and white hats. If there had been an award for best dressed team, they would have won it. I liked the way Abe dressed. Really liked it. Suits on some men were sexy in their own right. It just gave an air of confidence. Men who wore suits, to me, had always been hot. But in Abe's case, the suit wore him. The sleeves were a perfect length, allowing the shirt cuffs and his cufflinks to be seen. The few times I had seen him in a suit, it was either black or dark gray. Without a doubt, tailored and cut to fit across his broad shoulders, with gentle lines around his trim waist, given the appearance of a perfect V. Which reminded me of how amazing his body was under that suit. Dear God, I was getting a bit moist. Abe in jeans was just as hot. They always rested on his hips. Not too baggy, but not those awful skinny jeans that some men wore. To me, skinny jeans should be reserved for rock stars and my gay male friends who were a bit showy. I'm sure Abe O'Donnell didn't even own a pair. Abe in board shorts, dear merciful God above, that was the sexiest sight to ever behold. The ink on his side and hip, the V that led to what I am sure is the most beautiful, pleasure-given piece of male parts on the planet. What I loved most about Abe O'Donnell was his arms. They were strong and very well formed. They had carried me to the beach house in Florida, held me up against the wall, carried me up the stairs of his home, held me all night when I was scared and needed to feel safe. Arms that for 2 days I missed just as much as I missed my family when I was away from them, maybe even more. This revelation both scared and excited me at the same time. I loved Abe's arms. It had only been 3 weeks, an insane 3 weeks, might I add, since I saw Abe walk out of the ocean and turn my life upside down. Falling for him at that moment was a first for me. It scared the shit out of me, completely irrational. Even as I explained it to my parents for the first 2 days, it seemed unreal. And for the first time, we argued, distance growing between us over a man I hardly knew. I decided to take some photos. Watching Abe wind up and throw a pitch was a whole new level of sexy. Cyrus Steele was catching, Jace was playing first, Xander playing third, Xavier was shortstop. The man who looked very much like the electrician at my apartment house was playing second, and the outfield was made up of men who were heavily tattooed. I sat on the hood of my car taking pictures. Abe struck out the first 2 men before the third batter hit one to center. The outfielder scrambled, and my heart began pumping. Have I mentioned how much I loved watching sports? It was exhilarating. I will be the first to admit that I wasn't gifted athletically. I was more a thinker, a reader, and a writer. I ran track in school, didn't break any records, but enjoyed it. I loved watching, though, and right now, I can honestly say baseball was my favorite. When the inning was over, I watched Abe stretch, bat in hand above his head, and then behind his back. He turned, and let me just tell you, the ass was godlike, but the package in front was just as glorious. I took more pictures. Holy hell. He took his sunglasses off and stared in my direction. I watched his eyes narrow and his jaw muscles twitch. He was pissed, and even that was sexy, so I took a picture of that too. I set the camera on my lap and waved. He started walking toward me, and Jace grabbed his arm and held up 5 fingers. I was pretty sure he mouthed, "No shit," and then resumed his long, angry strides towards me. I have no idea why, but it made me smile, which seemed to piss him off even more. He stopped dead in his tracks about 2 feet from me, and his hands fisted into balls at his sides. He didn't say a word. Hi. I slid down the hood of my car and sat my bag on it. I turned and took a step toward him. What the hell are you doing? I missed you. I reached out and took his fisted hand. You can't fucking call, return a text, and you turned in the goddamn story without consulting me first? He hissed. Besides all that, what have you been up to? What the fuck do you think I've been up to? Brooding. Brooding? It means acting all angry and dark, being intimidating and... I know what it means, Miss Bassett. He hissed. I took a step closer so that I was standing against him. Nicky. He tensed up even more. I put my hands on his hips and held on to him. I missed you, I repeated. You should leave. He looked up and away from me. Abe. I reached up and held both hands behind his neck. I've been drinking. He still wouldn't look at me. And I am beyond pissed at you. That means you should leave. Is that what you really want? I want to blister your ass right now. That's what I really fucking want. I heard a familiar laugh from behind me. Well, look at you two. I turned to see Carly, the other 3 wives, and a little dark-haired beauty. Uncle Abe has a girlfriend? She smiled. I let go and stepped back, waiting to see how he'd answer. Little Belle. He smiled, and his entire demeanor changed. He picked her up and threw her on his back. Let's go play some ball. We need a water girl. Nicky was just leaving. He glanced at me and glared. No, she's actually going to sit with us. Aren't you, Nicky? Carly took my hand. He started jogging away and left me standing with the women. I should get going. Like hell you should. My cousin likes you. Carly tugged my hand. He's mad, and I understand. Why is he mad? She asked. I didn't know how to answer. Tara chimed in. It's how they all get. When they feel an interruption or loss of a control, they act like asses. I looked up, and Cyrus was behind her. Is that so? He asked, in the same pissy tone Abe had used with me. She turned around. It is, and you know it. Seeing her poke him in the chest was almost comical. He was a very big man, as were his brothers, but he was much broader. Gotta tame that ass. She giggled. Since when have you wanted my ass tamed, Bertie? He asked, trying not to smile. About the same time I realized I knew I wanted you to tame mine. You're confusing 2 words. He winked at her. Oh, yeah? And what are they? Claim is not the same as tame. He grabbed her by the hips and lifted her up so she was eye level to him. Did you have a good day, Mrs. Steele? He kissed her. Good day? Yes, but this is what makes it a great day. Oh my God, could they get any more adorable? I grabbed my camera and took a picture. Hey now. He set her down. Personal use only. I'll make sure you get a copy, Mr. Steele. I shouldn't have done that. Xavier was now at Talen's side. Any fucked up cravings I missed? The way she smiled at him, and the way his eyebrows shot up, there was no doubt there was double meaning behind their exchange. She laughed. It's past, though. It better come back real fucking soon. He grabbed her ass, pulling her into his side, and they walked toward the field. You win the game, we'll talk, I heard her say as she smacked his butt. Here, kitty, kitty. I looked left and saw Xander Steele walking towards Becca. She laughed and ran up to him. He lifted her and went right for her neck. I swear he bit her, and I swear she liked it. It immediately made me think about Abe and his sexual desires.
which immediately made me want him even more. I saw Carly making a shoe motion to her husband as he was walking over. He stopped and shook his head back and forth, crossing his arms over his chest. She shooed him again, then turned to me and linked her arm in mine. "Come on, let's go watch some baseball." We sat on the bleachers as Carly's daughter handed out baseball caps that said O'Donnell's Pub. She smiled when she handed me one. "Is your mama dead?" "Pell, not everyone's mom is dead." Carly laughed and pulled her onto her lap. Carly read the look of confusion on my face. "I'm her new mama." "Mama Carly?" Bella smiled a big, toothless smile. "Mama Carly. That's right. My mother passed away," Carly began. "And so did Tara's. Double whammy there, huh, Tara? Mom and Dad," Bella interrupted. "Sure was." Tara wrapped her arm around her and kissed her cheek. "That's why she needed Uncle Cyrus. He's like two people." Bella smirked. Tara and Bella laughed. I looked at Carly. She whispered, "It's her way of dealing, and honestly, it's helped both Tara and I. Odd, I know." Carly reached into her bag and retrieved 2 bottles of water, then handed Bella one before drinking about half of the other. "You want one? Help yourself. Bending over has become a chore." Xander was up to bat. Jace and Xavier were on first and second. He hit a fly ball to right field, and it dropped right behind the outfielder. Bases were loaded, and I decided I was going to enjoy watching the game, even when I knew there were 2 angry, yet beautiful blue eyes boring holes into the side of my head. "He's staring at you." Carly giggled and nudged me. "Glowering." "Oh, oh, oh!" Belle pointed. "Go, Uncle Cyrus! He bats fourth. Do you know why?" "Cleanup hitter." I smiled at her. "You like baseball?" she asked. I love baseball. Cyrus nailed the ball, but the other team was quick, and only Jace made it home. Bases were loaded again. The next 2 batters popped out, and then Abe was up to bat. I whistled very loudly, and he looked back at the bleachers. "Let's go, O'Donnell!" Bella and I yelled. "Strike 1!" the umpire called, and Abe shook his head. He swung on the next pitch, but missed. "What the fuck, O'Donnell? Don't leave us out here all alone. Hit that bitch!" Xander yelled. The next pitch was a beautiful backdoor slider, and he nailed it. Xander, Xavier, and Cyrus all made it in, as Abe was looking to come home. It was tight. A bit of a rundown began, until Abe made it safely back to third. I stood up, stuck 2 fingers in my mouth to whistle, and clapped. "Nice hit, O'Donnell!" He looked up, then down at the bag, and kicked some dirt around. "He's ignoring you." Jace laughed as he walked to us. "I like to think he's just really focused." The game ended with O'Donnell winning by 4, which apparently meant both teams had to go to the winning team's sponsoring bar. I watched as Abe talked to the other team, shook hands, and laughed. I also watched as the women on the other bleachers checked him out. I wasn't really the jealous type before, but after Steve, I had a few trust issues, and Abe was angry at me. Still, I decided to let it be known that he was mine, and to let him know he better be getting over 2 days of no phone calls or texts. I came back even knowing all of his secrets and what his intentions were with me. I stood beside him. He glanced over and then away. One of the other team members asked if I was with him. He didn't answer until the man continued with, "God, please tell me she's single." "She's not single, and she's a pain in the ass. Walk away while you can." I shook my head as I looked down and grabbed my phone. Abe took my hand and continued chatting with everyone around us. He seemed to know everyone,
and he was very friendly. Interestingly enough, they all liked him too. This side of Abe took some getting used to.
Played. Abe. I was fucking pissed. She had a lot of explaining to do, even if I was glad she'd come back. A lot. But now wasn't the time or place. I helped clean up the equipment and carried it to Jace's car. The night had gone as planned. 30 people were at the pub, and Pops was going to make a lot of money tonight. About damn time. She was waiting for me at her car, and I still wasn't in the mood.
You played well.
She smiled that sweet, sexy smile, and I almost lost my fucking mind. Thanks.
So everyone heads to the pub now?
That's how it works. She blew out a breath and looked at the ground, no doubt waiting for me to say something. You want to give me a lift?
Yes, I would like that.
I sat in the passenger side of her car and slid the seat back. When did you pick this up?
2 hours ago.
Who went with you?
No one.
What do you mean, no one?
I had my keys. I just got out of the cab, into my car, and came straight here. See, I'm fine.
No, Nikki, you're fucking lucky. Do you get that? What do you think he was going to do to you next time? That sick fuck watched you, videotaped you. Who the fuck do you think was tampering with the electricity, Nicolette, huh? What do you think he was going to do when he finally got you alone in that goddamn basement? He was going to fucking hurt you. So fuck, no, it's not okay that you went there. I slammed my fist into the dashboard. I would fucking kill someone if they hurt you. You want to see me back in jail? Keep this shit up. She didn't say a damn word. She fucking knew better. Shit. The mere thought of that son of a bitch hurting her made me want to blow. 2 more blocks, take a left, and it's on the right. O'Donnell's.
Italian?
She tried to joke, but I wasn't in the mood for her shit. Yeah. We pulled up and I got out. I looked back and she was like a little lost puppy dog. You want to come have a drink?
Yes.
She got out, slammed the door, and hurried to my side. We walked into a packed bar. It was fucking awesome. Pops was smiling from ear to ear. You won! We sure did. There was 1 stool left, and I pulled it out for Nikki. Pops, this is Nikki. Nikki, this is my Pops. What's your flavor? He asked her. She looked up at me and seemed to want me to answer. We gotta go easy on her, Pops. She's driving. Guinness? I asked, and she nodded. And then tea. 2 Guinness. The bar was slammed. Dad needed help. I'm gonna give him a hand.
Okay.
2 hours later, and after having to empty the till 3 times, things finally quieted. Only about 15 people were left. You want to open up the kitchen next Thursday, Pops? You could make a killing. We made 2 weeks in 1 night. I don't want to hire anyone, son. This is perfect.
I'd help.
I looked up at Nikki, sipping tea and smiling. You cook?
No, but I could pour a beer and a shot. Looks like that's what they all wanted.
Abe, who is this beautiful young woman?
Nikki Bassett.
And what brings Nikki Bassett to O'Donnell's pub?
Well, a guy, of course.
She flashed him that $1 billion smile, the one that I knew was going to do me in. A guy, huh?
Yes, but he's pretty grumpy.
And why's that? Pops asked.
Control freak.
Pops laughed and looked at me. Is she yours? I looked over at Nikki, who was grinning. I don't know what the hell happened from the time I left Georgia until now, but she was different. Something had changed. She is and will remain that if she learns to abide by a few simple rules. On that note, I will say, Nikki, welcome to O'Donnell's. I will leave you both to hash this out. I grabbed a bar mop and wiped off the bar.
Should we start hashing?
Hashing?
It out, like your pop said.
Hashing wouldn't be appropriate here, Nikki.
At your place, then?
Hashing at my place? No, I don't think so.
Why not?
I don't think you deserve any hashing.
What do I deserve?
Nothing until I read what you submitted without my consent. Then, Nikki, you and I might just be a thing that almost happened. I don't take kindly to some of the things you've pulled on me in the past.
3 weeks. It's been 3 weeks today that you and I met.
3 weeks isn't all that long of a time to have broken my trust at least 5 times.
But 3 weeks is a week longer than more than 20 previous relationships. And a week longer than you normally keep someone around that you don't want around for a longer amount of time. You said so, Abe, remember?
That may be true, Nikki. But when there isn't trust, there is nothing. I was over this conversation and needed to walk away before I got even angrier. I was serving a couple drafts when my phone vibrated in my pocket. Nikki.
Trust me. I trust you. If there will be no hashing later, maybe we can do a little #thumpin' ass Thursday.
I looked down at her, she looked up, held up her phone and mouthed, "Waiting." Abe, drink and anger don't mesh well with #thumpin' ass Thursday, Nikki. I need to control you, not bruise you. She smiled and shook her head, but I would be damned if she could change my mind. She would learn her place. Pops was looking tired, and those 15 people weren't leaving anytime soon. Take off, Pops, I can close up. No, you have that big fancy job to go to in the morning. I'm good. Go make your deposit and take off. You sure? Positive. It had been 2 years since I had closed up the pub. I had only done it a handful of times, but it was pretty cool to be the last one here. Just like those few times I had closed in the past, I had company. But this was a much different kind of company. It was Nikki, not the guys who would hang out with me and shoot some pool. A few guys were talking to Nikki, and it was pissing me off. I didn't know them, and they didn't know me. Another hour, and I'd be kicking them all out. Pops always said nothing good came in the door after that, not since Lipton shut down. Their second shift used to frequent the place, and he kept it open for them. Back then, Pops had a couple people working for him. Now he didn't need it. If a man can't work 12 hours for his family, he should retire, was what he always said. When they were getting a bit too close, I walked over. Nikki, you want to come back here and help me out? Doesn't look that busy, one of the guys laughed. I looked at him and Nikki stood up.
Sure thing, babe.
Oh, you tapping that? Motherfucker, you may want. She squeezed between me and the bar, facing them.
He is.
Is that so? You see that door, punk? Punk? He looked at his friends and laughed. Says the bartender.
He's not just a bartender. His name is on the damn bar.
Nikki, my battle. I turned her around. You all badass now?
If I have to be.
That's the thing. When you're with me, you don't carry that burden. That's my job and my privilege. I heard the guys laugh and I looked up. Closing time. What, no last call? You should just be happy that you're walking out of here intact. Oh yeah? Come on, man, this guy's a douche. I looked down at Nikki as the bar quickly emptied. She was looking up at me, her hands holding onto the bar behind her with that look in her eyes. The same damn look they always had when we were this close. You want me all the time. Doesn't even matter if I'm pissed or threatening you with punishment.
Yes.
Her voice quivered. It wasn't a question, Nikki. I see it. I feel it, and I swear I can smell it. She looked embarrassed for a moment. That scent does shit to me.
Shit?
I took her hand and placed it on my erection. Shit like this. Her mouth formed an O, but the word didn't come out. Her hand started moving up and down slowly. I had to stop her, so I took her hand in mine. No. Her "Why?" was a whisper. Just like you are my privilege, I am yours. You are a greedy little girl, Nikki. If that's what you want, that's what I will withhold. I'd rather you spank me. I sucked in my cheeks, trying not to smile. Yeah, I know. That's why you won't get that either. Not until it's for pleasure, and you, my beautiful little budding nymphomaniac, are on punishment. Pleasure from spanking? You'll see. Well, maybe if you could ever behave for more than the length of time I'm inside you. Maybe that means you should spend more time inside me. I turned around because I couldn't hide how badly she was turning me on. I felt something hit my back and turned to find she'd removed her shirt. Then came the shorts. Nikki stood there in a thong and bra. I was hard as stone. I couldn't move. She started walking toward the door. She locked it and pulled the strings, turning off the fluorescent window signs. Then she dropped the shades. She walked back around the bar, climbed on the stool Pops always sat on, and then onto the bar. She sat facing me as she unclasped her bra and let it drop. She caught it with her foot and then kicked it at me. Are you just gonna stand there, or are you gonna help me out? Looks like you're doing one hell of a job all by yourself. Do continue. She leaned back on the bar and spread her legs wide, something I always encouraged and she always fought. I walked away, grabbed a rocks glass, filled it with ice, and then some Jack. I sat on my Pop's stool and took a drink. You just gonna sit there, or you gonna show me something? She reached between her legs and pulled the smallest strip of fabric known to man to the side. I shaved. I see that. She ran her finger down her slit with a little less confidence than before. Confidence was sexy as hell, but a little bit of helplessness turned me on even more. That's why Nikki still sat there. That's why she was different than any other. And that was why I was sure I was falling for her. How wet are you? Why don't you come and find out? You've got a lot of explaining to do before you get my cock again. She raised her finger to her mouth and ran it across her lower lip. Do I at least get a kiss? As much as I would like to kiss your lips right now, I think we both know where that would lead. I'm counting on it. I'm a strong man, Nikki. Stronger than you think. What if I told you that I fought for us when I was gone? I would hope so. What if I told you I told them I'm falling for you? That I'd fallen for you in Florida, but was afraid of it then. But now, I have fallen for your possessive ways. How safe yet vulnerable you make me feel. How you make me speechless. The way you say my name, whatever variation you choose, they all sound the same, and I have fallen for all 4 of them. What I didn't tell them was that I had fallen for your thoughts, and I burn inside when I think of what it will be like to explore them with you. All of them. How when you caress me, and not just the parts that used to be considered private that I now consider yours, I want more, I need more. I ache to have you touch my face. I want all your kisses, not just the soft ones, but the hard ones, the ones that I am sure will bruise my lips. But I don't care. I want them just the same. I didn't tell them that when I am in your arms, I feel safe, beautiful, and adored. I also didn't tell them the distance, any distance, even this 2 feet between us,
Makes me wonder if I was wrong about your feelings for me. I don't like it, not one bit."
Her eyes started tearing up, and I felt like the biggest ass in Jersey.
"I told them something else, too. But if I tell you, you better promise not to say it back. It would cheapen it, so don't you dare."
She looked down and blew out a breath.
"What if I told my parents and my granny that I was sure I was in love with you?"
"Nikki," I started, and she stopped me.
"Please don't say anything. Please just come over here, pick me up in those big old arms and hold me."
So I did. Son of a bitch. I sat on the stool with her legs wrapped around me as I kissed her cheek and her lips.
"I promise the article is good. I wanted to surprise you with it, that's all. I promise."
"Okay. Shh." I rubbed her back as I rocked back and forth.
"I need you now. I need you."
I stood up and pulled my pants down far enough to release my cock. I reached between us and snapped her panties. She leaned forward, grabbing my face, and kissed me. Her tongue plunged into my mouth, lapping, tasting, worshipping and tormenting my mouth. My hand captured, cupped, and spread her juices around her sweet fucking pussy. I pushed in one finger, then pinched her clit, and she screamed out. I reached down and rubbed the crown of my cock against her slippery lips, then pushed inside her, rotating my hips, stretching her. When I just couldn't take it anymore, I rammed my cock inside of her.
"Abe, oh God, Abe!"
She screamed out. I sat on the stool, holding her hips tightly in my hands, pinning her, not allowing her to move, forcing her to take everything I had as I rotated my hips into hers.
"Oh God, oh God!"
"Is that what you wanted, Nikki? My cock? You wanted my big cock shoved so far inside of you that you understood the line between pleasure and pain?"
"Yes, teach me. God, please, Abe, teach me."
"You sure you can handle more than this?" I shoved into her more forcefully.
"I'm gonna come. Oh God, Abe."
And I pulled out.
"No, no, damn it."
She hit my shoulder with her tiny little fists. "Go stand by the pool table, Nicolette." She looked at me. "Do it now and wait." I wasn't gonna let her love me, the Abe she fantasized about for 2 days. She didn't know me yet. Not the Abe that demanded. She needed to love that too before I could trust what she said was true. I walked into the office and grabbed a few zip ties. Pops had them to hang banners and shit, but they would come in handy tonight. I walked out and she stood naked next to the table. "Lay down under the light, Nikki." She did as I asked. I grabbed a pool stick and her eyes widened. I stood at the end, so she was looking up at me. I laid the stick on the table. "Rest the back of your wrists on here." She did. Have you ever heard of a spreader bar, Nikki?
"No.
No what?
No, I haven't."
Shit, I wasn't sure I could make her call me sir. I would table that for another time. This will act as one for now. I'm going to tie your hands to the bar so that you can't move them.
"Why?"
Because I said so. I zip-tied her hands to the pool cue tight enough that she couldn't free herself from them, and loose enough that she wouldn't bruise. I walked to the other end. Same thing with your ankles, understand?
"Yes."
Good girl. I walked around the bar, grabbed a bottle, a dish of cherries, and some ice cubes. I sat at a bar stool, took a drink, and enjoyed the whiskey's burn. I stared at Nikki all bound and spread on the pool table. "You look beautiful."
"What? Where are you?"
Do I need to blindfold you as well? Don't worry about where I am. Just mentally prepare yourself for your punishment.
How do I do that?
Just listen and do exactly what I say.
Pleasure versus pain. Nicolette.
You look beautiful. I feel like a fool. I heard him walk toward me, and then saw him standing between my legs with a bar mop over his shoulder. I did this to you. Do you think I'm foolish?
No. I felt my face heating up.
When you sat on the bar with your legs spread, touching yourself, do you know how incredibly sexy you looked?
Better than I do right now, I bet.
That's one.
He lifted the stick that my legs were attached to, threw the bar mop under me, and straightened it before lowering me back down. One what? He reached between my legs, cupped my sex, rubbing his palm up and down until I arched my hips into his hand. He shook his head no and let go, and then, without warning, he brought his hand down on my moist lips in a dull thud. Ah! I cried out, and instinctively tried to close my legs.
Do you know how many I owe you?
I shook my head no.
2, starting from when I bound you up.
He ran his finger up my slit, but didn't push inside of me.
You're wet, Nikki. I think I was too easy on you. What do you think?
I don't know.
Of course you don't.
His hand came down on me again, but this time he didn't stop. He gave fast, gentle spanks against me that caused me to moan out of pleasure. He pulled his hand away.
I'm being gentle with you, Nikki. You should thank me.
He shoved a finger inside me without warning. I cried out and arched my back, pushing into his hand, but he pulled it away immediately.
Do you understand what I'm doing to you, Nikki?
No.
Pain.
His hand came down harder on my pussy. His finger shoved into me and, curling up, hit that spot that only Abe could find.
Pleasure.
I nodded. His other hand came down on me as he fingered me.
This is nothing, Nikki. Just a taste of what I can do to you. Pain.
Smack.
Pleasure.
Oh, God.
No, Nikki. Abe.
He pushed another finger inside me.
I'm going to fuck you hard with my fingers, and you'll come for me. Pain.
Smack.
Pleasure.
His fingers fondled, gripped, pushed into me with twists and spirals.
Pain.
Smack.
Pleasure.
Was repeated, and what was at first torment turned into a ritual, calling deep inside of me until I felt my pussy clench, capturing his fingers. I'm gonna come. Stop. Oh, God, stop. I pleaded. I couldn't roll away, or close my knees, or stop the teasing. I couldn't lay back and absorb the orgasm like I had before. I was pushed harder and harder until I screamed out. I felt myself release and wanted to float down from the high of my climax, but he continued.
Pain.
Smack.
Pleasure.
Orgasm after orgasm, I screamed out, each scream softer than the last one due to exhaustion, even as the intensity remained the same. He stopped only when I lay limp. I heard a snip, and I pulled my legs together. I whimpered at the relief I felt. My arms were next, and then he was gone. I curled into a ball and waited until he came back. He was gentle as he sat me up and pulled a shirt over my head. I opened my eyes and saw the green baseball jersey covering me. He wasn't looking at me, but he smiled gently. He lifted me, holding me for a moment as he kissed my head over and over again. He sat me on the bar stool and returned to cleaning up. I leaned back into the soft leather and must have drifted off. When I woke up, he was lifting me again. Hi. I nuzzled into his warmth and hung onto his neck.
Did you rest well?
I did, but I want to sleep.
Do you think I'm done with you yet?
I looked up at him, and his lip curled up in the corner. Yes, I do, I gasped.
Do you think you'll remember that next time you think about taking off, or not calling, or not texting, or...
Okay, I get the point, I whispered, kissed his neck, and nuzzled closer. I'm not going anywhere.
That's for me to decide.
Oh, Abe, I yawned.
Oh, what?
I really have fallen in love with a beautiful and multi-talented man.
Tell me his name. I'll kill him,
he joked. I laughed and looked up at him. Neptune.
Lucky bastard.
I hope he feels that way.
If he doesn't, I'll kill him.
Abe had a lot to drink, so I drove him home. As soon as I pulled in the driveway, he told me I was staying with him until we figured out my living arrangement. I didn't tell him that was my plan all along. I slept, really slept, in his arms, and right now, that's all I wanted to do.
Shower.
He dropped my keys in the dish on the entry table and kissed my head before taking my hand and leading me up the stairs. Shower sounds good. We walked in, and he began stripping, then looked at me.
Shirt, Nikki.
I looked down at his erection, standing very tall and proud. Maybe we should take them separately. He laughed.
Hell no. I'm not done with you yet.
Oh, God.
Remember pain and pleasure.
How could I forget? I asked, still looking at his dick. How about I, go down?
Not an option. And if you want to keep arguing, I could grab the toys.
He lifted the shirt over my head and dropped it on the ground.
Have I told you just how much I love your tits?
He asked as he cupped them and pushed them together. He bent and sucked one harshly, then the next. I think they like you too. He walked into the large shower and turned on the water.
Get in here, Miss Bassett, or I can start counting punishments and take them out on your ass next time. You wouldn't believe what I do to pleasure it.
I walked in and he smiled. Not gonna happen, big guy. I reached down and grabbed a hold of him.
I like that.
I'm all about pleasure. I smiled up at him. He leaned in, bit my lip, and then sucked it. I'm all about sensation. I stroked him faster, and he smiled.
I'm getting in tonight. Don't think a hand job is gonna cut it.
I huffed as he reached up and cupped my breast again. You could do them.
Pussy,
he whispered against my neck before licking his way down to my boobs. He sucked each nipple, then kissed up to my neck again and whispered,
I can't wait to fuck you, Nikki.
His hand reached around me, cupped my ass, and spread me wide. He kissed me again as his erection rubbed against my belly. He licked the shell of my ear and then whispered,
I love being inside of you, Nikki.
He squatted down a bit so his dick went between my legs.
I love being inside of you, almost as I love making you come, over and over and over again.
He kissed me. His tongue stroked mine in hard, slow movements up and down.
I love being inside of you as much as I love eating your pussy.
He turned me around.
Now bend and hold onto the wall so I can see if I love fucking you from behind as much as from the front.
I did as he asked. When I bent, he groaned in approval.
Your ass is a fucking masterpiece, and as much as you think you wouldn't like it, I promise when I fuck it, you'll beg for it again.
That's repulsive.
But it makes your pussy wet, Nikki.
He spread me wide, bent over, and kissed down my back. His teeth grazed my ass cheek right before his tongue licked me from front to back. All the way back.
Nikki, I want to try something. Stay right there and don't move. Not an inch.
He left, and I stood trying to figure out what it is he was up to. When I heard him return, I quickly resumed the position.
Remember when I said no is not an option? That I want you to trust me, and even if you think you won't like something, you'll at least try?
You're making me nervous.
No, baby.
He rubbed my ass. Then I felt him rubbing his dick up and down my slit.
I need in.
He pushed in, stilled, and held one of my hips.
God, you're tight.
You're huge, I whispered.
One would think you were trying to butter me up for something, but I know what I got here.
He pushed in a bit farther.
And it's well above average.
Abe, I cried out. He slammed into me and stilled.
I will never get over how fucking good you feel wrapped around me. I'm gonna go easy, nice and slow.
He pulled almost all the way out and then in. I whimpered.
I think we're a perfect fit, beautiful.
He spread my cheeks and groaned as he pushed in and pulled out slowly.
I need to know just how perfect.
Yes, I moaned. He stopped and leaned over me, forcing himself further in.
I'm not happy that you turned in that article without me seeing it first.
I promise you'll like it, I moaned as he pulled back.
I trust you, or I wouldn't be fucking you right now, Nikki. Do you trust me?
Yes. He slammed into me several times and stilled.
Good. Now relax and trust me.
I felt something cool, and then he was massaging my puckered hole. Abe?
Trust.
He rotated his hips, and I moaned.
My pinky is all we're playing with for now. When I ask you to take a deep breath, do it and relax, beautiful. I got you.
He rubbed my back as he moved slowly in and out of me. I felt liquid being spread around my rim.
Fuck. Please don't make me wait too long. Deep breath, beautiful.
I didn't move as I felt him pushing in.
Deep breath, beautiful. I swear you'll love my cock and your pussy. And this too. Trust me.
I took in a deep breath as he pushed into me and stilled when I exhaled.
Don't fight it.
He rotated his hips and applied downward pressure there.
Good girl.
His voice was low and raspy as he continued his assault on my body. I was surprised when my clit began to throb, to burn, and even more surprised when I felt the knowing feeling of an orgasm building in my belly.
Oh, fuck yes,
he groaned as he moved in and out of both places.
Fuck, baby. I'm gonna come so hard I fear for your safety.
What? I gasped.
Hang on, Nikki.
He placed a hand on the wall over my head as he thrust in and out of me, grunting and hissing. He sounded like a beast, and he was certainly fucking me like one.
Come now, beautiful. I won't last much longer. Now! God damn it, Nikki!
We both yelled out our releases together, and he pulled his pinky from inside me.
Fuck,
he gasped as he held himself up against the wall above me. He pushed himself up, grabbed my ass in his hands, and squeezed. Then I felt him scattering soft little kisses all over my butt.
Until we meet again,
he whispered. I laughed, and he swatted my butt.
This is between me and your ass. You stay out of it. Did you get spanked as a child?
You already asked me that. He pulled out of me
and I stood facing him. "Does it bother you?" he asked, as he grabbed body wash and dumped it onto his hand. He stepped towards me and rubbed his hands together. "You spanking me, or the finger thing?" "Any of it." He reached out and grabbed me. "Come over here." I stood as he rubbed soap all over my body, taking his time with the parts he liked the most. "That feels good." "And earlier, did that feel good?" I looked up at him. "I never thought it would." "Doesn't make you a bad person." "I swear I would have thought it would." "Our tastes change, our desires deepen, and God willing, we meet someone who wants the same things and experiences in life. Turn around. Let me have a go at your back."
"You already had a go back there."
"And I will again."
"What makes you so sure about that?" He turned me, pulled me against him, and whispered from behind me in my ear.
"Because you love me."
He kissed my cheek and then head.
"Lean forward. Hands on the wall again, please."
"Abe, I'm so tired."
"I know, but please. And remember, I'm all about sensation."
He started drawing on my back. "Are you writing on me?"
"Sensation. Pay attention, Miss Bassett."
"I?"
"Yep, next."
He ran his hand back and forth as if he was erasing it. I felt him spell out, "love," and my heart beat faster, until I felt him draw a D. He waited for me to speak, and I didn't want to. It hurt a little to think he loved someone before me. He did the erase thing again and drew a U. He erased and did it again. I nodded, still not wanting to speak. "I loved you? Until what? What did I do?" He drew a line and a smaller S and T. I shrugged. I felt tears building, and I wanted out. "Abe, I'm really tired." I fake yawned, and the whole works.
"One word left."
"Can we do it tomorrow? I really want to go to sleep."
"No."
He laughed. "Abe." I tried to walk away.
"Nikki, hold up."
He forced me to turn around, and I lost it.
"Baby, what the hell is wrong?"
He held me against him as I cried.
"Okay, let's get you to bed."
He got out, grabbed a towel, and wrapped it around me.
"You go climb into bed. Let me shower off, okay?"
I nodded and wiped my face as he lifted my chin so I was looking up at him.
"We're good, right?"
"Yep."
Put that thing away. Abe. I was scrubbing up as I thought about the fact the first girl who I said, "I love you" to broke down crying. How fucked up is that? Pretty damn fucked up. I knew I pushed her hard tonight, but she was begging for it, and I needed to know if she was what I knew she would be, which is perfect for me. Not only did she make my heart do that thing, but she made my cock do it too. Yes, I was in love with her, probably from the minute I saw her on the beach, but I didn't allow myself to realize it then. That was not the mission of my getaway. Not until I was inside her. Then I aborted Mission 1 and concocted Mission 2. I was going to do a long-distance thing with her just to test the waters. Yeah, right. Just to fuck her hard and good enough that she didn't want to get it anywhere else. Then she bailed, and I was sure I was going to live the life of a perpetual bachelor, which wasn't all that bad. Then she shows up again, and fuck, if she didn't have "I want to get fucked by you again" written all over her face. A face that I will admit I beat off to until I saw her again. I had no intention of getting her off again. She didn't deserve it. But that was out the window when I caught her stalking me. And right now, I was damn glad she did. I toweled off and headed off to the bedroom. She was all covered up, and I swear She was fully dressed. "That's a lot of clothes for bed, you know," I said as I got in and pulled her against me. She sniffed and shook. "You're a mess, Nikki. Come on, talk to me." "No, I want to sleep." "How is that going to work when you obviously have something going on in your head? Remember how this works. Trust, complete trust." She didn't answer me, and shit started going bad in my head. "Let me ask you something. You worried about what's in that article? Because I swear to God, I would like to hear it from you if you are." She sprung up and snapped at me. "Are you serious right now? I gave you rave reviews, wrote all about how focused you were, how you held yourself up to very high standards of honesty. Yes, I said honest. What I didn't say is that you were mean and cruel and hurtful." I sat up now. "Excuse me? You could have very easily stopped anything that went on tonight. If for 1 second you didn't act like you were enjoying yourself, I would have stopped. What the fuck?" "Sure, I liked it. Hell, I loved it. I even went so far as believing I loved you. But then you pull that shit in the shower." "What, the pinky in the ass? I went easy on you. I could have—" "No! I loved you, you son of a bitch. After everything I trusted you with. You right, I loved you on my back." She jumped off the bed. "That was cruel. You know what? I'm out. Screw you." I started laughing, stood up, and hell yes, I was hard again. The dick wants what the dick wants. Feisty Nikki was hot. "Put that thing away." She pointed at my dick. Now I was rolling. "Bastard." She started for the stairs and I grabbed her. "Say you're sorry." "Fuck you." "That's one." "Oh really? One what?" "Spanking." "You are sick, aren't you?" She started getting really squirmy, and I hoisted her up over my shoulder. I smacked her ass hard right before tossing her onto the bed. I straddled her, held her arms above her head with one hand, and pulled her shirt up. "Really, Abe?" Sensation. Calm down and feel. I drew a line on her stomach as she squirmed some more. What did I just draw? "I really don't care. Get off me or so help me God, I will bite that very offensive penis." A line represents a number 1, Nikki. And what's this? I drew an S and a T. She scowled. "I don't get it. I just want you to—" "First. I loved you first. Do you get it now, Nicolette? I loved you first." I got off the bed and fixed the blankets her little outburst caused to get all dicked up. Then I got into bed, lay on my back, and stared up at the ceiling. I looked over as she glanced at me. "Trust, Nikki. This doesn't work without it. Now roll over here, kiss me goodnight, and get some sleep." "You didn't love me first." She pouted as she rolled over and rested her head on my chest. "Now you want to argue?" "Maybe." She yawned. "What do you say we table it until tomorrow?" "Fine." "Fine." I mimicked her, and she gave me a little push. "Hey, Nikki?" "Yes, Abe?" "I love you." I felt her shake again, and then tears falling on my chest. "I love you too." "Good. Now go to sleep so I can, and dream about what it is I want to do to you for punishment." I kissed her head, and she wrapped her arms around me tighter. I woke up to the girl I professed my love to blanketing me. I wished I had waited, not done it the way I did. Well, maybe I just wished she hadn't reacted the way she had. I pushed her hard last night, real hard, and for the most part she took it like a champ. I loved making her come. Fuck, she looked amazing when she did. She looked amazing when she did anything. I still wished I had waited. I really wished I wasn't getting wood right now because she's going to wake up sore and want to run for the hills. I looked up at the ceiling trying to will it away, and it wasn't happening. She was starting to stir. I wondered if I woke her. I hadn't meant to. Damn. She'll never want to sleep over again. Not that it mattered. I was pretty damn sure I would tie her up if she wanted to leave. And I'm also damn sure that thought didn't help make my dick any softer. What do men think about when they want to lose a hard-on? Seriously, I had no clue. When I woke up like this, I would normally just beat off. Mom, that's what guys think about. Their mothers. That would certainly help bring the evergreen down. All right, Mom, help me out. Timber.
What are you thinking about?
I looked down as she was lifting her head and rubbing her eyes. About my mom. She glanced down, and sure as shit, I was pitching a tent. Okay, let me explain.
No, that's all right. I knew you were into some messed up stuff, but...
What? She started laughing. I flipped her on her back and pinned her. I was trying to get this to go away.
Now why would you do that?
She giggled. Trying to let you rest. I can be a gentleman.
Yeah, right.
You think I can't be?
I think you really want to be, Bud, but I already know what you're all about. So I say wave that flag. Just let your inner freak fly.
She was laughing, and damn if she didn't look even more beautiful today than she did yesterday. I'm totally fucked, you know that?
I was trying to say it nicely.
No, smartass. I pushed my hands under her and squeezed her ass. You are going to have me wrapped around your little finger, and there isn't a damn thing I am going to be able to do about it. I like the upper hand, and for some reason I don't need it as much when I'm with you. I slid my hands down, grabbed the back of her thighs, and spread her legs. I've smashed panties in my day, but this is ridiculous. I slid down under the covers and pulled off her pajama bottoms and underwear. Oh man, Houston, we have a problem. Son of a bitch. I kissed her belly and came out from under the covers.
Is everything all right?
How freaky are you going to let me be?
What do you mean?
Are you against sex during menstruation?
What?
She sat up and looked under the covers.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I can't believe it.
It's gonna happen, right? I really have no reservations about it.
You're not going down on me when I'm bleeding.
Like, never?
Abe!
Just clarifying.
Yes, like never.
She scooted off the bed and ran to the bathroom. As soon as I heard the shower running, I stripped the bed. Blood-stained sheets, and as much as I loved the girl, there better not be any shit on my mattress. Son of a bitch. Okay, I know it's no big deal to most people, but I have some quirks. A clean house and unstained shit were two of them. I could flip the mattress, but it was pillow top. How the fuck is it that I have whores here and they don't stain my shit, but this hot little almost virgin, who I have fallen in love with, comes in and messes shit up? I'm not a douche or uptight, okay? I just have a system. I grabbed my phone, Googled, how to remove bloodstains, and then ran down into the kitchen to see if I had any salt or hydrogen peroxide. I did, and I hauled ass up the stairs because I wanted to make sure she didn't think I was pissed. By the time she returned, I had conquered the stain removal, and all that was visible was a faint stain that I was certain would go away after the mattress dried. By the time she was out of the shower, I had successfully removed the stain, changed the sheets, and made the bed. I was standing back admiring my work when she said, "I'm sorry." I held my hand out behind me and she took it. It's not a big deal. See, it's all better. I looked down and she sighed. Look, if we're gonna be living together, I'm going to have to expect things like this, and you're going to have to get over any embarrassment that comes along with it.
Abe?
What's up?
We aren't living together. I just stayed the night.
Fine. But tonight, when we go load up your belongings and bring them here, then we'll be living together.
I can't do that.
She let go of my hand and started walking towards her bag. I felt my blood start to boil as I watched her pull her panties on and then drop the wet towel on my hardwood floor. Okay, that discussion would have to wait. Right now, I needed to get her to agree that yes, she was in fact living with me. Explain why. I sat on the bed as she pulled a bra out of her bag and turned her back to me again so I couldn't see her. She still hadn't answered me. Nikki, turn around and explain. She shook her head, grabbed a tank top out of her bag, pulled it over her head, and turned around.
I promised them I would still be me.
She looked completely miserable and as pissed as I was. I didn't want to make it worse for her. I don't want you to be anything else.
I'm independent, self-sufficient, strong, and kind, caring. So much that you don't want to disappoint them.
She nodded. I won't push. I have you here now and until you find a place, right? She nodded again. Good. Now, I want you to think about something else, too, okay? I want you to consider telling them how we truly feel about one another. Maybe then us wanting to live together wouldn't be as hard for them to come to terms with. I'm sure they want you to be happy. If this makes you happy, they would eventually embrace the idea. She looked down at the ground. Just so you know, you make me happy. I stood, kissed her head, and walked down the stairs, leaving her to her thoughts. I went down to the gym to get in at least 2 miles. A late start to my day was going to cut my workout time down. I was all right with that when I thought I'd be getting some extra cardio in this morning. That is until fucking Shark Week went live on my bed. I turned on Fox News. Go ahead and judge. I'm a conservative guy, not a Democrat or Republican. I don't play a side. I play what feels right. Which is why after 15 minutes I turned it to CNN. I catch both sides. When I was done, I ran upstairs and decided to boil some eggs while I showered. I knew how much she hated my shakes, which still had me concerned that I may possibly be going without a blowjob for maybe ever. But I was willing. That's how much I liked this girl. Fucked up, huh? I ran upstairs and she was doing her hair. I kind of chubbed up a little as I stood and watched her in the mirror primping.
Out to sea. Nicolette. You're upset with me. No, I understand the thought process. What's that mean? He walked over, stood next to me, and took his toothbrush out of what I am sure was a sterilizer that cost way too much. I'm an only child, too. We want to please our parents. That's all. I turned and watched him brush his teeth. So you think I'm being childish? He put both hands on my hips, moved me to the left, then spit in the sink and rinsed it. You're not being childish. You're doing what any 22-year-old only child would do. And don't try to argue. I was 22 and an only child, so I get it. That's when your mom got sick. Yeah. He continued brushing his teeth. And that's when you fought with your dad. He leaned over, spit again, and rinsed the sink again. That's when I voiced my opinion, and he didn't like it. So you're telling me I should fight with my parents so that I can live here with you? Do you know I fought with them just to come back here so that I could be with you? Thank you for that. He grabbed a Dixie cup, filled it, and rinsed again. Then he grabbed the mouthwash and filled it. That's it. Thank you. But in your head you're thinking what? That I'm a child? He finished gargling, spit in the sink, and rinsed it out. You do know that you'll have the same effect if you just wait until you're finished to rinse out the sink, and you'll save water, too. I didn't like him treating me like I was a baby, almost as much as I didn't like him not answering me. You hungry? When I get done showering, I'll make you breakfast. I turned around and walked out of the bathroom. I heard the shower start, and I grabbed my phone. Jerk. I flopped back on the bed and stared at the ceiling. I looked at my phone, and it was only 6:39 a.m. Living with him would not be a good idea. He walked out, butt naked, and into his closet. For a minute I doubted the whole livin' with him thing. That alone would make it worth it. He was F-I-N-E fine. When he reappeared, he was in suit pants and an off-white button-down with a tie slung over his shoulder. "You should go back to sleep for a while. You might feel better." "I'm not sick, I'm emotional, which is worse because of your period. I get it." Wow, and the zings just keep coming. Nicolette. It occurred to me that I was Nicolette when he was frustrated with me, Miss Bassett when he was pissed, Nicky when things were cool, and Four when he was, well, you know. I don't want to argue with you. Like I said, I want you to be you too. You're battling yourself, not me. Let's grab some breakfast. Maybe you'll feel better. I sat on the bar stool as he cracked and shelled hard-boiled eggs. Then he buttered toast. He set it in front of me with a large glass of orange juice. "Make a list of things you like to eat, and I will have Nancy, our housekeeper, pick them up." He retrieved a pen and paper from a drawer and set it in front of me. "I can go to the store." "I want you to just relax for a few days. You have a lot to consider." "Like what?" "Nicolette." "Nicky." "Okay, Nicky. You talked about finding a place, wondering what your next assignment will be, wondering about your next internship, and whatever else it is you're trying to figure out. It's a lot to consider," he said, as he pulled out his dreadful drink mixture. "I can still go to the store." I was pouting, I knew it, but I was tired and crampy, which wasn't normal, but neither was the workover he gave me yesterday. He washed his hands and planted them on the counter, glowering. I knew it even before I looked up. He sighed and grabbed the paper and pen. "All that stuff in your head, and then—" He pushed the pad of paper in front of me. "Pads and tampons." I read it again and wanted to be annoyed, but I had to laugh. "Yes, and then there is that." "Everything will work out." He turned on the blender and watched as it all got mashed up. When it was done, he looked up. "Fridays, Nancy cooks. A lot. We can either eat at home or go out. Message me whatever you decide. I can be home by 6. "Home." I had meant to whisper. He smiled as he drank down that nasty concoction. When he finished, he rinsed his glass and then put it in the dishwasher. He looked down at the list and smiled. "It's not funny, you know. It's kind of gross." I was just thinking. He walked around the island and turned my stool. "I made you breakfast, and I don't get to see you eat it. That's unfortunate. I wish I had time to feed you." "Tonight? Movie and takeout?" "Maybe I'll cook for you." "Oh, Christ. Don't tell me you can cook. I'll fall even harder." "Southern food, mostly fried." "Oh, maybe we'll stick to Nancy's cooking." "Oh, I see." "I need to stay in shape. I have this girl who can almost keep up with my needs." "Do you have a cheat day?" He leaned in closer and stared at my lips. "I'd never cheat." "Promise?" I whispered as he leaned closer. "Most definitely." His minty breath hit my face at the same time his lips touched mine. His kiss was soft and plenty. He kept giving me little pecks. 4. Period. "What?" He laughed as he stood up. "You call me 4 when you're in a sexy mood." "I do not." He laughed. "Miss Bassett when you're pissed." "Fine, you may have a point, but at least you know what you're getting." "Oh, no, you didn't." I laughed. "I have to go." He kissed me again and grabbed my face. "I love you." "I like that." "Me too. Have a good day. If you're not too busy, you could stop over and have lunch with me." "I have a lot to do, you know. Busy girl." "Okay. I will see you when I get home." He started to walk away. "Abe?" He turned around. "I love you too." He smiled and nodded his head. I know. And then he walked out the door. I walked into the shore 10 minutes before 9. I smiled to everyone who looked up from their computer screens. The front offices housed the secretaries of the advertising executives. It appeared that none lacked their jobs. I felt sorry for them. I wished everyone could do what they loved, what they dreamed of doing. I walked through the double doors into the newsroom. It was always very lively, and I loved the energy. I was sure there were some who didn't like it back here either, but I did. I loved it. I walked to my cubicle, sat at my desk, and flipped on my computer. As always, I checked my inner office email to see if there was a new assignment. I swear it was like Christmas morning every time. "You got a minute, doll?" It was Bogart. "Sure thing." "Good. Follow me." I followed him to his office, and he shut the door when I sat. "Look, I'm going to be honest with you. I found your interview to read more like a college newspaper article. I thought for a few minutes, why the hell did this kid who turned in an ass-kicking interview with the owner of the Atlanta Braves for her internship application turn in something that read like a kid with a crush?" "To be fair, sir." "No, to be fair, it sucks." I didn't like the way he was talking to me, or the way he looked at me. He'd always given me a creeper vibe, but I ignored it, thinking I was wrong. "So I drove over to your place last night, hoping to find out just what made you change as a writer. To my surprise, a neighbor said you hadn't been around since the incident. Being a news guy, I asked questions. I was pretty shocked that one of my own people would keep something so big and newsworthy a secret from me." I felt sick to my stomach as he continued. "So I looked into that too. What I found out shocked me. If you want to be taken seriously, Miss Bassett, you shouldn't be sleeping with the subjects of your interviews." To be fair, what happened to me has nothing to do with the shore, and to be honest, my personal life is none of your concern. "I'm not running a fucking dating service here, Nicolette. So here's what you'll do. Fix this ridiculous excuse for an article. I know more shit about Abe O'Donnell than you put in this from just a few phone calls I made with him. How do I say this? Mutual business associates. Don't throw away your career on a piece of ass. Understand? Then you'll write a story about what happened at 1273 Park Avenue. It's your duty. Then maybe I'll continue talks with the Giants press people." I was sure I was going to get sick to my stomach when I stood to leave. "Don't fuck this up, or I'll ruin you." When I walked out the door, I swear I heard him say, "Bitch." And that, too, made me ill. I grabbed my briefcase as I headed to the bathroom. I would be leaving, but I wasn't sure what I would do after that. When I left the shore, I knew where I was going, but once I pulled into Steele, I couldn't get out. He had taken care of so much for me that I truly felt I was becoming weaker by the day. I pulled out and headed to 1273 Park Street. I was going to pack up my place and figure out what I would do next. What I didn't know was that I was bringing in too much drama into Abe's life, and that wasn't me. I spent 3 hours packing up my apartment and carrying boxes down 3 flights of stairs in the crazy heat. The entire time, I was trying to decide what to do. When I finished, I sat back on the couch and decided I was thankful that my place was furnished. I looked down at my phone. It was 12:30, and I had missed 2 calls from Abe. I decided I better call him back. As much as I enjoyed last night, I was pretty sure next time the punishment I received wouldn't be so sweet. "Nicolette." "Yeah, sorry. Things just got a little messed up today, that's all." And then the waterworks started. "Okay, you'll be okay." "No, I don't think you understand." "No, I do. Sit still. I'm walking up now." And then he hung up. I grabbed my purse and decided I better hurry. He thought I was at his place, and he was gonna be upset. When I opened the door to leave this place for the final time, I saw him standing there. He wrapped his big old arms around me and rubbed my back as I cried. He didn't say anything. He just held me. When I was done, I wiped my eyes and shook my head. "You're angry?"
"No, just concerned. Let's get you home."
"How did you know I was here?"
"Sixth sense, I guess."
He opened the door to his SUV.
"Get in."
"My car."
"Someone's coming to grab it. Should be here any minute. Just have a seat and give me your keys."
It wasn't more than a minute before I dozed off in the air-conditioned vehicle. When I opened my eyes, my car was gone, and Abe was shaking my landlord's hand. When he got in, he handed me an envelope.
"This is your rent money back. The lease is broken and he understands. Says he's sorry."
He backed out of the driveway and started towards his place. He reached up, turned on the radio, and the words made me cry even more. "I'll be your keeper for life." A keeper for life. The song was Guardian by Alanis Morissette, and it was beautiful. I remember when it scared me that he wanted to own me. It felt wrong, but if I'm to be honest with myself, nothing in my life has ever felt so right. "Abe," I said in a hushed voice, "the shore knows."
"I know what happened today. It will be handled."
"Abe?"
"Yes?"
"I want to live with you. I want you to—" I swallowed hard. "Own me."
"Where is this coming from?"
"I'm scared."
"You don't need to be."
"I'm scared you're going to get sick of me and all the drama I bring to you. Then this morning, God, what a mess. But if you've changed your mind, I understand."
"Have you eaten since breakfast?"
"What? No, but I'm trying to tell you—"
"Can we talk later? Can we just be quiet for a while? Just a little while?"
"Uh-huh."
"Good girl."
Back to business. Abe. Son of a bitch. Why the fuck couldn't she have said that earlier? 3 fucking hours ago, I was sending flowers to her at work. When the florist called and said she was not there, I called her boss, and that son of a bitch told me that she had left for the day. Then the fuck hung up on me. When she didn't answer her fucking phone, I went to his office to find out why. After finding out why she had left, I might have made a few threats and then got his ass in a jam. The threat of sexual harassment charges, slander, extortion, and any other thing I could think of to throw at him. Then I let him know I had the balls and bank account to pull it off. That made its mark. Nicolette would not be going back to the shore. I made sure of that. But I also got her school papers signed off so that her internship was completed, and she received the entire semester's worth of credit she was entitled to. The problem is, I don't trust Bogart Humphrey. Seems pretty damn off to me. That's why I set a plan in place to keep Nicolette safe. My privilege, my duty, and I was praying that it didn't blow up in my face. A promise to myself when I first realized fully who I was. A man who would be a man. Not someone who would let his lover flounder or be walked over. A man who took care of what he loved, putting her needs even before his own. I knew when I found her. The one, my soulmate, or whatever you want to call it. She would be my charge in the most cherished and loving way possible. I would put her before me always. We parked and got out. I had wanted to open the door for her, but she was at my side in seconds. I knew she was seeking approval because instead of calling me, she ran. Not as far away as she did the first time, but she did it nonetheless. She also did it for comfort. She had been dealing with this for 3 hours by herself. She chose not to seek comfort in me, but she was now, and I would give her what she needed. We walked in, and Nancy had done exactly what I had asked. Candles were lit, food was in the oven, and the shades were down. I wanted her to be able to relax, to rest, to feel like nothing bad would happen to her. "You did this?" "I had it done." "For me?" Yes, Nicolette, for you. She looked at me as if she was confused. I led her upstairs and brought her into the bathroom. I drew a bath and dimmed the lights. I took my time undressing her. I never wanted to forget what she looked like. I walked out of the bathroom so she could use the facilities with the privacy I could tell she wanted, and I didn't blame her. I had been a little weirded out by the whole menstruation thing. I'm sure she was uncomfortable because of that. When I heard the toilet flush, I gave her a second and walked back in. I helped her into the bath and I washed her body. There was nothing perverse in cleaning her. I was not looking to gain any sexual satisfaction from it. I merely wanted to take care of the woman I loved while she was hurting. I let her lay back so she could relax while I grabbed a bathrobe and set it on the counter. I grabbed a towel, held it up as she climbed out, and I wrapped her in it while I patted her dry. Again, I left the room and waited for her in the doorway where she could see me, but knew I couldn't see her. We walked down the stairs. I told her to sit, gave her a glass of wine and the remote. Pick something on Netflix. Abe, you don't have to stay. I know you have to work. The empire won't crumble without me. I winked, trying to ease her anxiety. I grabbed the salad out of the fridge and the bread out of the warmer. Nicolette, what kind of dressing do you like? What do we have? We? Fuck. Italian balsamic vinaigrette, ranch. What do you like? I like whatever you do, Nicolette. Nicky, Abe. She stood up, walked over to me, and sat her wine glass on the island. I know you're angry. No, I'm not. Fine. Italian, then. She turned and walked back to the couch. It was quiet for too damn long. I wasn't very good at hiding my emotions from her, and I wanted tonight to be perfect. What movie did you pick? I haven't. I thought we could decide together. I honestly don't care. I'll watch anything, I said as I handed over the large wooden bowl of salad and a few slices of bread. I'm really not hungry. I sat with my back against the corner of the sectional, pushed my leg behind her, and pulled her so her back was against my chest. We are going to eat until we can't eat any more, watch a movie, and I'm going to enjoy the hell out of just being with you for the next, I don't know how long. But can you please be here with me? Please? You're sure that's what you want? I'm 100% sure. No, 110% sure. Now lay back and let me feed you. And that's what we did, all fucking day long. I held her, I fed her. We didn't leave each other's side except to use the bathroom. We watched Hitch, The Battered Bastards of Baseball, and Christmas with the Cranks. If a giant fucking cloud wasn't looming over our heads, this would be my idea of the perfect night. She was falling asleep, and I would have too if I didn't have issues with dirty dishes on my coffee table. I did the dishes, then I picked Sleeping Beauty up off the couch. Despite my efforts, she woke anyway. I still carried her up and laid her in bed. Then I used the bathroom and brushed my teeth. When I came out, she went in whispering something about garlic. We kissed a lot before falling asleep. Kissing was always the stepping stone to sex. I never took as much time as I did tonight to enjoy the intimacy of it. I like kissing you, Nikki. I love kissing you and stuff. This is good, though, right? I asked as I kissed her again. It's great. Good night, Nicolette Bassett. I love you. I kissed her again. Good night, Abe O'Donnell. I love being loved by you. I woke in the morning to something hot and wet under the blankets. It felt fucking amazing. Half of me wanted to just stay asleep, or pretend I was just so I could enjoy the hell out of this because I was pretty damn sure it was gonna be a while. Good morning, beautiful. I flung the covers off me and nearly came right there from just the sight of my cock in her mouth. She flicked my head a few times with her tongue, and I started scooting up the bed. Damn if she didn't follow, still sucking me off. If you don't stop, I'm gonna come, and we have something to talk about first.
That was the idea.
She stroked me and ran her tongue down my cock. This is gonna kill me. Motherfucker, I hate to say this, but please stop, Nikki. She didn't listen. Nicolette, stop. She sat up, wiped her mouth, and of course, she looked hurt. Come up here, please, and don't look at me like that. That was amazing, but
why did you stop me?
She crawled up and sat at my side, looking at me. Look, I really am a good guy.
I know that.
Okay, listen. When I made the decision to live this way, to accept nothing less in my life, I kind of swore an oath to myself. Whoever it was that I brought into my life and accepted it, embraced it, whoever I fell in love with would be cherished. I cherish the gift of your submission to me. I hope you know that.
I do, but I can't give you, you know.
She pointed down.
Without you telling me to?
Yes, you can. That was perfect, Nikki. But you need to hear me out. I swore that I would make damn sure to always put your needs.
Please just tell me whatever it is you've been stewing over.
Look, your parents will be here in a couple hours. You're going to go home.
No, I told you I wanted to live with you. I told you that.
After you hid for 3 hours.
I won't do it again, I promise.
You have been through a lot lately. She looked away from me. Nicolette, look at me when I talk to you, please.
Why, what does it matter anymore? I'm not yours.
You're wrong.
No, you're wrong. You're a fake, a fraud. Mr. All-Powerful, dominating BDSM man.
First of all, I am not a sadist or a masochist, not like the others.
I don't care. I don't want to talk to you anymore.
Good, because I don't want your excuses. I want you to listen, damn it. You don't trust me the way I have trusted you, and I have given you no reason at all to mistrust me. I have been an open book and forgiving of every shit thing you have done to me, starting with Florida.
I told you.
Shut up and listen to me, goddammit. I love you. I do. But in order to keep you safe, I can't have you running around not knowing where the fuck you are when you have some sick bastard who lives next door to you.
He's in jail.
No, he's out on fucking bail, Nicolette. If you had answered your phone, I would have told you that. Then you have some piece of shit threatening you and you run. So your problem is, you don't trust me, which gives me 2 pretty goddamn big problems of my own. I can't keep you safe if I don't know where the fuck you are. And the worst part? I don't trust you anymore.
Oh, really?
Yes, really. So you are going home with your parents so that you can get your head on straight while I clean up this fucking mess and keep my head.
You don't get to tell me what to do.
I just did. You're a fucking mess, Nicolette. And in order to be true to myself, I have to admit that maybe I was wrong about what you could and could not handle.
So this is all my fault?
On the contrary, it's my goddamn fault. I never got inside deep enough to gain your trust.
Some dumb you are.
She huffed. You seem to misunderstand exactly what a dom-sub relationship is. I am not some unfeeling asshole, and if that's what you thought, I wronged you again. You should have respected and trusted me. I have no idea what I did to make you mistrust me. But your responsibility was to surrender not only your body and mind in bed, but your heart and soul always. You should have been willing to devote yourself to me. In this type of relationship, my job is to set you free of mistrust and sexual restraints. Yours is to devote yourself to me, fully accepting the pleasures I give and take from you. I knew from the first time we were together that you had a submissive personality, and that is what I have been trying to find for 2 years. I have looked for you. So if you think this is hurting you, it is fucking killing me. I had to walk away. I was so pissed, so fucking disappointed that this conversation just ended us, when all I wanted was for her to see it was important for me to take away everything that was causing her doubt. Boy, did I fuck that up. It was a beautiful fucking day outside. I walked to the window watching the morning tide. Sadly, inside, it was truly ugly.
I was going to go home anyway, she screamed out of nowhere. This isn't who I am. I don't hurt people. I was going to leave you so that you could get on with your life. So there, Mr. O'Donnell. You don't win the martyr medal today. I do. I have been through some seriously crazy shit in the past few weeks, and I have been strong, but obviously not strong enough for you.
I didn't turn around. You were perfect for me. We didn't talk for an hour, and then my phone chimed. Her parents' plane had landed. They would be here in less than an hour. Nicolette, your parents will be here soon. Maybe you should get dressed. I can pack your things.
I don't want to leave,
she said with her face in the pillow. Well, I don't want you to either, but what's done is done, isn't it? She sat up and laughed.
Yep, it's that easy.
She scooted off the bed, grabbed her bag, and headed to the bathroom. I kicked her t-shirt under the bed. Dick move, I know, but I wanted it. When she walked out dressed, I felt I needed to say something more. Nikki.
At this point, I prefer Miss Bassett, thank you.
I love you, and I know none of that was your fault. I just want to see you shine again. She didn't respond. She grabbed her phone out of her bag and tapped the screen a few times.
Hey, Lainey, how are you? I miss you too. Actually, I'm all done in New Jersey. Long story, but I was thinking I could tell you next weekend. I am in desperate need of a girls' night. Yeah, maybe some of that, too.
I walked over, pulled the phone out of her hand, and held it to my ear. Hello, Lainey, this is Abe, from Florida.
Give me my phone back.
Interesting story. I'm sure when you come to visit Nikki at her place in Georgia next weekend. I held the phone up and walked away as she tried to grab it. Yeah, we hooked up again, all right. She's actually in love with me and I with her. Look, the service here at my house where she stayed a few nights sucks. I held it up again as she jumped for it. Yes, it's quite a story. But look, she's going through some shit right now. She needs a friend and not a wingman, if you know what I mean. She pushed me and stormed away, slamming the bathroom door behind her. When I got off the phone, she walked out.
You're an asshole.
Nicolette, I'm really not in a good mood right now, so don't push, okay?
That wasn't your place.
And you shouldn't have rubbed it in my face that... I stopped. This is not how this was supposed to go.
Why, Abe? 'Cause you don't do bad breakups?
No, Nicolette, because it was never about a fucking breakup. It was about a vacation for you from all this shit until I fixed it. Because at the goddamn time, you were mine. You were mine.
Well, now you don't have to worry about it, do you?
Would you stop being a bitch? That's not who you are. It wouldn't matter if I never talked to you again. This shit happened on my watch, so yes, I will worry about it. The buzzer chimed on the gate. I grabbed my phone and pushed to let them in. I grabbed Nicolette's bag and walked toward the stairs as she stood looking out the window. Your folks are here.
Yeah, I know. Just give me a minute.
When I heard her sniff, I dropped her bag, walked towards her, grabbed her hand, pulled her against me, and held her pretty damn tight. We stood like that until the doorbell chimed, and she looked up at me and gave me the saddest smile I had ever seen. So sad it shattered me, and I felt the heat rise in my throat. I let out a breath, willing my eyes not to do what I felt they may. She grabbed my face and pulled it down to hers. She took a deep breath.
Please be careful.
I shook my head and kissed the top of her head. I pulled away, took her bag in one hand and her hand in the other. We stopped at the front door and she allowed me to kiss her goodbye. I opened the door and her parents walked in.
This is a very unique place.
Her mother smiled. Thank you, Mrs. Bassett. She hugged Nikki and asked where the bathroom was. I was left standing in the kitchen with her father. Thank you for calling us. You're welcome. It's okay to admit you can't handle the responsibility of another person. I could handle her just fine, sir. But in order to take care of the situations causing her pain, she needs to be safely away. And we are her parents. We'll protect her better than anyone else could. This guy was a douche, getting jabs in wherever he could, and I was getting tired of it. It's okay to admit defeat, Abe. I could have kept her safely tied to a chair in my garage, bound and gagged while I dealt with the situation. And as fond as I am of that idea, I felt maybe there was a different way of dealing with a girl like Nikki. I love your daughter, so I called you because emotionally I thought she would fare better with you than a chair and a gag while I fixed shit. Don't prove me wrong. Let me ask you something. Have you ever spanked your— Okay, we're all set, Nikki said loudly as they entered the room. Mom, Dad, I'll meet you outside. When they left, she rolled her eyes at me. Did you have to do that? Yeah, I did. Now get the hell out of here before I change my mind. She looked down. I'm sorry. Me too, Nikki. I opened the door and walked her out to her car. Drive safe, and please let me know when you get home. Nikki, that's what that rectangle thing is for. The one that rings and shit. She mouthed, I love you, and I mouthed back, I know.
Reflection. Nicolette. It had been a month since I had come home, and I had plenty of time to reflect on why I didn't trust him, where I failed, and what it would have taken to trust him. I couldn't think of one thing that he did to make me doubt or mistrust him. Not one. I never did call him. I know it was rotten, but I wanted him to hurt like I did. For 3 weeks, I cried every night. I knew how he was because he messaged when creepy neighbor Thomas had skipped bail and was brought into custody by a bail bondsman who found him 5 miles over the New Jersey border in New York, bound and gagged. His bail was revoked, and he was sitting in jail, awaiting trial for the crimes he committed against me, and the ones against the other women who had previously lived in my very first apartment, the only apartment I had lived in alone. Yesterday was Tuesday, and I received an acceptance letter for an internship in Italy for a soccer club that paid all expenses, and I would be doing what I loved. I also could go back to my old school, but I didn't want to. It was yesterday that I realized what was holding me back from trusting him 100%. Steve and Sally. It wasn't Abe. It was them. I still hadn't gotten over that betrayal. It was also yesterday that I received a letter from Steel Incorporated offering me an internship and a job after graduating from college as a public relations coordinator. I also received a personal note from Carly, Abe's cousin, asking me to consider it. She also mentioned that she wanted me to meet her child. Today I wanted to go to Italy because I received a text from Abe telling me Bogart was reassigned to a mailroom in Utah for a sister company of the Shore, and that he wouldn't dare step foot back in New Jersey. Being in Italy put an ocean between he and I. For some reason that was a comfort. Abe also said it was time for me to come home, and it scared me, because I knew how long it took me to get over the hurt Steve caused, and I had hurt Abe. He was right. I wasn't me. I lost me for a while, but she was back, or as close to back as she could be. It scared me that he knew that before I did. Part of me was afraid that no amount of apologies would make things okay with us, and no amount of I love yous would make him see that I trusted him. I trusted him more than I trusted myself. I sat on the porch looking at the wind blow through the trees as the scent of the blooms on the dogwood trees would disappear. "Sugar Plum, what are you thinking about?" Granny came out in the porch, handed me a glass of sweet tea and a piece of cornbread. "Trust?" "Trust, huh?" "Complete trust." "Very rare thing, Sugar Plum." "Yeah." "You miss that boy, don't you?" "Like crazy. But I said some unkind things before he shipped me back here." "Fix it." "Good Lord, Gran, don't let Mom and Dad hear you say that." "Oh, they'd be fine." Gran. Okay, eventually they'd get over it. But ask yourself this, Sugar Plum. Will you ever get over it if you don't go see? If you never put yourself out there, could you ever really move forward?
I don't have a clue.
She stood up and kissed my head. Don't wait too long. I hopped out of the cab in front of the baseball field and felt butterflies in my stomach. I truly felt like I might get sick. I sat down at a bench, farthest away from the game as I could. I held the ball cap little Bella had given me a month ago, the night I told Abe O'Donnell that I loved him, and 2 days before he sent me away. I grabbed my phone and sent my mother a text, telling her that I was in New Jersey and I was fine. The scoreboard showed a tie game, and it was the bottom of the 9th. 2 outs, and O'Donnell was up to bat. He swung twice and missed, just like he did at the last game. Then he hit it hard. The ball flew past center and kept on going. Without thinking, I stood up and whistled loud, but I didn't think there was any way he didn't hear me from here. As he rounded second, he looked in my direction. When he slid into home, he was called out, but with 3 RBIs, they'd won. I watched from a distance as he picked up the beautiful Bella and swung her around. I watched them start to pick up the equipment and decided to head to the pub. I walked fast, hoping to make it there before he did. His vehicle passed me. I walked around the corner as Abe and 3 women got out laughing. I stopped and turned around. My heart raced as I walked fast until I made it around the corner. Once I knew they wouldn't see me, I leaned against the wall and tried to talk myself out of calling a cab and going right back to the airport. I can't believe I thought a man like him would wait. I couldn't believe I was so stupid to think that after not returning his texts, calling him, thanking him, simply acknowledging him, he would wait for me to stop being, I don't know, a freaking freak. I slid down the wall and sat crying into my knees as I tried to decide what to do. When I looked up, a very pensive-looking Abe was standing in front of me, glowering. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have come. Go back. Pretend I wasn't here. Ignore the crazy woman. I stood, brushed off my backside, and turned to walk the other way.
Stop.
I did, but I didn't turn around.
I need a cab on the corner of Smith and Donaldson. Abe O'Donnell. Yes, thank you.
I took a deep breath and turned around. You played well. 2-run RBI and won the game. It was a great hit. He looked past me up the street. I'm sorry. He nodded. At least he gave me some sort of encouragement. Did you call the cab to take me somewhere? Back to the airport, maybe? Hey, please say something. I'm dying here, and I have been for a few weeks now. I'll understand if you've moved on. I won't cause any problems, just...
Nicolette, I have to go back to the bar and celebrate a victory with my team. The women with me needed a ride from the field.
He reached up and waved to the cab.
You're going to my place, going to my bedroom, and locking yourself in there. Do not, I repeat, do not unlock it if I knock. We will discuss this tomorrow after I get home from work.
Abe?
Yes.
I was scared and depressed, okay? A lot happened. Nothing like that has ever happened to me before, and I'm still a bit uneasy. I covered my face and shuddered, trying not to cry. I don't want to be alone, but I understand. I batted away my tears. I love you. I trust you. I need you and I want you. But don't punish me by not talking to me. This was hard, you know. Coming here was hard. So if you don't want me here, just tell me now. He looked at me with no expression whatsoever.
Please, do as I ask. Go to my place and get something to eat and go to sleep.
I looked away from him, but did as he asked. I got in the cab and rode to his place.
Unlocked. Abe. It was an early night, thank God, because I needed to deal with Nicolette tomorrow, which meant I needed to sleep tonight. I pulled in just after 9 and walked up the stairs from the garage. There were candles lit leading from the kitchen up the stairs to my bedroom. So much for the door being locked. She was fucking trouble. When I reached the top of the stairs, I saw her sitting on her heels, naked, on the floor, with her palms on her thighs and legs spread. Nicolette, what are you doing?
Waiting for you to do whatever you need to in order to forgive me.
This isn't what I want with you, Nicolette. Stand up, please. She stood and looked away. Come on, get in bed.
Will you be getting in bed with me?
Nikki, you're butt-ass naked. Explain to me how the hell I am gonna be anywhere but in bed with you.
Are you drunk?
No, I had 2 beers and then... I stopped. Please get in bed.
Fuck, 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 and fuck again. Even more beautiful than I remember, but no more whole. This wouldn't be an easy fix.
It would be hard work, but I knew we were worth it. She climbed onto the bed and I pulled the blankets over her. Nikki, I'm very upset that you never told me when you got home. That you never replied to any of my texts. That you didn't tell me you were coming home. But I am glad you are home. We have a lot to work on. I love you no less than before, and I'm going to shower because I stink. And when I'm on top of you, I don't want to smell like a sweaty-ass baseball player. I bent down and was ready to kiss her, but stopped just before my lips touched hers. I missed you.
I was mad at you and I shouldn't have been.
I love you.
Then please either get in here or go shower.
I got in the shower and was washing my hair when she walked in. I didn't say a word. She just walked straight into me. I bent down and took her mouth, surrounding it with mine. I sucked on her lips and she pulled back. I bent down to her tits and kissed them, sucked them and bit them. She pushed harder against me, asking for more, and I sucked harder. She leaned back and kissed down my body. She got close to my rock-hard cock and moved slowly down, capturing it between her tits. Her tongue darted out and she licked off my head, swallowing the pearl that had formed on the tip, and then she sat back on her heels.
Sit, please.
She pointed to the built-in shower ledge. I wasn't going to argue. She wrapped her hand around my throbbing erection and slowly stroked me up and down. She bowed her head and ran her tongue across its head. Fuck, I hissed, taking her head in my hand, guiding her down again. She opened her mouth wider, taking me as far as she could. That's it, baby. I guided her head up and down my throbbing cock. You are doing fucking amazing, Nikki. That's it, baby. Fuck yes. She moved up and down faster and I fisted her hair tighter. Damn, baby. Suck me harder. She continued bobbing faster and faster along my length. I'm not gonna last, Nikki. It's been a long fucking time. She didn't stop. I looked down into her hungry eyes and felt my cock twitch in her mouth. She opened wide and stuck out her tongue, begging for my cum, as she continued stroking me until I was bone fucking dry.
I've wanted to do that to you for a very long time. Did I do okay?
Oh yeah? I leaned down and kissed her as I played with her nipple.
I like how you taste.
She moaned as she pushed into my hand. You're next. I picked her up, walked out of the bathroom, and laid her on my bed. My mouth descended down her body, and she was already squirming. I kissed her belly and then went lower. I licked her sweet pussy in slow, gentle strokes, caressing, teasing, and making her pussy become even slicker as I teased her outer lips. She quivered as my tongue split her open, going deeper. Her knees tensed and I wrapped my lips around her slick lips and sucked gently. She moaned as my tongue plunged deeper. Damn! I groaned and rubbed my nose across her hardening tender spot. Oh my God, she whimpered. I licked her harder and deeper, ravaging her as she fell apart. I slowed, tugged at her with my teeth, and she screamed out as her pussy clenched. I did it repeatedly, until her body had had enough. I slid up, lay beside her, and pulled her hair away from her face. I love you, Nicolette. Don't you ever leave again. I won't, ever. Get some rest. I'm gonna be needing you again soon. Seasons and Change. Abe. It had been 2 weeks since I found Nicolette Bassett sitting against the building after the softball game and crying. The same girl who I found so captivating in Florida, who left me with a note. The girl who walked into my office a week later with poise and confidence, and an air about her that not only drew me to her, but pushed me away. I, Abe O'Donnell, a man who fell into the life I had dreamed of since starting NYU, had been chipped. I was the master of my own part of the universe and dominated every part of it. I never took anything for granted and methodically planned every move, in business and my personal life, until Nikki. Allowing her into my life went against my better judgment from the moment she followed me in her car and caused me to be carjacked. But some things cannot be helped. She would not allow me to avoid her. She knew what she wanted and went after me hard to get it. That was my weakness. A woman who was so strong on her own, yet so willing to submit. You see, people have a misconception about the true nature of the dom-sub relationship. They think they can just become a role, like it's a fucking game you play or a choice you make. But it's not. Something happens in your life to pull you into one of two directions. Neither role is weak, yet both were needy. Nikki was doing a great job as our PR girl at Steel Incorporated. It gave her the credits she needed to graduate and a glimpse of what she could do full-time after school if she wanted to. If she decided not to continue at Steel Incorporated after graduation, I will do what I can to help her pursue sports journalism. Although I would sway her away from male-dominated sports if I could. Regardless of the path she chooses, I want her happy and strong, as much as I wanted my next release. She and Carly are very close. Both have a sexy smart girl persona, and both of them love to read. Love may not even be a strong enough word to describe it. They were obsessed, and together with the 3 other ladies I met in Florida, they had an online book club that allowed them to obsess over books and authors they loved. I liked that she had a little something to focus on besides me. But her job, friends, and book club was enough because I wanted her to myself as much as I could get her. We sat in the car on our way home from the office. I was driving and Nikki was busy typing away on her iPad when she stopped to look out the window. Everything okay? I took her hand and kissed it. Not everything. She smiled but didn't look at me. I let it go for a few minutes, and then, being me, well, I needed to know. Nikki, remember, this doesn't work without complete trust, I know. Good girl. Then let's have it. You can't get mad. Well, I can, but I'll try not to. Frankly, I was a little worried about what she was going to say. When did you start being this way? Handsome, intelligent, great in bed. Modest. She laughed and then looked at me. I think for me, when I felt broken by betrayal, I let it make me who I was. I was a giver.
I was naive. I was going to be alone, and it was fine. I had a great family and friends, but deep down I felt like an idiot, that I would always be everyone's—
Don't talk about yourself like that, Nicolette.
You are— Let me finish.
My apologies.
When I met you, you didn't see me for what I was to everyone else. Or, more specifically, you didn't see me how I saw myself. You saw what I wanted you to see.
Who you really are inside.
Yes, I know that now. You made me realize that it was all right to be needy, that it didn't mean I was weak because I let you have your way. You make me feel beautiful, sexy, and strong.
That's what I see when I see you. Even though everything—
Let's not kid ourselves here, Mr. O'Donnell. I've been a bit broken for a while now.
Bent, not broken. Even still, you're on the mend, which goes to prove I'm right. You're strong, Nikki. She smiled and nodded.
I've been working on it. Thanks to you, I feel safe and loved.
Adored. Yep. Sexy, so goddamn sexy. Her cheeks flushed and she nodded. So sexy, I'm gonna take you home and ravage your body all night. And since you're so strong, you're gonna let me torment, tease, inflict a bit of pain that will intensify the pleasure and—
Let me finish?
If I must.
Do you know when your loss of control was taken over by control?
Excuse me? I chuckled.
The moment that control became so important to you. That loss of control that was taken over by control?
When I decided I wouldn't have my life chaos?
I like my phrasing better, but yes, that's exactly what I mean.
Probably forever? I think I was born wanting everything just so.
Or you were raised with everything just so.
As were you, I assume, being only children. She took a deep breath.
I love you, and I know you know that. I will do anything you ask, be anyone you want me to be.
I just want you to be you. She looked out the window again.
We had a conversation a while back about your mother. I think that's when.
My mother. It had been a few weeks since I had seen her. No, that's not it.
It's part of it. Nicolette, Nikki. And I want you to think about it, that's all. While thinking about it, do so with the understanding that nothing will change for me. But it might for you.
I pulled into the house and tapped in the code. We walked inside, hand in hand, without words. I gave her a kiss and headed upstairs to change. I needed to work out, blow off some steam, and think about the seed she had planted. An hour and 45 minutes later, I was done. I was sore, tired, and, yes, a bit emotionally drained. When I walked up the stairs, Nikki was in the kitchen.
I'm sorry.
Don't be. I gave her a kiss on the cheek and grabbed a glass out of the cupboard to get some water. You want to meet her?
Your mother?
Yes.
Of course I do, but when you're ready.
I'm gonna shower, then we'll go. Then we'll go grab some dinner. Sound good? She smiled and nodded her head. We walked into Mom's room. It was evening, and things were quiet, thank God. I went over to her bed, bent down and kissed her head.
Hello, Mom. It's me, Abe. I want you to meet someone who is pretty special to me.
I held my hand out and Nikki walked over.
This is Nicolette Bassett. Nicolette Bassett, this is my mother, Margaret.
Nicolette shocked me when she bent over and kissed her head.
Very nice to meet you, Mrs. O'Donnell. I want you to know your son, Abe, is very special to me as well. In fact, I love him. I love every complicated and uncomplicated side of him." She sat on the bed beside her, held her hand, and just kept talking to her. I swear my heart swelled in my chest to the point that if it didn't feel so good, it may actually ache. "I've wondered about you, you know? Wondered who could be responsible for raising such a gentleman. I have met your husband, and he is very kind. Now that I have met you, and after hearing the story of your struggle, and seeing the strength you must have for fighting to stay with your family, I'm even more in awe of you and your son. You see, if he is half as strong as you, we can get through anything life throws at us. I wish you could give me your blessing and that you could see how genuine I am, and just how deeply in love with your son I am. I promise I will make him happy for as long as he wants me in his life. He's helped me a lot. He's helped me realize who I am, and he's helped me realize that I can trust and love again. So thank you for that." I stood taking in all that she had just said to my mother. "I see you like books. Me too." She picked up the book and opened it to the page I had left off at the last time I was here. I sat next to her, and we took turns reading to Mom for well over an hour. When we stood to leave, I asked Nikki to give me a minute alone with my mom. She planted another kiss on Mom's head, then waited for me in the hallway. "Hey, Mom. So, the ring. The one that you saved of your mother's for the day I found the one? Well, I found her. Nikki is the one. From the moment I saw her, I knew. She's so beautiful, Mom, I wish you could see her. I wish you could just open your eyes and see her, but I know you can't. And I know how incredibly selfish it is to ask that. She just made me realize you're so much stronger than Pops and I. You've been here for us even though you're not here. Does that make any sense? Well, it's been like that since I was born. Another thing Nikki opened my eyes to. They talk about the woman behind the man, and you've been the woman behind two very stubborn, selfish Irishmen who love you. I want you to be selfish for once. Remember my first year playing Little League, how I struck out almost every time up to bat? It was funny that it came from you and not Pops. But I remember you telling me that at least I swung, and you couldn't be any more proud of me for the courage I showed in doing that. I was upset that my teammates were picking on me, and you told me when I was up to bat, it was my game. They were at my mercy, and that if I felt it, I should swing. I should, without worrying about what anyone else thought. The next game, when I was up to bat, I had 2 strikes at the bottom of the 9th inning. We had 2 outs, were 2 runs behind, and the bases were loaded. I looked at you. You nodded and smiled. That smile told me to go for it. I hit 3 runners in, and we won the game. My point, Mom, is that I want you to choose for you, and not for us, whether or not you want to play the game for us or for you. Either way, if you need to go now, I support you, respect you, and love you always." I gave her a kiss and walked out. Nikki and I went to see Mom every other night after that. She said it was cruel not to finish reading her the book. When the book was finished, I started telling her about O'Donnell's ball team and that we had our championship game on Thursday. Nikki was amazing with her. And in my deepest, most childlike moments, I wished just once she would open her eyes and see how beautiful my Nikki was on the outside, even if she could hear it and feel it in everything Nikki said or did. The night before the game, Nikki and I stopped by, and she changed Mom into an O'Donnell's ball jersey. She even painted her toes the same shade of green. Have I mentioned how in awe of Nikki I am? More and more so every day. She was more than I had hoped for, or dreamt that she was.
After a very close game, O'Donnell's won the championship baseball game, and, as usual, we headed to the bar to celebrate. Nikki showed Dad the picture she had taken of me and Mom all decked out in O'Donnell's gear. I felt closer to my mom now than I had in years, and it was all because of Nikki. I even allowed myself to hope the next time I saw her she would wake up. I let Pops take off. He seemed pretty emotional by the pictures of Mom, even though he would never admit it. He said he wanted to go tell her about the win in person. I locked up the bar and drew the blinds. I turned around, and Nikki was sitting on the bar in a jersey and nothing else but a pair of matching green thongs. "What are you doing, Miss Bassett?" I said as I pulled out Pop's stool and sat between her sexy-as-hell legs.
"Waiting for a drink, Mr. O'Donnell?"
I kissed her knee. She moaned.
"What can I get for you? Do you know how to make a lesbian joy cocktail?"
You lost me at lesbian, but gained my attention with cocktail.
"Oh, well, it's a great drink. The girls and I had them."
She stopped talking when I pulled her shirt over her head. "How about you tell me the ingredients and I'll see what I can do. But let me warn you, the L word is not to be part of your vocabulary anymore." I unsnapped her bra, pulled it down, and bit on her nipple a little bit harder than she liked, but it was definitely earned. "Now lay back and tell me how to make this cocktail."
"It was a wild night,"
she giggled. "Are you trying to rack up punishments, Miss Bassett?"
"Oh, no, Mr. O'Donnell, not me."
She batted her eyelashes.
"A dash of amaretto," she said as she lay down. "A dash of kirsch, a dash of whiskey, a few ounces of red. Oh, my God."
She gasped when I placed an ice cube on her belly and poured the amaretto onto her belly button. "Don't move, Miss Bassett. Spilling a drink will be immediate grounds for harsh punishment. Keep going."
"Lemonade."
She squirmed a bit with each ounce of liquid I poured.
"A slice of orange and a cherry, of course."
"Of course," I said, as I placed the cherry stem up in her folds. "Don't let that drop either, Miss Bassett."
"Of course not, Mr. O'Donnell."
Now, the way I see it, this cocktail needs a different name because even a man would be tempted to drink something that looked this delicious, and men are not the L word.
"Men seem to like."
I swatted her little bottom. "I wouldn't if I were you." Her moan and her glazed eyes made me realize she may do it again just to feel the sting of my hand on her sweet little bottom. "You liked that."
"I did."
I grabbed 2 ice cubes and rubbed them on her nipples. Watching her squirm while her nipples grew more erect than I had ever seen them made me even harder. "You're doing wonderfully, Miss Bassett." I ran 1 cube down her sternum and to the very spot where all the liquid was pooled. "A taste test, just to make sure it's as good as you say."
"Of course."
I sucked the pooled alcohol and her flesh, then dipped my tongue into her belly button. She took in a deep breath and her stomach concaved even more. I drank from her and allowed my tongue to lick her clean. "It's delicious." I sat back on the stool between her legs and looked at her now swollen lips. They tightened around the cherry, holding it in place. "What am I forgetting?"
"The cherry,"
she gasped. "Oh, how could I have forgotten that? But I do prefer my cherries cold, and by the looks of this," I ran my tongue from her ass up to the cherry, "it's hot as hell."
"How do you suppose we fix that?"
I asked as I stood.
"Abe, please,"
she begged. "Patience. I want to enjoy looking at the cherry enclosed in the most beautiful pussy I have ever had the pleasure of gazing at." "You are incredibly strong and so perfect. Do you know that?"
"You make me feel that way."
Her voice was husky and filled with need. I wasn't sure how long I could hold out. I took the ice cube and ran it around the outside of her lips, and then kissed her. I'm going to sit and chill that beautiful little cherry you've been hanging on to for me. Then I'm going to take my time eating it, and you. Then, Miss Bassett, I'm going to pull you off the bar and onto my lap and fuck you until you can't move.
Please. Oh, yes, please.
I did just what I said I would. I licked around the cherry, then under the cherry, and sucked her little hard clit until the cherry nearly fell out of her clenched lips. I pulled her down onto me and pumped into her with all I had as I resisted the urge to come. I stood, needing more leverage, and pushed her ass up against the beer cooler and pounded into her until her grip loosened from the exhaustion of orgasm after orgasm. I yelled out, "I love you," as I filled her pretty little pussy with everything I had.
I love you so much,
she panted. We slept in until 7, and Nikki jumped up and began to panic. "We're fine, I shut it off. We had a late night."
"You're sure?"
The phone rang as I nodded. "Hey, Pops, good morning." "Repeat, please?" "I'll be there as soon as I can." I jumped out of bed and Nikki followed. I felt sick to my stomach and then confused because I wanted peace for her. But more than that, I want her. I was throwing clothes around in the closet when Nikki grabbed both my arms.
"She's gone?"
I couldn't answer because I would not break down in front of anyone, and especially not the woman who I wanted to be the strongest for.
"Abe."
She wrapped her arms around my waist and hugged me.
"I'm so sorry."
"Thanks." I tried to step back, but she held tighter.
"Please don't push me away. You ask for trust, and I give it to you completely and without regret. Do the same for me."
I wasn't ready. I shouldn't have told her I was.
That was the most unselfish thing I have ever seen anyone do. She knew you loved her enough to let her go and be at peace.
When we have children...
You want to have children with me?
Sorry, that's a bit presumptuous.
No, not at all. But if I crack, you'll...
love you even deeper. I stood there, holding on to her, not letting go. I wouldn't break. I wouldn't, because Pops was going to need me to be strong.
"We should go," she said, and stood on her tiptoes and kissed me.
"Thank you."
"No need."
"You can stay here."
"No, I'm going."
We dressed in silence. Nikki said we should stay with Pops, that he needed us. And she was right. We lay in my childhood bed, her asleep in my arms, and me awake. I watched her sleep and thought of Mom. I thought about our future children not knowing their grandmother, and then I thought of what she'd done for Pops and I. When I become a father, I know what I would expect for myself. I would be their protector, their champion, and I would be there for them without exception. I would be just like Mom had been, even in the last days of her life.
She waited until she knew you were okay. She waited until she knew you had everything you ever wanted.
I smiled down at my darling Nikki. I thought you were asleep.
No, not until I know you have stopped thinking you're at fault for her letting go.
How can I not?
Abe, she waited until you were ready to let go. She waited until she knew she had done everything she wanted to as a mother.
I know.
You made her proud.
I tried.
Now try to celebrate the most amazing woman you have ever known. The woman who gave you life and fought with all she was to stay until she knew she had finished her job.
Okay. okay? Yeah. She played her game. She did. We need to have kids like now. She laughed. I'm serious, Nikki. I want them to know Pops and your family. Well, me too, but... Wait, give me a minute. I went down to see if Pops was awake. Pops. He looked up from a photo album he was looking at. He hadn't broken down either. Not at the home, not when making Mom's final arrangements, and not now as he looked at the album. Everything all right, Abe? Yeah. I need the ring Mom was saving for me. He nodded. You sure now's a good time? Not sure, but I know now is when it needs to happen. You gonna ask her father, Abe? It's the right thing to do, you know. He'll tell me no. Why? Too soon, but it's not, Pops. She's the one, and right now, I need a fucking win. We need a win. She wants children with me, so... He stood up. Say no more. I've liked her since the first time she walked into the pub, and tomorrow isn't a guarantee. I walked into my room, and she was pacing. You're all right, aren't you? Yes. Nikki, have a seat. And as always, she did as I asked. You are it for me. I don't want anyone else. I want you. I want you strong. I want you broken. I want you tied up. I want you on a bar. I want you to be my partner and the mother of my child. I want you now, and I want you forever. I knelt down on one knee. Nicolette Bassett, you said that she was the most amazing woman I knew. Well, you are no less amazing. I don't want to wait to start our forever, because as Pops just said, tomorrow isn't guaranteed. Marry me, Nikki. Say yes, and I promise you I will give you the moon and the stars. Tears fell down her face, and she nodded and giggled as she wiped her tears. That's a lot, you know, the moon and the stars. I want more than that, though. I want your heart, your soul, and your promise that no matter what, you will never stop pushing my limits and taking me any way you want. Of course, God, yes. Fuck, could you get any better? I pushed the ring onto her finger and she knelt beside me. I plan to age like wine and cheese, so yes, I can get much better. I plan to push the hell out of your limits. I placed my lips to hers. I'm gonna shatter them. Good. I love you, Abe. I love you.
Epilogue. Nicolette. It has been 4 weeks since Abe asked me to marry him, an anniversary of sorts. I am working at Steel Ink now, and love my job. He never demanded I work there, just offered. Of course, I was leery at first of giving up on my dream for a man. Abe O'Donnell is not just a man. He is smart, driven, a protector, a nurturer, the keeper of my heart and the owner of my body. When I think about the very first night we were together, it still takes my breath away. I had never felt so sexual, so free, and so satisfied as I did when I was on the beach with him. He made me feel things I had never felt before, amazing things. When I thought his control meant giving up mine, I ran. When I saw him again, I was sure I was right. Abe O'Donnell, CFO, was a complete ass. He demanded control. It was his way or no way at all. But when I pushed him, without even knowing I was, he gave a little. A man like Abe, a true, dominant man, was not like the ones I had ever read about. He studied me, fought his urges, and looking back, I knew he was always putting me first. He sent me away, and it devastated me, but now I knew why. It was for protection. It was because he wanted me to be strong, to be sure of us. Not long ago he had admitted that it was because I needed to be sure of the same, because I could easily break him. Our days had become quite mundane. He woke early, worked out, and was off to work before I even got up. The first week, I got up with him, and he insisted I stay in bed. He worked 12 hours a day, and if I was asleep for at least 3 of them, he wouldn't feel as guilty about working so much and not spending more time with me. The second week, I was finally able to fall back to sleep. My own insecurities, that it was because he just needed time away from me, dwindled when he met me in the lobby every morning, had lunch with me 3 times a week, and closed his door before I left every afternoon to talk and really listen to what I had to say about my day. Week 3 I had settled in, felt like I belonged. I was even able to stop looking around his home to make sure I had put them back in the exact place Abe would want them. When I realized I was doing this for his attention, for his approval, to regain that part of the connection I thought we had lost due to the events that took place weeks previously, I questioned why. I realized a couple of days ago why I may feel that way, and when it hit me, I began making plans for today. It's our 4-week anniversary of being an engaged couple. What I was missing was the fierceness behind the Abe I met in Fort Lauderdale. He was holding back, not pushing me, not demanding, and in doing so, I felt insecure and less wanted. I'd spent the past couple of days really exploring my new home. The spare bedroom was fully enclosed, unlike the room we slept in. It was dark, the windows covered in blackout curtains. The bed was made of old beams and canopied from above. The cast-iron ring hung on the ceiling. Red sheer material flowed from it. The headboard and footboard were made of the same beams lying flat, flush with the mattress, and on each corner was a cast-iron ring. I walked into the closet and saw a chest of drawers. I stood for a moment, trying to convince myself to turn and walk away, but I couldn't. The drawers held belts, ties, scarves, ropes, cuffs, and even chains. I closed the last drawer and stepped back. I may have been a little shocked. I don't know why. I knew this about him. Well, I knew, but never truly experienced its full effect. My throat was dry, and my mouth was watering. I was feeling the same feelings I felt that night on the beach, the pool table, and my apartment. I was getting completely turned on. It hit me then. This was what I was missing. What Abe was missing.
Abe. Nicolette was adjusting well. The first week I felt like she was trying to be what I expected her to be, her dom. I knew she had read about the dom sub lifestyle. It was in the history on her computer. Some of the shit that was online was a complete fucking joke. To believe you can put any human being in a category based on other human beings' thoughts or experiences was insane to me. No one person is the same. It was illogical. Another reason I liked numbers, facts, and things that were absolute. Had I done that when I saw her the first day on the beach, I would have made the assumption she was a girl out for a good time, a fling, a party girl. I would have assumed she was doing the same damn thing I had set out to do. Get laid, have fun, let loose. I will admit that's exactly what I did at first. In my own way, of course. I had studied her, watched for reactions, clues, for things that would have made her not just a fuck, but something I could control for the few days I would be there. Control left the fucking building when I felt like she had stood me up, when I felt I had read her wrong, when I felt I had been wrong. When she came to me, I had too much to drink, and I fucked up by not easing into things with her. When she came for me, I knew I had to make her do so again and again. When she left that note, the one I still had, I was angry at myself because being inside her made me feel stronger. You see, I am not a man to be put into a box. placed in a category, stereotyped, or figured out. That being said, I knew that Nicolette was not a woman who would truly be happy with a man telling her how to behave, what to do, or when to do it. To be honest, I would never be content with that either. The beautiful woman I met was smart, strong, sexy, and at times sassy, and I liked that. The past 2 weeks I have seen her strength return. Hell, she was even leaving cups in the sink and the cap off of the toothpaste, which was a little annoying, but also a welcome sign that she was not just all about pleasing me. She was getting comfortable, seemed happier, less guarded and more open. These things were necessary for the progression of our relationship. The only part in which control and ownership is an absolute necessity for me, the sexual part. I will own her, and she will allow it. We were so very close to that. It was no longer the promise in just words some women give men they wish to please, but the looks, the mannerism, the need I was sensing. Steps away, just steps, from total sexual dominance. I returned home and called for Nikki. When she didn't answer, I set down the bottle of wine, flowers, and the little box that held a gift that reminded me of her. 4. I walked up the stairs to see if maybe she was in the bath. When she wasn't there or in the bedroom, I was getting a little anxious. I called her phone 3 times and no answer. I called George and asked him to locate her phone so I knew where she was, and he told me it was at my address. I called again, and instead of listening for her voice, to see if I could hear it in the background. When I did, my panic worsened. Was she hurt? Or had someone gotten to her? I called again and quickly made my way to the stairs and followed them down. The ringing stopped and I called again. This time I heard it from the back. I walked to the door of a room I hadn't been in for months. I slowly opened the door, and she was sitting on the bed, completely naked and absolutely stunning. She didn't smile and didn't look shocked to see me. She looked confident and sexy, the way I wanted her. Nikki, Nicolette, my fiancée, my lover, my future wife, my sub, to look. How long have you been in here? I asked, leaning against the doorway. A while. You shouldn't be in here, Nicolette. You shouldn't have been hiding it from me. Not hiding, just waiting. For what? She asked the question, but I knew she was aware of the answer. For me? Always. I pushed off the door, walked in, and closed the door behind me. I loosened my tie, unbuttoned my shirt, and then shrugged it and my suit jacket off. I laid it over the chair, unbuckled my belt, pulled it off, unbuttoned my pants, and walked into the closet. When I came back out, her eyes widened as she looked at the ropes in my hand. Off the bed, please, Nicolette. She did as I asked. Good girl. Now kneel at the foot of the bed and wait. Okay, she whispered. No, Nicolette, in here. It's yes, sir. Sir was respect. Respect was given out of trust and loyalty. In this room, that was who I had to be. Her ultimate trust and forever loyalty. Did the others call you that? She asked as she stepped off the bed. In here, there is only you and I. If you are concerned about anyone else in here, we aren't ready for this step, Nicolette. I watched her, gauging her to see her reaction as she watched me. Nicolette, the foot of the bed, please. She licked her lips and let out a breath. Yes, sir. Back to the bed, head down. Do not look at me. Anticipation. What will he do with me? What pleasure will he take from my body? What pleasure will he give to me in exchange for my submission? Those are the only things you think of in here. Do you understand, Nicolette? I watched her kneel as I instructed, her head bowed. Yes, sir. Perfect, Nicolette. I stood on the bed and attached the ropes to the iron ring above it. I am going to take you a little out of your comfort zone. This is for my pleasure. I have fantasized about you bound and tied, Nicolette. I'm already hard just thinking about how wet your sweet pussy is getting for me. Do you understand? Yes, sir. The thickness in her voice made me even harder. Once the ropes were at the right length, I stepped down and walked to her. Spread your knees as wide as you can. I want to see the beautiful pussy that belongs to me. She did without hesitation. You're wet. I reached down and rubbed between her legs without touching her clit, and she rocked slightly into my touch. I pulled my hand away quickly. This isn't for you. If you do that again, there will be consequences. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Stand up, Nicolette. She stood and looked at me. Taking it easy on her for the first time we were in here, I would not demand she look down. I simply averted eye contact. I bound her hands with rope. Too tight? No, sir, she whispered. If it is, you need to tell me, Nicolette. This isn't to hurt you, it's to please me. I understand, sir. Good. I leaned in so that I could kiss her neck. Appreciation. She moaned. Control, Nicolette. I whispered against her collarbone. You are not just giving me control. You must maintain yours as well. Now on the bed. When I helped her up, I told her to stand and lift her arms. Once she was strung up, I stepped down. You are truly the most beautiful woman in the universe. Your skin like caramel, hair sleek, black, thick, and sexy as hell. Then the eyes. I loved her fucking eyes. Turn from me slowly in a circle. I want to be able to appreciate the gift that is before me. She turned slowly, gracefully, beautifully. When she stopped, I knelt on the bed and lifted her leg, kissing all the way slowly up it, until I met her moist, bare, swollen lips. I hoisted her leg over my shoulder. Your arms don't get the weight, my shoulders do, I explained as I started lifting the other. She gasped. You won't fall, I said, between the kisses up her other leg. Once I rested it over my shoulder and she had given me her weight to bear, I licked her pussy slowly from front to back and then back again. I then spread her wider so that I could lick inside. I pushed my tongue in and she whimpered. I did it over and over until I felt she was about to come, then pulled away. Not yet, beautiful. I lowered her legs one at a time. She was now standing and I stood off of the bed. Her nipples were erect, her moisture apparent, and I was going to make her even more aroused. Painfully aroused. I grabbed more rope, bound her ankles, and tied them to the bed rings. I moved behind her and untied the knot above her, allowing her arms to hang loosely. Bend forward, Nicolette. Hands on the bed, your ass in the air. As soon as she bent, I drove 2 fingers inside of her, taking her by surprise. I fucked her hard and fierce with 2 fingers, until she was again on edge. I pulled away and she cried out in protest. I smacked her sexy round bottom, not hard, just enough to tell her that wasn't all right. It was immediately followed by my tongue licking the spot in which I stung her. I went at her again, 2 fingers slowly in and out, rubbing and spreading her slick fluids around both openings. I couldn't wait to have my cock in her ass, but for now, this was going to have to be good enough. A true dom pushed limits, but thinks of his sub first, always. I fucked her harder and she was on edge. Her body tensed and her arms began to shake. I quickly moved to the side of her and shoved my legs underneath. Down, Nicolette. As soon as the words left my lips, she laid down on me. I continued finger-fucking her until she was shaking as she tried to not come. Come for me, sweet Nicolette. When her breath released, I pushed a finger in her tight, puckered hole, and she gasped. Trust I won't hurt you. I was more gentle. Trust that this is making me so incredibly happy. Trust, Nicolette, that I know how to give you pleasures I haven't even begun to show you yet.
Yes, sir,
she said as she relaxed a bit. That's it. Now back to my last request. Come for me, Nicolette. I fucked her pussy and her ass with my fingers until she screamed out my name. I slowed as she came down from her orgasm, and when she laid on my lap completely relaxed, I pulled my hand away. All fours, Nicolette. Once she did as I asked, I pulled her back against me and held her. Now lay and rest.
What about you?
She asked.
Sir.
I haven't even begun, but for right now you get some rest. When she lay down, I covered her, kissed her, and walked out the door.
This has been Abe, Four in Hand, Ties of Steel, Book 1. Written by M.J. Fields. Narrated by Lauren Sweet and James Kavanagh. Copyright 2014 by M.J. Fields. Production copyright 2015 by M.J. Fields.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
complete ass. He demanded control. It was his way or no way at all. But when I pushed him, without even knowing I was, he gave a little. A man like Abe, a true, dominant man, was not like the ones I had ever read about. He studied me, fought his urges, and looking back, I knew he was always putting me first. He sent me away, and it devastated me, but now I knew why. It was for protection. It was because he wanted me to be strong, to be sure of us. Not long ago he had admitted that it was because I needed to be sure of the same, because I could easily break him. Our days had become quite mundane. He woke early, worked out, and was off to work before I even got up. The first week, I got up with him, and he insisted I stay in bed. He worked 12 hours a day, and if I was asleep for at least 3 of them, he wouldn't feel as guilty about working so much and not spending more time with me. The second week, I was finally able to fall back to sleep. My own insecurities, that it was because he just needed time away from me, dwindled when he met me in the lobby every morning, had lunch with me 3 times a week, and closed his door before I left every afternoon to talk and really listen to what I had to say about my day. Week 3 I had settled in, felt like I belonged. I was even able to stop looking around his home to make sure I had put them back in the exact place Abe would want them. When I realized I was doing this for his attention, for his approval, to regain that part of the connection I thought we had lost due to the events that took place weeks previously, I questioned why. I realized a couple of days ago why I may feel that way, and when it hit me, I began making plans for today. It's our 4-week anniversary of being an engaged couple. What I was missing was the fierceness behind the Abe I met in Fort Lauderdale. He was holding back, not pushing me, not demanding, and in doing so, I felt insecure and less wanted. I had spent the past couple of days really exploring my new home. The spare bedroom was fully enclosed, unlike the room we slept in. It was dark, the windows covered in blackout curtains. The bed was made of old beams and canopied from above. The cast-iron ring hung on the ceiling. Red sheer material flowed from it. The headboard and footboard were made of the same beams lying flat, flush with the mattress, and on each corner was a cast-iron ring. I walked into the closet and saw a chest of drawers. I stood for a moment, trying to convince myself to turn and walk away, but I couldn't. The drawers held belts, ties, scarves, ropes, cuffs, and even chains. I closed the last drawer and stepped back. I may have been a little shocked. I don't know why. I knew this about him. Well, I knew, but never truly experienced its full effect. My throat was dry, and my mouth was watering. I was feeling the same feelings I felt that night on the beach, the pool table, and my apartment. I was getting completely turned on. It hit me then. This was what I was missing. What Abe was missing.
Abe. Nicolette was adjusting well. The first week I felt like she was trying to be what I expected her to be, her dom. I knew she had read about the dom sub lifestyle. It was in the history on her computer. Some of the shit that was online was a complete fucking joke. To believe you can put any human being in a category based on other human beings' thoughts or experiences was insane to me. No one person is the same. It was illogical. Another reason I liked numbers, facts, and things that were absolute. Had I done that when I saw her the first day on the beach, I would have made the assumption she was a girl out for a good time, a fling, a party girl. I would have assumed she was doing the same damn thing I had set out to do. Get laid, have fun, let loose. I will admit that's exactly what I did at first. In my own way, of course. I had studied her, watched for reactions, clues, for things that would have made her not just a fuck, but something I could control for the few days I would be there. Control left the fucking building when I felt like she had stood me up, when I felt I had read her wrong, when I felt I had been wrong. When she came to me, I had too much to drink, and I fucked up by not easing into things with her. When she came for me, I knew I had to make her do so again and again. When she left that note, the one I still had, I was angry at myself because being inside her made me feel stronger. You see, I am not a man to be put into a box, placed in a category, stereotyped, or figured out. That being said, I knew that Nicolette was not a woman who would truly be happy with a man telling her how to behave, what to do, or when to do it. To be honest, I would never be content with that either. The beautiful woman I met was smart, strong, sexy, and at times sassy, and I liked that. The past 2 weeks I have seen her strength return. Hell, she was even leaving cups in the sink and the cap off of the toothpaste, which was a little annoying, but also a welcome sign that she was not just all about pleasing me. She was getting comfortable, seemed happier, less guarded and more open. These things were necessary for the progression of our relationship. The only part in which control and ownership is an absolute necessity for me, the sexual part. I will own her, and she will allow it. We were so very close to that. It was no longer the promise in just words some women give men they wish to please, but the looks, the mannerism, the need I was sensing. Steps away, just steps, from total sexual dominance. I returned home and called for Nikki. When she didn't answer, I set down the bottle of wine, flowers, and the little box that held a gift that reminded me of her. 4. I walked up the stairs to see if maybe she was in the bath. When she wasn't there or in the bedroom, I was getting a little anxious. I called her phone 3 times and no answer. I called George and asked him to locate her phone so I knew where she was, and he told me it was at my address. I called again, and instead of listening for her voice, to see if I could hear it in the background. When I did, my panic worsened. Was she hurt? Or had someone gotten to her? I called again and quickly made my way to the stairs and followed them down. The ringing stopped and I called again. This time I heard it from the back. I walked to the door of a room I hadn't been in for months. I slowly opened the door, and she was sitting on the bed, completely naked and absolutely stunning. She didn't smile and didn't look shocked to see me. She looked confident and sexy, the way I wanted her. For Nikki, Nicolette, my fiancée, my lover, my future wife, my sub, to look. How long have you been in here? I asked, leaning against the doorway. A while. You shouldn't be in here, Nicolette. You shouldn't have been hiding it from me. Not hiding, just waiting. For what? She asked the question, but I knew she was aware of the answer. For me? Always. I pushed off the door, walked in, and closed the door behind me. I loosened my tie, unbuttoned my shirt, and then shrugged it and my suit jacket off. I laid it over the chair, unbuckled my belt, pulled it off, unbuttoned my pants, and walked into the closet. When I came back out, her eyes widened as she looked at the ropes in my hand. Off the bed, please, Nicolette. She did as I asked. Good girl. Now kneel at the foot of the bed and wait. Okay, she whispered. No, Nicolette, in here. It's yes, sir. Sir was respect. Respect was given out of trust and loyalty. In this room, that was who I had to be. Her ultimate trust and forever loyalty. Did the others call you that? She asked as she stepped off the bed. In here, there is only you and I. If you are concerned about anyone else in here, we aren't ready for this step, Nicolette. I watched her, gauging her to see her reaction as she watched me. Nicolette, the foot of the bed, please. She licked her lips and let out a breath.
Yes, sir.
Back to the bed, head down. Do not look at me. Anticipation. What will he do with me? What pleasure will he take from my body? What pleasure will he give to me in exchange for my submission? Those are the only things you think of in here. Do you understand, Nicolette? I watched her kneel as I instructed. Her head bowed.
Yes, sir.
Perfect, Nicolette. I stood on the bed and attached the ropes to the iron ring above it. I am going to take you a little out of your comfort zone. This is for my pleasure. I have fantasized about you bound and tied, Nicolette. I'm already hard just thinking about how wet your sweet pussy is getting for me. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
The thickness in her voice made me even harder. Once the ropes were at the right length, I stepped down and walked to her. Spread your knees as wide as you can. I want to see the beautiful pussy that belongs to me. She did without hesitation. You're wet. I reached down and rubbed between her legs without touching her clit, and she rocked slightly into my touch. I pulled my hand away quickly. This isn't for you. If you do that again, there will be consequences. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Stand up, Nicolette. She stood and looked at me. Taking it easy on her for the first time we were in here, I would not demand she look down. I simply averted eye contact. I bound her hands with rope. Too tight?
No, sir,
she whispered. If it is, you need to tell me, Nicolette. This isn't to hurt you, it's to please me.
I understand, sir.
Good. I leaned in so that I could kiss her neck. Appreciation. She moaned. Control, Nicolette. I whispered against her collarbone. You are not just giving me control. You must maintain yours as well. Now on the bed. When I helped her up, I told her to stand and lift her arms. Once she was strung up, I stepped down. You are truly the most beautiful woman in the universe. Your skin like caramel, hair sleek, black, thick, and sexy as hell. Then the eyes. I loved her fucking eyes. Turn from me slowly in a circle. I want to be able to appreciate the gift that is before me. She turned slowly, gracefully, beautifully. When she stopped, I knelt on the bed and lifted her leg, kissing all the way slowly up it, until I met her moist, bare, swollen lips. I hoisted her leg over my shoulder. Your arms don't get the weight, my shoulders do, I explained as I started lifting the other. She gasped. You won't fall, I said, between the kisses up her other leg. Once I rested it over my shoulder and she had given me her weight to bear, I licked her pussy slowly from front to back and then back again. I then spread her wider so that I could lick inside. I pushed my tongue in and she whimpered. I did it over and over until I felt she was about to come, then pulled away. Not yet, beautiful. I lowered her legs one at a time. She was now standing and I stood off of the bed. Her nipples were erect, her moisture apparent, and I was going to make her even more aroused. Painfully aroused. I grabbed more rope, bound her ankles, and tied them to the bed rings. I moved behind her and untied the knot above her, allowing her arms to hang loosely. Bend forward, Nicolette. Hands on the bed, your ass in the air. As soon as she bent, I drove 2 fingers inside of her, taking her by surprise. I fucked her hard and fierce with 2 fingers, until she was again on edge. I pulled away and she cried out in protest. I smacked her sexy round bottom, not hard, just enough to tell her that wasn't all right. It was immediately followed by my tongue licking the spot in which I stung her. I went at her again, 2 fingers slowly in and out, rubbing and spreading her slick fluids around both openings. I couldn't wait to have my cock in her ass, but for now, this was going to have to be good enough. A true dom pushed limits, but thinks of his sub first, always. I fucked her harder and she was on edge. Her body tensed and her arms began to shake. I quickly moved to the side of her and shoved my legs underneath. Down, Nicolette. As soon as the words left my lips, she laid down on me. I continued finger-fucking her until she was shaking as she tried to not come. Come for me, sweet Nicolette. When her breath released, I pushed a finger in her tight, puckered hole, and she gasped. Trust I won't hurt you. I was more gentle. Trust that this is making me so incredibly happy. Trust, Nicolette, that I know how to give you pleasures I haven't even begun to show you yet.
Yes, sir,
she said as she relaxed a bit. That's it. Now back to my last request. Come for me, Nicolette. I fucked her pussy and her ass with my fingers until she screamed out my name. I slowed as she came down from her orgasm, and when she laid on my lap completely relaxed, I pulled my hand away. All 4s, Nicolette. Once she did as I asked, I pulled her back against me and held her. Now lay and rest.
What about you?
She asked.
Sir.
I haven't even begun, but for right now you get some rest. When she lay down, I covered her, kissed her, and walked out the door.
This has been Abe, 4 in Hand, Ties of Steel, Book 1. Written by M.J. Fields. Narrated by Lauren Sweet and James Kavanagh. Copyright 2014 by M.J. Fields. Production copyright 2015 by M.J. Fields.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.